Chapter 17:27. Amidst the cheers, the Sanguine battle team walked out. Those who bet on the Scorpio battle team were purely hoping for an upset. Unfortunately, how could there be so many upsets? Let us congratulate the Sanguine battle team for obtaining 53 consecutive victories and defeating a strong opponent, the Scorpio battle team. Now, may the two battle teams please come down and rest. Soon, we will welcome the next match. For the next match, both Battle Team and Overlord Battle Team are new battle teams that have not fought before. Give them 10 minutes to warm up. At the same time, everyone can start placing their bets. At this moment, someone came to Lin Xian's room. Everyone for Battle Team, please follow me. Prepare to start your match. Lin Xian and the rest nodded and followed him out. Outside, those people looked at each other. Two new battle teams. Not interesting. Not necessarily. There might be a surprise. It's just that it's not easy for us to place our bets. What's the big deal? It's 50-50. If we try our luck, we might get rich. These two new battle teams are worth watching. Overlord Battle Team? Do you guys think that this Overlord Battle Team is from the Earth War Bear clan? That's possible. Earth War Bears like to call themselves Overlord. After all, they're a strong race. If it's an Earth War Bear, then we still have to bet on Overlord Battle Team. That's right. Then, those people started placing their bets. 10 minutes later, the betting stopped. The odds were 10-1. That's right. If they bet on Lin Xian's battle team, they would earn 10 if they won. Normally, the odds would be 1-1. However, because there was news that Overlord Battle Team might be an Earth War Bear, more people chose to bet on a battle team that was more confident. Next, let's welcome Overlord Battle Team. One of the doors opened, and 10 people walked out from there. Wow, then there was cheering. It's really an Earth War Bear. Luckily, I didn't bet on that battle team. The Earth War Bear's battle prowess is still very strong. It can even crush opponents of a higher realm than it. In a normal battle team, the weaker ones would be at least 1 or 2 stars of the Absolute Void stage. I reckon that the Earth War Bear clan would be at least 7, 8, 9, or even 10 stars. They should have come here to train. Don't tell me that this Storm Squad is just a bunch of trash at the initial level of the great virtual stage. The host then shouted, "Next, let's welcome Overlord Team's opponent, Storm Team." Then the door on the other side opened, and Lin Xian and the others walked out. Whoosh! Another wave of exclamations rang out. The reason for this exclamation was very simple. Oh my God, this Storm Team has so many beautiful girls. Hiss, so beautiful. Every one of them is so beautiful. His temperament isn't bad either. How can there be so many beautiful girls forming a team? Everyone, they don't seem to be that simple. Although the Earth War Bear clan is very strong, but they really don't look simple. This match is going to be interesting. Damn! Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he saw the opponents in front of them. There were 10 opponents, and every one of them was over 2 meters tall, burly men with explosive muscles and hair all over their bodies. It felt like their muscles could lift them up with one hand and crush them. Then look at them. They were fair and tender and looked so weak. Ha ha! The Earth War Bear clan couldn't help but laugh when they saw Lin Xian and the others. A bunch of girls, ha ha! I really can't bear to kill them. Heh, I can crush them with one hand. Hey, opposite, how many hands do you need us to give you? Ha ha! Many people laughed when they heard this. Although some people felt that Lin Xian's group wasn't simple because they looked too beautiful, they felt that they might have an extraordinary background. But to be honest, at first glance, their aura was completely one-sided. Lin Xian said to them, 2 Virtuality Realm 10 stars, 5 9 stars, and 3 8 stars. The Earth War Bear clan has strong defense and strength, but they're relatively slow. Understood. Then they're finished. Wu Yinua's lips curled up slightly. Lin Xian, 30 seconds are up. Roger. They didn't bother to reply to the Earth War Bear clan. Ha, look, they're so scared that they can't speak, ha. The Earth War Bear clan laughed. Lang Shi and the others were watching from the audience. We'll see what realm they are in soon. Then, the female host said, "Next, we'll start to randomly select the map, and the map will start a roll." Stop. Finally, the map rolled to the volcanic area. Next, please enter the map. After entering, the battle will start immediately. Then, Lin Xian and the others directly walked in. Swish! 10 people appeared at the same location. This map was near a volcano. It was about the size of 3 to 5 small districts. There was also a volcano. At this moment, magma was flowing and the temperature was very high. In front of them, 10 Earth War Bear clan powerhouses appeared. Start the battle, Lin Xian said. Roger. Wang Xintong's body shone. Law of Light, activate the domain. Swish! The strength of the 10 of them began to soar at the same time. Zhuge Feng's right foot slightly stepped, and a 5 elements 4 symbols diagram appeared on the ground below them. 3 of the 8 gates. 3 gates open. Hurry! 2 gates open. Strength. The speed and strength of the 10 people soared again. Space lock. Lin Xian, Feng Ling, and Murong Yu's space erupted at the same time. The Earth War Bear clan looked around. Space. Destroy it for me. Yes. Then, they bombarded the space that sealed them with terrifying strength. Kill, Lin Xian said. Roger. When the dark attribute reached 100% purity, there would be an effect, which was to break the defense. No matter how strong their defense was, the dark attribute could break it. Shadow Cage. Those Earth War Bears who were bombarding the space were all controlled in an instant. One had to know that no matter how strong they were, Lin Xian and the others were now under the double enhancement of Wang Xintong and Zhuge Feng. In fact, in all aspects except for strength, they had already crushed them. He was just an uncouth fellow. They liked him the most. Charge! Whoosh! 20 seconds later, plop, one by one, the Earth War Bears fell to the ground. Everyone was speechless. Everyone widened their eyes. Their realms are obviously similar. Why are the Earth War Bears being crushed? If their realms are similar, it should be the Earth War Bears crushing others. Sure enough, they're not that simple. Hiss. Chapter 1728. The realms of Lin Xian and the others were about the same as the 10 people from the Earth War Bear clan. However, the Earth War Bear clan could easily fight across realms. So why was Lin Xian and the others able to defeat them so easily? Their strength was one reason. Zhuge Feng and Wang Xintong's enhancement was the second reason. The third reason was the strength of Lin Xian, Wu Yunhua, Wu Yuhan, and Ling Ying. What was the most difficult part about the Earth War Bear clan? Their strong defensive abilities. On the other hand, the dark element, which was at its highest purity, was able to ignore any form of defense. The defensive spiritual power that they had released was rendered ineffective. While it was troublesome to deal with due to their powerful physiques, Lin Xian's dark flame was able to directly seal off the space where they were standing. The dark flame also ignored their defense and weakened their physique. Then, they were crushed by the various dark attribute powers. In fact, they didn't use much of their strength. There were still many things they didn't use. The Earth War Bear clan was quite powerful, but there was still a gap between them and Lin Xian and the others. In the Goblin clan, the Earth War Bear clan was not a Goblin clan with a head bloodline. This kind of uncouth fellow was the type of opponent that Lin Xian and the others liked to fight. The experts outside were all shocked. For a moment, they all quieted down. Only some people were whispering, "Dark Flame, that's the Dark Flame, right?" They were shocked that Lin Xian and the others won so easily. One of the experts shouted in shock, "What? Dark Flame? Could it be the same clan as that person? It must be. If that's the Dark Flame, then in the whole world, only the Dark Phoenix clan of the Phoenix bloodline can control the Dark Flame. They are really not simple. Hiss, I feel that this death arena is going to burn again." Other things aside, the Dark Phoenix was an existence that was on the same level as the Blood Qilin. It was the ceiling of the Goblin clan. Now, Lin Xian might have been branded with the Dark Phoenix clan's brand. Lang Shi and the others swallowed their saliva. "Young master, it's fortunate that this old man stopped you in time. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster." The old man was also secretly shocked as he spoke. The Phoenix bloodline. It was too terrifying. They weren't sure about the others, but they believed that Lin Xian was of the Phoenix bloodline. Dark Phoenix. Langshire felt a chill run down his spine. Something fucking big almost happened. However, their cultivation levels are, after all, not high. Langshire said, even if their realms aren't high, for the geniuses of the Phoenix bloodline to come here for the trial, I'm afraid that within this Demon Wind City, there might even be terrifying Phoenix experts secretly protecting them. Langshire said, isn't the Dark Phoenix bloodline already in decline? How can there be such young descendants? Many years ago, the Dark Phoenix bloodline suffered a powerful curse. Since then, the Dark Phoenix clan has been on the decline. Although they still have the power of the top tier, their bloodline can no longer be passed down. I'm afraid there are no more than 5 Dark Phoenixes left in the world today. But what if there is a Dark Phoenix who is not cursed and passed down the bloodline? In other words, this person, he is very likely. Otherwise, how can we explain it? Young master, don't provoke him. Even if the girls beside him don't have any special identities, just him alone is enough. Langshire nodded. This young master can still distinguish the severity of the matter. This Earth War Bear clan, they can only swallow this anger. The old man looked at the few people in the distant spectator seats. They were the experts of the Earth War Bear clan. They could only watch as their clansmen were killed, but they couldn't take revenge. Then the beautiful host said excitedly, what a wonderful battle. Although this battle was very short, the Storm Battle Team showed us the shadow of a powerful battle team. We believe that in the future, the Storm Battle Team will continue to win. Let's wait and see how the Storm Battle Team will perform in the dozens of consecutive victories in the future. Lin Xian's team won. According to the Earth War Bear's battle strength, if nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to obtain 30 consecutive victories. And Lin Xian's team crushed the Earth War Bear. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have a chance to obtain 40 consecutive victories, as long as they didn't meet a team with Tian Dao. The arena was filled with cheers. This battle was worthy of their shouts and cheers. Especially when they thought that Lin Xian was from the Phoenix clan, they respected him. Swish, swish, swish. They appeared on the stage outside. Then their badges flashed, and 1 point was recorded in each of them. Everyone, please go backstage and rest. Also, your rewards will be sent to you soon. Lin Xian nodded, and then they walked away. After walking away, they signed up for the next battle. In the next battle, they would also face a 1-win team. How was it? In the backstage room, Lin Xian asked. I feel like I didn't do anything. Han Chuxue said indifferently. Yeah, I also feel like I didn't do anything. I just used the space attribute, and it's fine. Feng Ling said. We are too strong. Haha. Ling Ying said with a smile. Lin Xian said with a smile. That's also part of the reason. The more important reason is that the Earth War Bear clan has no advantage in our hands at all. Instead, it's their weakness. If it were other monsters of this quality, it wouldn't be so simple. Their speed is too slow. Even if we don't seal them with space, we can easily win. They nodded. Many of the following battles may be very boring, but let's just treat it as farming monsters. At the same time, we will accumulate some natural treasures to refine and improve our realm. Let's set a small goal, 50 consecutive victories in 3 months. Lin Xian, isn't that too fast? It seems like you think that we can fight a few battles a day now. 50 battles, then wouldn't it be over in a month? In fact, that's not the case. It's not fast. Don't forget, in the later stages, we can probably only fight 1 battle a day or even 1 battle every few days. Our opponents in the future are all powerful existences with dozens of consecutive victories. If we get injured, we may need to rest for several days. Oh, right, Zhuge Feng said. With 50 consecutive victories, we will probably encounter the Heavenly Tao after about 40 consecutive victories, right? Lin Xian nodded. There's a chance. That's the true experiential training. Our experiential training is at the end. Let's see if anyone can advance to the Heavenly Tao realm during this period. When we were walking over, why did I hear someone say that you are from the Phoenix race? Xiao Xinyu asked. Chapter 1729. This was not something that Lin Xian had considered. Phoenix. Lin Xian thought for a moment. Dark fire. Perhaps he had used this power to make them mistakenly think that he was from the Dark Phoenix bloodline, like Huang Shi. Ah, I know a powerhouse from the Phoenix clan. It's Huang Shi that some of you have seen before. Wow, she's a phoenix? Wang Xintong exclaimed. Lin Xian nodded. Perhaps they saw that I used her power and thought that I was from the Phoenix bloodline, Lin Xian said. That's a good thing. Feng Ling sat there and said. Click. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Yes, it's a good thing. Xiao Xinyue nodded and said, in the demon clan, bloodline suppression is very serious. It's even more serious than our so-called status in the human clan. In front of absolute bloodline, you may have a higher realm, but you may be afraid of a demon clan with a higher bloodline. Lin Xian made them mistakenly think that he was from the Phoenix bloodline. This will make them afraid of something, Wu Yuhan said. For example, someone wants to kill us, but they don't dare to. For example, if we lose, they may kill us directly if it's someone else. But if it's us, they may not dare to kill us because they are afraid that they will die if they kill us. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. This is good news. They will probably think that we are from the Phoenix bloodline who came out to train. Perhaps there are powerful existences from the Phoenix bloodline secretly protecting us from behind. They chuckled. This is really interesting. Wu Yunhua crossed her legs. Just like that, 2 months passed. Lin Xian and the other 10 people really stayed in Demon Wind City for 2 months. They barely stepped out of Demon Wind City. When it came to eating, they had the law of creation and could eat whatever they wanted. They also had mobile phones. If they missed someone at night, when they were free, they could make a call or video call. It was still all right. In the past 2 months, all 10 of them had reached the 10 stars of the Great Void stage. Everyone was preparing to break through to the Heavenly Tao stage. However, the Heavenly Tao was not that easy. They still needed more opportunities. They yearned to ascend to the Heavenly Tao, to ascend to the pinnacle of the realm that all of them looked forward to. However, just like Lin Xian, they didn't want to take shortcuts. If you take this kind of shortcut, you might be in the Heavenly Tao now, but you might not be as strong as when you entered the Heavenly Tao. Then why be in such a hurry? During this period of time, the evil divine palace had also looked for Lin Xian. Lin Xian told them what he was doing, and the evil divine palace had nothing to say. They also wanted to see Lin Xian and the others become stronger. After all, even if you advance to the Heavenly Tao, the poison pill would still be effective. In the past 2 months, they had achieved 40 consecutive victories. His luck wasn't bad. He didn't encounter any teams from the Heavenly Tao. The name Storm Battle Team gradually became famous in the Death Corner arena. They were at the peak from the beginning because the noble race of the Phoenix made them full of controversy and attention. However, towards the end, they were indeed fighting very slowly. Their opponents were very strong. They were basically all 10 stars of the Great Void stage. 10 people. Moreover, they were also very strong. They were even conserving their strength, which would more or less cause injuries. Fortunately, they had many creation laws. How many creation laws did they have in a team? After resting for a while, they would be done in 1 or 2 days. Then, they would continue to the next match. Another half a month passed. They had achieved 49 consecutive victories, and they had already repaired themselves. That night, they gathered in a room. No, Zhuge Feng, why are you so trashy? Feng Ling couldn't help but curse. Zhuge Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I don't play much. That's right. The 10 of them directly fucking summoned 10 computers, and then used a special signal transmitter to connect the computers to the internet. The 10 of them were playing a custom 5v5. Then, Zhuge Feng tricked Feng Ling. I told you I'm not the worst. Lin Xian looked at the victory page and laughed. Originally, most of them, including Linglong Shui and the other girls, would not play games. But now, as long as there was nothing to do and they could get people, they would play games frequently, including Murong Yu, Feng Ling, Han Chuxue, and the others. They were also playing. It was just a matter of standards. However, they were more customizable and just for entertainment. In the past, Lin Xian was the one who was abused. Now, with Zhuge Feng, the one opposite Lin Xian was finally not Lin Xian who was abused. Next round, next round. Zhuge Feng, you go opposite. You and Lin Xian switch. Forget it, forget it. You and Lin Xian are in the same team. Lin Xian is also trash. Feng Ling said. Lin Xian, hey, don't be too arrogant. TSK. Then Lin Xian looked at Zhuge Feng and said, let's team up. Let's show them who's worse. What a joke. We may not be good at other things, but as men, how can we lose to them in games? Little Yu, little Shintong, and little Ing, you guys come with me. I don't want to. Ling Ing shook his head decisively. Lin Xian, then little Chushu. Han Chushu hesitated for a moment, but still chose to team up with Lin Xian. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian and the others lost miserably. Now you know who's the worst? It's these two men. Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng. You're really bad. Lin Xian looked at Zhuge Feng and said, you too. Zhuge Feng said. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Smoking again. Leave me alone. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Then, Wu Yunhua stood up and stretched. I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to take a shower too. After taking a shower, everyone should have a good rest. Tomorrow, we're going to prepare for our 50th battle. We might encounter Tian Dao. Lin Xian said. They were lucky that they didn't encounter Tian Dao's team in their 40-odd consecutive victories. However, they knew that from the 50th battle onwards, there should be Tian Dao in every battle. Although most of them were first place, they were still Tian Dao. Tomorrow, it might be a tough battle. Got it. When it came to serious matters, they were still very serious. Then, they left one after another. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng were in the same room. Needless to say, Lin Xian really didn't touch these girls for 2.5 months. The two of them lay on the bed. Speaking of which, how many of them are your girlfriends? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian with a smile and asked. All of them. Really? Sooner or later. Zhuge Feng laughed. Awesome. Are you not used to being in the same team as us? Zhuge Feng shook his head. No, I like this atmosphere very much. It's extra relaxed, there's no scheming, and then he saw Lin Xian holding his phone and video calling someone, completely ignoring him. Damn, Zhuge Feng couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, this is so annoying. Chapter 1730. Lin Xian was having a video call with Linglong Shui and the others. What? Forget about friendship? That's a given. What's a brother to me? Little Sure, I missed you so much. Lin Xian looked at Little Sure through the camera and kissed her. Little Sure was very cooperative and wiped her face in disgust. Little Tianny came over and tried to get Lin Xian to kiss her. Go away, Little Tianny. Don't block Little Sure. Puffed. Zhuge Feng couldn't help but laugh. I say, big brother, aren't you a little too biased towards girls and disregarding boys? Lin Xian glanced at Zhuge Feng and said, what do you know? Are you a father? I'm not favoring girls over boys. Even daughters have to be spoiled. As long as a son survives, that's enough. As a man, he has to experience the fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world from a young age. Only then can he hone his willpower and be more responsible in the future. Say, if a man is spoiled from a young age, what will happen when he grows up? Am I right? What you said seems to make sense. Zhuge Feng smiled. Little Tianny, I'll take you to find a father who loves you more. Iran Bing rubbed Little Tianny's head and said, Lin Xian, hey, don't mess around. I'm serious. Yes. Linglong Shui then said, I heard that you're going to fight in the competition for your 50th consecutive victory tomorrow. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I might encounter the Heavenly Dao. Be careful. The Heavenly Dao of the Shifters is not comparable to the Heavenly Dao of the human clan. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I know. Also, when the demon race reaches the Heavenly Dao realm, they can release the demon god true body. For a short period of time, they can return to their original form. Once they return to their original form, their combat strength will reach its peak. Lin Xian said, I know that, but generally speaking, they won't release it because the consequences are quite serious. Furthermore, although the loser will die, the Heavenly Dao won't die so easily, So even if they lose, the heavenly Tao might not release the demon god's true body. Linglong Shui nodded. In theory, yes. But you still have to be careful. Don't let your guard down. All right, then I'll report the good news to you tomorrow. By the way, did anything big happen in the past few months? No, I'll tell you if I do. All right, then I'll hang up first. Yes. Little sure. Give me a kiss, and I'll hang up. Lin Xian then moved his face closer to the camera. Shika also moved closer to Linglong Shui's camera, and then reached out her hand and ended the call. Lin Xian was speechless. Ha. Young Master Lin, your daughter is really naughty. She's grown up to be so spoiled by you. Zhuge Feng laughed. Damn. Lin Xian put away his phone, stretched, and said, This little brat has been naughty since she was young. I don't understand. Her mother is so quiet, so why is she so naughty? Her brother, on the other hand, is so quiet, like a punching bag. Whatever, but it's good to be naughty. She won't be bullied. Bullied? Impossible. She's my daughter, Lin Xian. If anyone dares to bully her, I'll fucking destroy their entire family. Look, aren't you the slave girl that people talk about? Ha. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Get lost. You'll know when you have a daughter. Sign me? I'm probably already married. I don't even have a girlfriend. If I join a team full of beauties, they'll all fucking be yours. Tell me, when will I be able to stop being single? Lin Xian said, as the young master of the Zhuge family, stop acting. Do you lack women? That's just because you don't fancy them. Me? What I'm thinking of now is to raise my realm. I didn't know about it in the beginning, but now I know. There are so many pinnacle and stronger geniuses above us. Some have even reached the heavenly Tao realm a long time ago. I should work hard to raise my realm and become stronger. Only then will I have the means to protect myself and my family. In this chaotic era, I need more leverage. Besides, it won't be long before humans and demons start fighting. Besides, it's not like the humans and demons will soon be fighting soon, said Zhuge Feng as he took a puff of Lin Xian's cigarette. This was a reason why Lin Xian liked Zhuge Feng. He was similar to Lin Xian in many aspects. Lin Xian also thought the same. If he wasn't strong, how could he talk about doing more? How could he talk about protecting others? First, he had to ensure that he was strong. Only then would he have the ability to protect the people he loved. It was just that the two of them had different personalities. Zhuge Feng was more of a gentleman. He wouldn't scold anyone. He had only scolded people recently because he had been with Lin Xian for a long time. That's right. I have to quickly raise my realm to the heavenly Tao realm. All right, let's rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Yeah, and night passed just like that. In fact, it was quite good for everyone to stay together. They would chat every night before bed or before cogitation. Sometimes, they would chat for hours and talk about everything. They even chatted with Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng, much less the other girls. This way, it was very easy to nurture the tacit understanding between them. Early the next morning, the gigantic death arena was filled with people. This was because the first match of the day was the highlight of the day. It was a match between the Storm team. It was unknown who their opponent was, but it was definitely a team with a 50-win streak or slightly more. It was going to be a good match. Everyone, how do you plan on betting today? They were all gamblers. Although they were experts, they needed the many heavenly Fey crystals here, treasures that were obtained without sowing. Therefore, at first glance, you would feel that they were no different from those gamblers in human society. They had everything that a gambler should have. I don't think we should bet on the Storm team today. Although the Storm team is indeed very powerful and has made a name for themselves. They even have a powerful existence from the Phoenix lineage, but they're facing a team with a 50-win streak. They have good luck and have yet to encounter a team with a heavenly Tao realm. And this time, as long as they encounter a team with a heavenly Tao realm, there's no need to say who they should bet on, right? Heavenly Tao realm. If there's only one heavenly Tao realm, it shouldn't be a problem, right? That's a phoenix. That's a huge problem. Even if it's a phoenix, it's fighting a heavenly Tao realm expert at the Great Void Realm. Do you think that's possible? That's a heavenly Tao realm expert. It's absolutely impossible for a great Void Realm expert to defeat a team. Even a Phoenix can't do so unless it's a weak Heavenly Tao Realm expert. But for us Fae, as long as our bloodline reaches the Heavenly Tao Realm, how can we be weak? Chapter 17:31. Clearly, these people were more optimistic about the other teams. Of course, the premise was that their opponents had to be at the Heavenly Tao Realm. However, it should be about time. With 50 consecutive victories, it was time to meet someone at the Heavenly Tao Realm. That's right. Besides, this is a Phoenix that has yet to mature. No matter how strong its bloodline is, it's still not strong enough if it hasn't fully matured. A great Void Realm 10th stage Phoenix might be able to fight a Heavenly Tao Realm 1st stage, but that's all it can do, right? No one should be able to do anything to the other. But as a team, the Heavenly Tao Realm can clearly pose a greater threat to the opponent's team. That's right. Among the 10 of them, only one person is from the Phoenix lineage. The others look slightly ordinary. Up to now, it's unknown what race they are from. This Phoenix lineage expert might be able to fight a Heavenly Tao, but if the Heavenly Tao were to target his teammates and make them lose their combat strength, he would be able to fight 1 against 10, and there's still a Heavenly Tao? That's clearly impossible. Yeah, let's see who their opponents are. Lin Xian and company were respectfully invited out and brought to the place where they were preparing for battle. The place where they were preparing for battle could not hear any sounds from the outside, nor could they see anything. During this period, the people outside could see. At the same time, it was time for them to place their bets. Everyone, welcome to the Death Corner Arena. Today's Death Corner Arena is rather lively. The first match today is the dark horse that appeared in the Death Corner Arena 2.5 months ago, the Storm Battle Team. The beautiful MC shouted, "Hua!" Following that, everyone in the arena roared. Clearly, Lin Xian and the others had also gathered some of their fans. All right, let's see who the Storm Battle Team will be facing today. Everyone, please look at the screen. Everyone looked over in anticipation. Blood Fiend Battle Team. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. It's actually the Blood Fiend Battle Team. The Blood Fiend Battle Team is back. They haven't participated in the Death Corner Arena for 3 months, right? They probably went somewhere for training. Previously, the Blood Fiend Battle Team had 1 Heavenly Tao out of 10 members. Do you think there will be an additional one in the past 3 months? I don't know, but what I can be sure of is that there is at least 1 Heavenly Tao. It depends on whether they have changed their members or not. If they change their members, they have to change someone with the same winning streak as them. Then, the beautiful MC said, the Blood Evil Battle Team also won 50 consecutive victories. Today, all of their members are back, and there are no changes in their members. It will be their 51st battle. Let's wait and see. Will the Dark Horse Storm Battle Team, who achieved 49 consecutive victories in just 2 months, or will the Blood Evil Battle Team end their winning streak? Let's wait and see. Now let's start betting. Everyone then began to place their bets excitedly. Then one could see that the odds were rapidly changing. In the beginning, it might have been relatively even, but it soon soared to 51. That's right, if you bet on Lin Xian Storm Battle Team to win, the odds were 150. From this, it could be seen that everyone still respected the Heavenly Tao realm. Although in their eyes, Lin Xian was a phoenix, a Heavenly Tao was still a Heavenly Tao. And clearly, this Blood Evil Battle Team was definitely not weak. They were definitely very strong. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian Storm Battle Team's odds were 1-800. Actually, this was already giving them face. After all, the odds were in the thousands previously. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian Storm Battle Team's odds were also in the thousands. However, they were indeed giving them face. More people wanted to bet. They didn't believe in other battle teams, but this Storm Battle Team still had hope. After all, they weren't simple. More people wanted stability. They wanted to firmly suppress the Blood Evil Battle Team. After all, the treasures they took out were very precious. Although the odds were low, it was still a win, right? It was still quite useful. There were a small number of people who wanted to take a gamble. They bet on the Storm Battle Team. The odds were 1-800. If there was an upset, they would be rich. And it wouldn't be an upset. What if they had some trump cards? Even then, they could still win. All right, then I announce that the bets are stopped. The battle between the Storm Battle Team and the Blood Evil Battle Team will begin immediately. Let us welcome the Storm Battle Team. Wow, amidst the cheers, Lin Xian's Storm Battle Team walked out. The cheers are much louder than before. Ling Ying commented, "After all, this is our 50th battle. Look, what the fuck? 1-800? Who are our opponents?" Lin Xian could see the odds at this moment. He took a look and was dumbfounded. It was said that the eyes of the crowd were as sharp as snow. Such ridiculous odds could only mean one thing. In their eyes, their opponents were crushing the Storm Battle Team. That was why the odds were so ridiculous. How exactly were they crushing the Storm Battle Team? "Everyone, this battle might be very difficult. Be prepared," Lin Xian said. "I saw the odds." They nodded. 1-800. If we had known, we would have placed our bets. We have no choice. We are already participating in the battle. We don't have time to place bets. Next time, let's know someone and get him to help us. All right. After all, it's useful to earn more heaven and earth spiritual items. Mainly, I feel that there will be such high odds more often in the later stages. It's better to earn for free. All right. Then, the host lady shouted, "Let us welcome the Storm Battle Team's opponent, the Blood Evil Battle Team." Then, the 10 of them walked out. Blood Evil Battle Team? Xiao Yuhan, Xiao Xintong, have you collected any information about this battle team? Their brows furrowed as well. We have already collected the information of all the battle teams that have appeared during this period of time. However, we have not collected any information about this Blood Evil Battle Team. It could only mean that they might be the team before we came. However, they might have not fought for a few months and still maintain their winning streak. They just happened to return. This should be their first battle. Lin Xian nodded. This should be very famous. Be careful. Then, Lin Xian glanced at them. They were people. 8 men and 1 woman. 1 heavenly Tao 1 star and 9 great void realm 10 stars. Their overall combat strength, even if they do not include the heavenly Tao realm, is the strongest we have encountered so far. Lin Xian said, "Roger." Then, Lin Xian continued to check with his eye of cave spirit. These people are mostly agility type. Let me take a look at their demon techniques. The eye of cave spirit could not only check their realms and attributes, it could also check their demon techniques. However, it could only be laws. Things like domains were not easy to check. Chapter 1732. When Lin Xian learned of the demonic beast's demonic skills, he felt more confident. Demonic skills were the skills of the Fey race. They could be categorized into 2 types. They were similar to the martial skills of humans, or rather, the laws and domains of the Fey race. They could also be collectively referred to as demonic skills. Lin Xian said to them, "Their demonic skills aren't weak. Most of them enhance themselves. One of them is 10 times the gravity. You have to pay attention to that. This heavenly Tao's demonic skill is weakness. It weakens our strength in all attributes." Lin Xian thought for a moment before looking at Wang Xintong and asking, "Xintong, is your law useful?" Wang Xintong shook her head. "It's useless. My law only enhances, but it doesn't have the effect of removing abnormal states." Zhuge Feng said, "I can do it, but a heavenly Tao's law isn't something a great void realm like me can reverse." Lin Xian said, "It's fine. Leave it to me. It's fine as long as you have the ability." Sure, they were already used to Lin Xian's abilities. They did not know why Lin Xian had the ability to see through others, but it was considered normal. It was a certain ability that made sense. All right, now, please enter the random map. The duel will begin immediately. Then, the 2 teams walked into the teleportation array in front of them and appeared on the map. "Shuadi, let's begin," Lin Xian said. Swish, then they set up their formation. Ling Ying, Wu Yuhan, and Wu Yunhua were at the front. Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue were at the sides. Feng Ling and Mu Rongyu were at the back. Zhuge Feng and Wang Xintong were behind Feng Ling and the rest. Lin Xian stood at the back to control the situation. In front of them, their 10 opponents slowly walked over. "Ha! You are the team that obtained 49 consecutive victories in 2 months? I have to say, you have some ability." Their leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was their heavenly Tao. The demon-eyed devil tiger tribe was a race that, according to their classification, should belong to the category of heavy warriors. All of their attributes were relatively balanced. Normally speaking, this kind of demonic beast demonic skill should be a powerful attack type demonic skill or an amplification type. However, its demonic skill was actually to weaken the opponent. But thinking about it, there wasn't much of a problem because the evil-eyed devil tiger didn't lack damage output abilities. 2 women stood beside him. Both of them were extremely seductive. Lin Xian knew that these 2 women were of the same race. Their ability was to control. "So what are you trying to say?" Lin Xian asked. "What I want to say is that your winning streak ends here." Shua. Then his surging aura exploded. It had to be said that the heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao of the demon race was absolutely incomparable to that of the human race. Of course, this wasn't absolute, but it was true in most cases. As long as the Fey race's bloodline supported them to reach the heavenly Tao, they would definitely not be weak. It's hard to say whose winning streak will end here. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Shua, the aura of the 10 of them erupted at the same time. This was definitely the first time each of them had truly fought with the heavenly Tao. Of course, Lin Xian had fought before, but that couldn't be considered a real fight. However, they still had a certain amount of confidence. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to fight with the heavenly Tao before reaching the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, there was only one heavenly Tao. Although everyone in the Blood Evil Squad was very strong, Lin Xian's ability was more outstanding. Pay attention, don't kill this person. As for the others, do as you please. The heavenly Tao said to his team members. Understood. After all, they had heard those people talking about Lin Xian's team. They said that Lin Xian was of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, so they couldn't afford to offend him. They could kill the others, but this Phoenix, they definitely couldn't kill. Let me feel what the power of this Dark Phoenix is like. The evil-eyed devil tiger roared and charged directly at Lin Xian. At present, there was no scheme. He simply wanted to feel Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, he had confidence in himself. Even if he thought that Lin Xian was a phoenix, he still had confidence. After all, he wasn't weak, and the evil-eyed devil tiger wasn't trash. Moreover, he was a heavenly Tao. If a heavenly Tao was afraid of Taishu, it would be a joke. Although there was suppression and restraint in the Fey race's bloodline, he didn't feel that kind of substantial suppression from Lin Xian. Heavenly Tao? Then I'll test the strength of a heavenly Tao. Whoosh! Lin Xian charged at the heavenly Tao, then said to Wang Xintong and the rest, I'll block this heavenly Tao. You guys deal with the rest. Xintong, don't give me any boost. Understood. Lin Xian believed that as long as he blocked the heavenly Tao realm, with Ling Ying and company's strength, they would definitely be crushed by Ling Ying and company who were at the same realm as them. Although they weren't weak, Ling Ying and company would definitely be able to crush them. This was a huge opportunity given by the Blood Malevolence battle team to Lin Xian and company. Whoosh! Lin Xian charged to the side with the evil-eyed devil tiger. Lin Xian had deliberately opened up a distance between them so that they could fight as far apart as possible. This was because this map wasn't an ordinary battle arena. It was huge, to the point that one couldn't even see a shadow when fighting here. It was just that big. Lin Xian took all the pressure on himself. At the same time, he wanted to test the gap between him and the heavenly Tao. Or rather, how long would it take for him to destroy the heavenly Tao? At the same time, Lin Xian wanted to ensure that the evil-eyed devil tiger's strength was unable to affect Ling Ying and company's battle. This was because Lin Xian had absolute confidence in Ling Ying and company. The people outside were secretly astonished. What is this person doing? Is he going to challenge a heavenly Tao realm expert at the Great Void Realm? Is this the pride of a phoenix? This is going to be interesting. Originally, if it was a pure team battle, it would be difficult for us to tell how strong this expert from the Phoenix lineage is. But now he's fighting a heavenly Tao realm evil tiger one-on-one. That's the best way to see their strength. That's not right. We've been tricked. I think the Storm Battle team has been tricked. I think Siehu is deliberately challenging a Phoenix lineage expert. He's very sinister. He clearly knows that he can control the situation on the main battlefield. So why would he challenge someone else? Unless Siehu has absolute confidence in himself. That's also possible. After all, he is a heavenly Tao. But I feel that against a Phoenix, any confidence is useless. It's likely a trap. That's right. It was a trap. In the eyes of the evil-eyed devil tiger, Lin Xian was the strongest. The other 9 were all good-for-nothings. Although they weren't weak, they were definitely not strong. It was hard to say if this Phoenix lineage expert was in the team. Once he left the team, Siehu believed that his team members could easily finish off Lin Xian's team members. Chapter 1733. Therefore, the awkward thing was that he felt that he was right. In fact, although everyone believed that Lin Xian was the strongest, they had clearly belittled Ling Ying and the rest. Ling Ying and company had not used their full strength in the previous battle. Many of their abilities had not been used. Most of the time, Lin Xian was the one leading the battle. Siehu and company believed that as long as Lin Xian was not in the team, they would be crippled. In fact, that was not the case. And Siehu's thoughts were the same as Lin Xian's. Lin Xian's thought was that as long as they lured the heavenly Tao realm away, they would definitely be able to crush the other 9 with their strength. Their thoughts were completely identical. However, Siehu did not think that there was a need for him to do so. He did it for his own selfish reasons. He wanted to experience the strength of the Phoenix, or rather, prove to the world that he had once defeated the Phoenix, even if he had defeated the Phoenix at a higher realm. But it was the Phoenix after all. It was the pride of his life. However, the winner would definitely be Ling Ying and company. How could they possibly compare to Lin Xian's team when it came to understanding and confidence in their own members? Even without Lin Xian, the others were still very strong. Furthermore, Lin Xian had already told Ling Ying and company about their Yao techniques. It was equivalent to knowing everything about them. As for the Blood Termination Battle team, their understanding of Ling Ying and company was limited to the previous battles. They probably did not know much about them. Furthermore, everyone still had many trump cards that they had yet to use. Sisters, do you have the confidence to finish the battle in 3 minutes? Ling Ying stretched out her hand as 2 daggers that seemed to shuttle through the black fog spun around her. 2 minutes. Feng Ling said lightly. All right, 2 minutes it is. After it's done, we will help Lin Xian. They had absolute faith in Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian was facing the heavenly Tao, they believed that Lin Xian would be fine in a short period of time. Therefore, they had to quickly finish off their opponents. Hey, I'm not your sister, Zhuge Feng said helplessly. Cut the crap, let's fight. Murong Yu reminded him. Do as Lin Xian said. Continue to hide your strength as much as you can. All right. Wang Xintong's body was then surrounded by golden light. Law of light. Activate your domain. Wang Xintong's nomological laws could raise all the team members' attributes. Her domain could raise the team members' realm. However, everyone was now at the 10th level of the Great Void Realm. If they were to raise their realm, they would reach the heavenly Tao realm. How could Wang Xintong allow everyone to reach the heavenly Tao realm? Although it could not be improved, it could allow them to become stronger on the basis of the 10th level of the Great Void stage. No, she might not be able to raise her team members to the heavenly Tao realm. 8 or 9 wouldn't do, but if it was 1, she might still be able to do it. However, even if she could do it, this opponent wasn't worth it. Moreover, it would consume a lot of energy. Oomph. Amplification? Do you think we don't have any buffs? Activate. His opponent had also activated his amplification ability. The battle here was on the verge of breaking out. And on the other side, that's right. Everyone was more focused on the battle between Lin Xian and Siehu. Your Excellency, do you only know how to run? Siehu's speed suddenly increased as he charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nimbly dodged. Then, Xiaohu's punch blasted past Lin Xian's side, creating a crater a few hundred meters deep in the snow in front of him. After all, this was just a casual punch from him. However, it was indeed in line with the strength of the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian stood there as his aura soared. Strength multiplied. Law of creation. Lin Xian did not know how much his law of creation had increased his strength. He had directly used his spiritual energy as a standard, consuming 1/10 of his spiritual energy to raise his realm. It should have been several times. Don't underestimate Lin Xian's 1/10. Lin Xian's 1/10 was no ordinary warrior's 1/10. However, even if Lin Xian's strength increased by 10 times, the Great Void Realm could forget about fighting against the Heavenly Tao. However, with such a huge increase, he was different from ordinary people. Furthermore, he had obtained the multiplier from the gods' awakening door. His strength was not weak at all. A phoenix is a phoenix. A level 10 Great Void Realm cultivation, but his aura has soared to such an extent in an instant. Xiaohu was still a little surprised. However, a Great Void Realm was a Great Void Realm. Wrath of the heavenly evil. Xiaohu roared angrily as a terrifying black energy surrounded his body. To be honest, an ordinary level 10 Great Void Realm warrior would probably be suppressed to the point of suffocation. Is this the power of the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian was still secretly shocked. Too strong. The heavenly Tao was indeed not something the Great Void Realm could compare to. However, Lin Xian had a way to deal with the heavenly Tao. Take this. Let me see how strong you are. Xiaohu roared angrily as he punched at Lin Xian with a fist covered in black energy. Lin Xian only had one solution, and that was to dodge. The people outside watched this scene nervously. What should he do? Of course, he would dodge. Whoosh! Lin Xian used a space jump to open up the distance between them. Boom! A huge crater was blasted open where he was standing. Snowflakes shook the sky. Do you only know how to dodge? A heavenly Tao warrior fighting a Great Void Realm warrior, and you still say such things. What a joke. However, if you don't want to dodge, then don't dodge. Lin Xian stood in the void as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Realm-lowering domain. Lin Xian's domain power directly affected Xiaohu's body. What? Xiaohu frowned. He had carefully investigated this team. After all, it was said that this team had a phoenix, so he had to pay attention to it. He knew that the powerhouse of the phoenix bloodline in this team had the power to lower the opponent's realm. However, he was not afraid at all because he was at the heavenly Tao realm. No matter how powerful the opponent was, what effect could it have on a heavenly Tao realm warrior? But now, he felt that his strength was rapidly declining. Hiss! The audience outside could see his strength weakening with their naked eyes, and they were secretly alarmed. Is this the power of a phoenix? Logically speaking, a power that shouldn't have any effect was successfully used by a Great Void Realm warrior on a heavenly Tao realm warrior. No, it's not that the power is too strong. It's bloodline suppression. This is definitely bloodline suppression. Because of the bloodline, it can achieve an effect that is impossible under normal circumstances. This is bloodline suppression. It's too strong. Does that mean that the phoenix has a chance of winning? There is a chance, but it's hard to say how strong it is. Let's continue watching. Xiaohu raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. As expected of a phoenix, this kind of power is actually effective on me, but following that, his powerful strength surged. Then, how can a Great Void Realm warrior like you block my power that can lower all your attributes? Chapter 1734. Lin Xian had lowered the evil Ifeen Tiger's cultivation realm. With Lin Xian's current great virtual realm cultivation of 10 stars, he could still lower the opponent's cultivation by 3 stars. However, although the effect of this domain ignored cultivation realms, the reduction in cultivation realm was too exaggerated. Simply put, it was very difficult for Lin Xian to lower the heavenly Tao realm's cultivation at the great virtual realm. It could be done, but the consumption was huge. Lin Xian could forcefully lower the evil Ifeen Tiger's cultivation realm by 1 star. But even with Lin Xian's current spiritual energy, his spiritual energy would be empty after lowering it, not to mention lowering it by 3 stars. However, if Lin Xian were to lower the Great Virtual Realm's cultivation by 10 stars, it would be easy. He would not need to consume too much energy to lower the Great Virtual Realm's cultivation from 10 stars to 7 stars. At the end of the day, the Heavenly Tao Realm's 1-star cultivation realm was too exaggerated. Just like the reward Lin Xian received from the God's Awakening Door, the opposite effect of the realm-lowering domain. The realm-raising domain allowed him to raise his cultivation realm by 1 star. In theory, he could also raise his cultivation realm to the Heavenly Tao Realm, because he was now at the Great Virtual Realm's 10 stars. However, if he were to raise his cultivation realm by 1 star, his spiritual energy would be completely drained. If it was a heavenly venerate raising his cultivation realm to the Great Virtual Realm, it would be easy. However, the difference of 1 star in the Heavenly Tao Realm was too great. Therefore, Lin Xian's realm-lowering domain was within the limits of his ability. He had reserved enough spiritual energy to lower the Evil Tiger's cultivation realm. Although he did not lower the Evil Tiger from the Heavenly Tao Realm to the Great Virtual Realm, there were still significant effects. Simply put, he went from a powerful Heavenly Tao to a weak Heavenly Tao. However, a Heavenly Tao was still a Heavenly Tao. Weaken this sovereign. The Evil Tiger roared angrily as a surge of energy acted on Lin Xian's body. The effect of his weaken was very significant. Lin Xian's aura plummeted. You've reduced my power, so your power has also been reduced. So, what makes you think you can fight me? Needless to say, Lin Xian was having a headache. This kind of power that lowered his own attributes was fine, but if it lowered Lin Xian's strength, it would be difficult to deal with. Take this. Then, Xiaohu once again gathered his strength and threw a punch at Lin Xian. Lin Xian released his space and quickly dodged. Flames of darkness. Shua. Powerful dark flames surged towards him, but he easily tore them apart. It's useless. Although the flames of darkness are powerful, the disparity between our realms is too great. Xiaohu sneered. Even with the suppression of the realm, it was still very satisfying to be able to defeat a phoenix. He was even hesitating whether or not he should kill him. If he killed him, he could obtain great benefits, but it might be very dangerous. He would probably be hunted down from now on. After thinking about it, he decided, kill. If he absorbed the phoenix's power, his ability would undergo a qualitative change. The world was so big. How would the Dark Phoenix find him? After killing him, he would hide his identity. How would the Dark Phoenix find him? Let's do it. Our demon god roar. Roar. An angry roar accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. A terrifying power surged towards Lin Xian in an exaggerated range. The people outside were shocked by what they saw. The gap between higher void and heavenly axiom is really unimaginable. Even a phoenix can't fight against it. The main thing is that he was weakened by Xiaohu. There's an absolute difference in their realms. After being weakened, he really can't win. Wait, is Xiaohu going to kill him? How dare he? He even used such a powerful move. He's dead. This was what the people thought about Lin Xian's current situation. And Lin Xian was facing such an enemy. Was he helpless? He had a way. He just didn't want to use it. He still wanted to preserve more power as a trump card for the upcoming battle. But now, it seemed like he had no choice but to use it. However, at this moment, a figure rushed behind Lin Xian. Why are you here? It's almost over there. I'm here to help you. Then, Zhuge Feng's eyes flashed blue, and a powerful force was channeled into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's power soared at the same time. The weakened state was lifted. This is all I can do. I'm out of spiritual energy. Zhuge Feng said to Lin Xian. Enough. Then, Lin Xian released the space to send him away. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he looked at the power in front of him. Whoosh! Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the sacred sword appeared in his hand. A strong golden light burst out. First level, holy light lingering. The golden holy light and the black evil light collided. There was a set of techniques in this sacred sword. Lin Xian had only comprehended the first level of this technique. There were a total of 9 levels, and it was an amplification technique. The first level's effect was to double all attributes. Creation law. Boom! The two bursts of power collided. When the dust settled, Lin Xian was standing there unscathed. What? Seeing this, Xiehu frowned. He's fine? Even if he's recovered, he shouldn't be fine, right? With the support of this sacred sword, Lin Xian's aura was close to Xiehu's. Lin Xian's strength doubled. The holy light lingering doubled. The creation law increased, and the power of the sacred sword allowed Lin Xian's aura to approach the weakened Xiehu. Tian Dao is still difficult to fight, but it's over. Lin Xian cracked his neck. 7 Heavens of Phoenix. This 7 Heavens of Phoenix was a very powerful martial technique. It originated from Huang Shi and was transferred to Lin Xian by Huang Shi. In order to use this martial technique, one needed the Flame of Darkness. Lin Xian had it, so he could use it. This was also one of Huang Shi's powerful techniques. There were a total of 9 heavens, but Lin Xian's current limit was 7 heavens. When he reached Tian Dao, he could use 8 or even 9 heavens. If this demonic technique was a martial technique, it should be the highest grade of Saint-tier martial technique. Everyone's eyes widened at this scene. Everyone watched in horror as the 7 phoenixes soared into the sky. Flame of darkness, burn for me. Roar. Then, the 7 phoenixes circled around each other, and 7 pillars of flames rose into the sky, trapping Xiehu in it. Then, the 7 phoenixes rushed over. Even so, do you think you can hurt me? Xiehu roared angrily, and a surge of energy erupted from his body. The two forces collided with each other. Myriad whirled, lightning, tribulation. Sizzle. Accompanying the 7 heavens of the phoenix were surging black thunderbolts, which looked very frightening. When the black lightning appeared, everyone was secretly shocked. Why was there black lightning? Lin Xian still had many trump cards, but he didn't need to use them. Chapter 1735. Xiehu's powerful strength clashed with Phoenix's 7th firmament, and he managed to block it. Yes, he managed to barely block it. But at the same time, Phoenix's 7th firmament's powerful strength shattered his defenses. Flames of darkness ignored defense, but with their realms present, they canceled each other out. But what followed was 10,000 bolts of evil lightning. It had the same terrifying strength and the same defense-ignoring effect. Just as Xiehu revealed a smile and was about to say that it was nothing, he suddenly saw the surging black lightning in front of him. His smile froze at that instant. He felt that there was no problem. Even if the lightning struck him, there shouldn't be any problems for him, a heavenly Tao realm expert, to be struck by the power of the great void realm, right? But when the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning landed on his body, 2 people said, "I'm doomed." Boom, bang, bang, bang. His figure slammed to the ground as he tumbled in circles. Lin Xian stood there and heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly Tao realm is indeed not something I can easily withstand. Typically speaking, with my strength, even if I'm at the Great Void Realm's 1-star, I can still fight a Great Void Realm's 9-star or 10-star. But as a Great Void Realm's 10-star, it's still so difficult for me to face a heavenly Tao realm's 1-star. Lin Xian sighed. The main reason was that many of his powers were restricted. Although he still had many trump cards, to put it simply, Lin Xian had forcefully lowered his cultivation level to the Great Void Realm's 10-star. As for himself, he had little spiritual energy left. If he could not end the battle in an extremely short period of time, Lin Xian would be the one in an awkward situation. Therefore, Lin Xian did not use this ability. However, all of this would dissipate with Lin Xian's advancement to the heavenly Tao realm. As long as Lin Xian advanced to the heavenly Tao realm, he might be able to return to the level of an overlord. For example, he could beat a 5-star heavenly Tao realm's 1-star. Even if the difference in the heavenly Tao realm was ridiculously huge, Lin Xian believed that it would not be as difficult as it was now. Therefore, he had to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm. There was another point that Lin Xian had fully realized in today's battle. He did not have enough means. He really did not have enough. He didn't lack powerful martial skills, nor did he lack attributes. There were many attributes that he hadn't used yet, and they could be used as trump cards for later battles. However, what he lacked was a trump card that would allow him to stand firm. Lin Xian found it very difficult to fight someone at the heavenly Tao realm at the Great Void 10-star realm. He was completely unsatisfied with this. He began to doubt his own strength. Although the Adonis system had given him all sorts of buffs, such as all attributes, creation, destruction, and top-notch domains, Lin Xian realized that it was no longer enough. He realized that laws and domains were increasing in number. There were also more and more powerful people. The items given by the system made him invincible before the heavenly Tao realm. But now, he was truly exhausted, unless the system gave him something even more powerful. But now, none of the quests were triggered, except for some quests with fixed rewards that had yet to be completed. How awkward. In other words, the Adonis system was not invincible. Had the Adonis system reached its limit? In that case, Lin Xian would have to be careful. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Although he was indeed heaven-defying, Lin Xian was still dissatisfied. Perhaps other human geniuses, such as Tian Lin and company, would find it difficult to defeat Evil Tiger of the same realm, but Lin Xian was still dissatisfied. This year, he had to properly prepare for this matter. He needed more and more powerful means. Whether it was given by the system or obtained by himself, it was fine. As the dust settled, Evil Tiger crawled up from the ground with his charred body. To put it bluntly, the heavenly Tao was indeed the heavenly Tao. It was a little exaggerated. After being struck by 10,000 bolts of evil lightning of such intensity, he managed to crawl up very quickly. However, he must have been severely injured. The people in the audience stood up when they saw this scene. He actually heavily injured the heavenly Tao. A second ago, he was in a situation where he was about to be insta-killed. The next second, he heavily injured a powerful opponent. How'd he do it? What is this black lightning? No matter how powerful it is, how did it heavily injure Evil Tiger? Is this the strength of a phoenix? It's too terrifying. To defeat a heavenly Tao realm at the Great Void realm. Why is your strength so strong? Evil Tiger looked at Lin Xian with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Is it strong? Actually, I don't think so. Lin Xian said lightly. He coughed. But you haven't won. Bua. Evil Tiger bellowed. Are you calling her? Bang. A voice sounded before a corpse landed in front of him. Following that, Han Chuxue and the other 8 appeared beside Lin Xian. It's settled? Morong, you nodded. Yeah, it's settled. That's pretty fast. You sure are fierce. A great void challenged the heavenly Tao alone and heavily injured it? Windling was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Lin Xian said, to be honest, if it was 10 against 10, it wouldn't have been that easy to win. Stop pretending. You have already heavily injured the heavenly Tao in a one-on-one battle. Windling rolled her eyes. Oh my God, how could she compete with Lin Xian? Evil Tiger's pupil shrank. His 9 teammates couldn't beat these 9 people. Look at them. They were all in good condition. It's very awkward. Even a heavenly Tao can't beat those in the same realm. Ling Ying said helplessly. Really, they were now in a state where they were invincible in the same realm. It's okay. Let's kill him first. Space lock. Space lock. Windling and Murong, you also released their space. Space lock. Wang Xintong also exchanged for the space attribute in the God's Awakening door. She thought that since she was a support in the team, she shouldn't be a burden to everyone. She should be able to protect herself. For layers of space lock, Evil Tiger was still heavily injured. He couldn't run. Kill him. Xiao Xinyue said to Lin Xian. Why don't you kill him? Who's about to advance to the heavenly Tao? No matter how fast you are, you can't advance by killing him. It's better for you. If you advance faster, Our overall combat power will increase by leaps and bounds. Han Chushua said. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. Tens of seconds later, Evil Tiger was smashed to death by Lin Xian's various big moves. Whoosh! Cheers and exclamations could be heard from the entire arena. The entire Blood Termination team was killed. They originally thought that no matter what the situation was, the Heavenly Tao couldn't possibly die, right? But the Heavenly Tao really died. It was too exaggerated. After taking away their spatial rings, the 10 of them appeared outside. Now, I announce that the winner is the Storm team. At the same time, they have achieved 50 consecutive victories and can receive the reward. Chapter 1736. Lin Xian's team's victory was completely out of everyone's expectations. Perhaps some people still had a glimmer of hope, but when the fight started and the first half of Lin Xian's duel with Xiehu, no one had any hope left. Those who had placed their bets on Lin Xian and Xiehu were also in despair. But in the end, no one expected it. The entire field was filled with cheers, screams, and thunderous applause. In the Yao clan, the concept of the strong being respected was even stronger. What they valued more was not the three views, nor who was right or wrong. The one with the harder fist was right. The strong was right. Lin Xian's team had defeated such an opponent in a weak position. It was even more exaggerated to use the Taishu realm to defeat the Tiandao realm. Lin Xian's team of 10 stood there without saying anything, waiting for their rewards. At this moment, an old man walked over and stood in front of Lin Xian's team. Everyone quieted down. Congratulations to the Storm team for achieving the glory of 50 consecutive victories. This is the reward for the 10 of you. 10 life awakening pills. He handed each of them a jade bottle. The life awakening pill was a high-grade pill. Even for ordinary Tiandao realm cultivators, this life awakening pill was very valuable. At a critical moment, it could save your life. Of course, for Lin Xian's team, it might not be much. However, Lin Xian did not have such a thing. But Lin Xian could refine it, as long as he had the ingredients. Thank you, Lin Xian said. I hope you can continue to work hard and achieve 80 consecutive victories as soon as possible. This old man has high hopes for you. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. Then, Lin Xian's team walked away. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Can you be gentler? In a huge room, Lin Xian was treating Feng Ling's injuries. He twisted her arm and started twisting it. Although everyone had one, they were more or less injured. The law of creation healed them, but there were too many people. Moreover, Lin Xian's spiritual power had not recovered yet, so he gave Feng Ling a simple treatment. Big sister, you can't even bear this little pain. You have to cherish every opportunity to get injured. This is a good opportunity to improve your physique. Simply using the law of creation to heal won't improve your physique. Lin Xian said. There was nothing wrong with that. For example, if you spent all day in the process of being injured and recovering, every time you recovered from serious injury, your physique would become stronger. Simply put, you would be able to endure more beatings. Of course, the premise was that you didn't have any hidden injuries left behind. Move. Wind Chimes rolled up her sleeves and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You, of course. This guy must have hurt her on purpose. Rolled Lin Xian's eyes. Shall we continue fighting tomorrow? Han Chushu asked. Continue, but we should have encountered teams with at least one heavenly axiom. Lin Xian nodded. It's fine. This way, we can advance faster. As long as we aren't seriously injured, let's not stop. I'll see if I can raise my cultivation technique to the next level tonight. If that happens, the combat strength I can unleash will double. It's fine. Everyone still has many trump cards they haven't used. Even if we encounter a team with 2 Heavenly Tao 1 stars, as long as it's not those ridiculous Fae, we should be able to fight. Morongyi nodded. We can fight, so there's no need for us to be too worried. As long as we pay attention, we can't let our guard down in any battle. Understood, Lin Xian said. Then, everyone, go rest and cultivate. All right. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng sat on the bed to cultivate. Lin Xian's body was shrouded in a golden glow, attracting Zhuge Feng's attention. This was a power he had never felt from Lin Xian before. This power was very powerful, but it was unknown what cultivation technique it was. This was especially true for the golden sacred sword floating in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's psyche had entered a holy space. This was something Lin Xian had discovered some time ago. It turned out that the holy sword hid some secrets. It wasn't just a sword. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. In fact, Lin Xian didn't even know the name of the sword. It was just called the Holy Sword, but now Lin Xian was very interested in the sword. At that moment, Lin Xian's psyche was sitting cross-legged in that world. Be it Lin Xian in the psyche world or Lin Xian in the outside world, his body was surrounded by powerful heaven and earth talisman seals. This was the cultivation technique Lin Xian was cultivating at the moment. This cultivation technique was called the Holy Cultivation Technique. Of course, Lin Xian only knew the name and didn't know much about other things. He only knew that there were 5 levels. At present, his first level was surrounded by holy light, which had the effect of doubling all attributes. As for the second level, Lin Xian didn't know. He was currently cultivating the second level. Lin Xian couldn't cultivate in the outside world. When his psyche came into this space, it was as if there was something in this space that could help him cultivate this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is very difficult to cultivate. Lin Xian opened his eyes in the psyche world, then stood up and looked at the heaven and earth talisman seals in the surrounding space. It was true. Lin Xian's cultivation of the other cultivation techniques was very fast, but this cultivation technique was very difficult. It was really very difficult. Lin Xian had been exploring the second level for a long time. He felt that it should be very easy, but he just couldn't do it. You're saying that his realm isn't high enough? That can't be. What kind of cultivation technique can only be cultivated by the heavenly Tao? That's too fake. Calm down. Suddenly, a voice came from this space. In reality, Lin Xian frowned. Of course, at the same time, Lin Xian in the psyche world also frowned. What the hell? There's a soul in this holy sword? It can't be, right? Wait, this voice, senior, is that you? Isn't this the voice of that person when I received the inheritance at the foot of the mountain of the demon race expert and obtained this sword? Lin Xian then sat down and tried hard to calm his heart. Then the voice came again. Cultivating the holy cultivation technique doesn't require your heart to be pure and holy. Instead, you must be firm in your beliefs, your obsession, and your so-called perseverance. If you're tenacious enough, then you'll be a saint, a Tao that belongs to you. It's also the key to success in this cultivation technique. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His Tao. What was his Tao? Lin Xian had never thought about this question. If you want to enter the heavenly Tao, your soul must be strong enough, and your realm must be strong enough. At the same time, you need to comprehend your own Tao. There will always be a Tao of your own among the 3,000 great Taos. And what you want to persevere in is your Tao. His Tao. What was his Tao? Chapter 1737. Linglong Shui had specifically told Lin Xian about the need to comprehend the Tao before advancing to the heavenly Tao. Back then, Lin Xian had asked her how to advance to the heavenly Tao. Linglong Shui had told him that as long as he had a sufficient realm, sufficient spiritual energy, and sufficient soul force, he would be able to advance. Of course, she had also emphasized the problem of the Tao to Lin Xian. Actually, one could advance to the heavenly Tao without comprehending the Tao. As long as one had a firm belief, it would be fine. One's heart would not be messy. It would be better if one had a firm belief. To truly become strong, one had to comprehend the Tao. One could comprehend the Tao while in the heavenly Tao. In the entire world, there were very few people who could comprehend the Tao before the heavenly Tao. 99% of them comprehended the Tao while in the heavenly Tao. And this person had said that to advance to the heavenly Tao, one had to comprehend the Tao before the heavenly Tao. According to Lin Xian's guess, he had set the requirements to the highest. It was best to comprehend the heavenly Tao before the heavenly Tao. This was because to advance to the heavenly Tao, one had to experience the heavenly punishment lightning of the heavenly Tao and undergo a lightning tribulation to advance. If one comprehended the Tao before the heavenly Tao, the strength of the heavenly punishment lightning would be on another level. This meant that if one succeeded, one's attributes would be even higher after reaching the heavenly Tao. The stronger the heavenly lightning, the stronger the heavenly Tao. Therefore, if one wanted the heavenly Tao to have the greatest strength, it was best to comprehend the Tao before the heavenly Tao. If one could not do it, after reaching the heavenly Tao, one would lose this improvement forever. Lin Xian closed his eyes. What was he holding on to? He did not want to rule the continent. He did not have the ambition. He did not want to be the only king. He only wanted the people around him to be fine. Everyone to be fine. Everyone to be able to live happily together and give birth to a bunch of babies for him. In the future, he would not need them to go to school. He would open a school for his babies. When his babies grew up, they would be able to form 2 football teams. Simply put, he wanted everything to be fine. Everyone to be fine. He wanted to live a peaceful life. Was this his Tao? Lin Xian felt very determined. He had always been working hard towards this goal. Everything he did, the reason why he wanted to become strong. Wasn't this all? Wasn't that Lin Xian's Tao? All of a sudden, Lin Xian felt as if he had formed a connection with something mystical. It was like a beam of light connecting the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was sitting in the spiritual world. Beside Lin Xian, a figure slowly walked over and stood there, looking at Lin Xian and the powerful force that erupted from Lin Xian's body. His face couldn't be seen clearly because he was wearing a mask. However, his identity might not be a secret anymore. You and I have chosen the same Tao. Lin Mo muttered to himself. It's just that the Tao you've chosen is different from mine. You're braver than me. I've always been a coward. He looked at the power erupting from Lin Xian's body. In addition to the power that made people feel very comfortable, this power also had a kind of killing intent. In other words, your Tao isn't about protection. It's about disregarding everything. For the sake of what you stand for, you'd rather make the world your enemy, the heavenly Tao, and the universe your enemy. I admire you. Then, when you persevere enough, you'll be able to reach the 5th level of the absolute saint cultivation method. This is the last thing I'm leaving you. He stood there for a long time. Then I can truly say goodbye to this world. He slowly closed his eyes. In this world, Lin Xian is the past. You're the present. Break through the heavenly Tao and see the real world. His figure slowly faded into nothingness, turning into specks of light that flowed into Lin Xian's body. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian. What's going on? The terrifying spiritual energy of heaven and earth that erupted from Lin Xian's body shocked him. Han Chuxue and the others also ran in one after another. They originally planned to rest and cultivate or talk in private, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was too terrifying. They sensed that something was wrong and quickly ran over. What's going on? They looked at Lin Xian. Zhuge Feng shook his head. I don't know. I was cultivating, and it became like this. Is he going to advance to the heavenly Tao? Wu Yunhua frowned and said, It can't be. Didn't he say that he's still a long way from the heavenly Tao? Why is he going to advance? It wasn't a good thing that Lin Xian was going to advance to the heavenly Tao. Anyone who wanted to advance to the heavenly Tao must be prepared in advance, because the heavenly Tao's thunder of heavenly punishment was too terrifying. Even if you were fully prepared, the risk of losing your life was still very high. However, Lin Xian was suddenly going to advance to the heavenly Tao. It was really scary. They were very worried. Rumble, above Monster Wind City, even the sky far away, there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the entire Monster Wind City, and its surroundings were completely chaotic. This level of phenomenon of heaven and earth shocked them. Yuhan, do you have the contact of Sister Linglong and the others? Hurry up and contact them. Moronu quickly said to Wu Yuhan. Okay. Then, Wu Yuhan quickly contacted Linglong, Shui, and the others. They knew that Linglong, Shui, and the others were Heavenly Dao. Now, Lin Xian was going to advance to the Heavenly Dao, but he didn't make any preparations. It was probably because he suddenly had an epiphany that led to his advancement. They couldn't do anything, but Linglong, Shui, and the others who were also Heavenly Dao might be able to do something. At least, they had to protect Lin Xian to a certain extent. This advancement to the Heavenly Dao was too terrifying and too dangerous. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily rushed towards Monster Wind City. On the other side, Linglong, Shui, and the others were sleeping soundly. Then, Linglong Shui received a message. She didn't have many friends, and they were all people that Lin Xian knew. She didn't have a single outsider. Usually, they would chat in the group, and she wouldn't remind them of the group message. Now that there was a sudden notification, she quickly opened her beautiful eyes. Not good. Seeing the message that Wu Yuhan sent her, Linglong Shui frowned. Even when she was advancing to the Heavenly Dao, she had made a lot of preparations. Although Lin Xian suddenly helped her to advance before that, she had made a lot of preparations to advance to the Heavenly Dao. Lin Xian should have never made such preparations. There was definitely danger. Let's go. Linglong Shui then led Linglong Yue, Huang Shi, Yiren Bing, and Bing Lingwei out of the house. She released the space attribute and traveled through space a few times. Then, she quickly rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. Little Shi and Little Tianyi were left alone at home. After all, their home was absolutely safe. Moreover, Little Shi and Little Tianyi weren't ordinary babies. In fact, they weren't weak. Looks like I'm really going to advance to the Heavenly Dao. Chapter 1738. Linglong Shui and the others were really worried. They had all experienced the process of advancing to the Heavenly Dao, and they knew very well that there could not be any mistakes in this process. Moreover, Lin Xian was definitely not weak. This also meant that the heavenly punishment lightning he experienced must be extremely powerful. In a situation where he was unprepared, even if he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeve, it was really dangerous. That was the heavenly punishment lightning, the nemesis of all martial artists and all living things. There was nothing that was not afraid of the heavenly punishment lightning. Evil Wind City. It was unknown how many experts had walked out. Someone is about to advance to the Heavenly Dao. In a monster clan, it was rather important news that someone was about to advance to the Heavenly Dao. After all, although there were many Heavenly Dao in the monster clan, it was definitely not that easy to advance to the Heavenly Dao. Moreover, it was in their Evil Wind City. They had reason to believe that someone from a certain team in the Death Corner fighting arena had advanced to the Heavenly Dao. Also, did you see that? Why is this heavenly phenomenon so terrifying? This is much stronger than the heavenly phenomenon of those Heavenly Dao advancements. The stronger the heavenly phenomenon, the stronger the person advancing to the Heavenly Dao. I really don't know who can advance to the Heavenly Dao and attract such a level of heavenly phenomenon. I think it should be the top bloodline of our monster clan that can attract such a level of heavenly phenomenon, right? At this moment, a figure rushed into the distance. When the Heavenly Dao advanced, the destructive power that erupted was extremely exaggerated. Lin Xian had to stay away from Evil Wind City. Han Chuxue, Moron Yu, and the others all followed Lin Xian and rushed over. Quick, let's go take a look. Then, many experts in Evil Wind City also rushed over. In a secluded wilderness, Lin Xian stood there. The void above his head was condensing, and so was the lightning. Don't come close. Stay away. Lin Xian turned to look at them. Be careful. You're not prepared. It's too dangerous. Wang Xintong shouted. Yes, I know. We've already contacted Sister Linglong and the others. They will definitely have some way to help you. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. Wasn't Lin Xian nervous? He was also nervous and afraid. Back then, he had seen Linglong Shui's appearance when she advanced to the Heavenly Dao. It was too terrifying. The memory of that lightning was still fresh in his mind. He would never forget it. Lin Xian really wasn't prepared. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would go straight for the heavenly axiom. According to his plan, he would probably need at least half a year. After all, he had the Adonis system, which clearly recorded his experience points. There was still so much left, and then it was full. Although Lin Xian knew that it was because he had succeeded in comprehending the Tao, he did not expect that he could advance to the heavenly Tao just like that. He had fucking attracted heavenly lightning. Even if Lin Xian didn't want to advance, he had no choice. He was also afraid that he would die halfway through his advancement. This was different from his opponent. If it was an opponent, at the very least, you would know his cultivation level and roughly know how strong he could be. However, the heavenly Tao and the lightning of heavenly punishment, everything was unknown. More and more people gathered here. It's them, the Gale mercenaries. It's that phoenix? No wonder it attracted such a level of heavenly anomaly. It makes sense. Hurry, let's stay away. The destructive power of an ordinary heavenly Tao advancement is already unimaginable. His heavenly Tao advancement might cause us to be in trouble. Stay away. Whoosh! At this moment, a wave of spatial power was released, and a few figures appeared here. Linglong Shui and the others frowned and looked up at the void above, feeling the terrifying heavenly anomaly. Why is it so strong? They had expected that the heavenly anomaly of Lin Xian's advancement to the heavenly Tao would be very strong. However, when they felt it, it was a little too strong. Could it be that he has comprehended the Tao? Bing Lingwei suddenly thought of this possibility. Didn't Lin Xian say that it might be difficult for him to advance to the heavenly Tao within a year? He also didn't tell them about the great opportunity he had in Monster Wind City. Since there was no such opportunity, how did he advance to the heavenly Tao? There was only one possibility, and that was to comprehend the Tao. When one comprehended the Tao, there would be a powerful infusion of energy. In theory, even if you were a person with no cultivation base, if you suddenly comprehended the Tao, you could directly advance to the heavenly venerable realm. Comprehending the Tao wasn't a bad thing. Everyone wanted to do it as early as possible. However, comprehending the Tao at the critical moment of advancing to the heavenly Tao without any preparation was troublesome. Linglong Shui opened her hand, and a blue pearl appeared. Then, she threw it to Lin Xian. Only the person involved could block the heavenly lightning. They were stronger than Lin Xian, but they could only watch. If they tried to help Lin Xian block the heavenly lightning, they would be the ones to be destroyed. At the same time, it would be useless. Lin Xian raised his hand. This is a lightning avoidance pearl. It should be able to help you block the first 30 bolts of heavenly lightning. Try to maintain your best condition. I estimate that you will attract at least 90 bolts of heavenly lightning. Linglong Shui said. Okay, got it. Yiren Bing gathered a force in her hand. Roar! A dragon shadow roared from above her, causing all the demon race members to tremble. These are dragons? Heavens! It was the dragon race. Dragons of the heavenly Tao. Hiss, so powerful. They're here to help him. Why would these dragons help the phoenix's advance to the heavenly Tao? Then, the image of a phoenix erupted. It was Huangshi. Dark Phoenix. It's the Dark Phoenix. This is too shocking. A drop of blood essence flew toward Lin Xian. Eat it, Yiren Bing said. Lin Xian opened his mouth. Then, the drop of blood essence erupted from Lin Xian's body. Dragons had the strongest physiques in the world. In other words, dragons were a perfect race. Their defense, speed, and strength were all very balanced. Moreover, they were all top-tier existences. This drop of blood essence would bring Lin Xian a powerful boost in defense and strength. It could help Lin Xian resist the heavenly lightning. However, to what extent it could help him resist the heavenly lightning was unknown. The image of the Dark Phoenix flew toward Lin Xian and hovered around Lin Xian, protecting Lin Xian. They believed that with Lin Xian's talent, he should be able to attract at least 90 bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning. The first 90 bolts shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, The bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning after 90 bolts were the most terrifying. They were also the ones with the greatest risk of death. When a cultivator advanced to the heavenly Tao, they would attract 1 to 99 bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning. Each bolt would be stronger than the last. Every 90 bolts was a qualitative change. The number of bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning was related to one's talent. Simply put, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the stronger you were, the more heavenly tribulation lightning you would have to endure. Therefore, the more heavenly tribulation lightning there was, the higher your future achievements would be. At the same time, your power to advance to the heavenly Tao would be stronger. Chapter 1739. In the eyes of Linglong Shui and the rest, Lin Xian's talent was absolutely acceptable. In this world, there were very few people who could attract 90 bolts of lightning after advancing to the heavenly Tao. Perhaps only 1 in 10,000 heavenly Tao warriors could attract 90 bolts of lightning. At 90 bolts of lightning, a single bolt was a qualitative change. Since ancient times, the record for attracting the most bolts of lightning was 98. In a sense, although there were 99 bolts, that was just a legend. Legend had it that those who attracted 99 bolts of lightning had the qualifications to surpass the heavenly Tao realm. They had obtained the absolute recognition of the heavenly Tao, so 98 bolts was the limit. However, at the same time, it also meant that the heavenly Tao did not want you to live, so it sent down 99 bolts of lightning to kill you, because you threatened the heavenly Tao. Therefore, 99 bolts of lightning were assured death. Will this work? Linglong Shui asked. Let's see how many bolts there are. Linglong Shui pondered for a moment. Normally, it should be about the same. There was still danger. They could only give Lin Xian this much external help. They were also preparing Lin Xian to advance to the heavenly Tao and to resist the lightning. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to advance so quickly. There were many things that were not prepared yet, so there was nothing they could do. Boom! The first bolt of lightning came crashing down with great force. Lin Xian threw the lightning avoidance bead over. He took advantage of the bead's ability to block as much time as possible to create laws to strengthen himself and recover his spiritual energy. Why is the first bolt so strong? Huangshi frowned. They had all experienced the lightning before. Although the first bolt was strong, it was still much stronger than what they had experienced. He has gained enlightenment, so it's only natural that the lightning bolts are stronger. However, this is indeed a little too strong. I thought that the lightning avoidance bead could block 30 bolts of lightning for him, but now it looks like it's only 15. Linglong Shui pondered for a moment. Retreat. Then they all retreated and distanced themselves. There was nothing else they could do. That was all they could do. The rest was up to Lin Xian. One after another, the lightning bolts came crashing down. Everyone else was worried for Lin Xian. 85. As they counted, Lin Xian had already blocked 85 of them. 89. Plop. Lin Xian fell to the ground from the void, creating a large crater. His whole body was battered and exhausted. Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Don't worry. The next one is the key. They stared at him. 90 Daos was an absolute qualitative change. Buzz, 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 dot above the void. The 90th thunderbolt was condensing. Lin Xian stood up from the ground. Fuck, is it that terrifying? Lin Xian was secretly shocked. He raised his head and looked at the 90th lightning bolt that was condensing. I don't believe it. It's just heavenly lightning. How can you kill me? Boom! The 90th thunderbolt came crashing down. Feeling the overwhelming power, the people in the distance couldn't help but gulp and hurriedly retreat again. Earth attribute, activate. Metal attribute, activate. Lin Xian activated 2 attributes that could greatly increase his defense. Lightning heavenly prison. Lin Xian roared angrily. His purple lightning, accompanied by great power, rushed into the void and met the 90th thunderbolt head-on. However, although Lin Xian's power was incomparably strong, it still felt like an ant compared to the lightning of heavenly punishment. Boom! Plop! Lin Xian landed on the ground and smashed a huge crater in the ground. Ling Ying and the others stood there motionless, their hands on their chests. He had to be fine. Lin Xian stood up again. What the fuck? Lin Xian was stunned. The power of this attack was too great. 91, 92, 93, all the way to 97. Puff. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly crawled up from the ground. It should be about time. They looked up at the void. The thunderclouds hadn't disappeared yet, which meant that there was still 98 to go. Under normal circumstances, advancing to Heavenly Dao would be similar to Ling Long Shui, a bit embarrassing. However, it wouldn't be Lin Xian's situation. Lin Xian's situation was already quite rare. Can he still do it? They wanted to do something, but there was nothing they could do. Phew. Lin Xian took a deep breath and took out the last awakening pill. This was their reward for winning 50 consecutive victories. The other 9 had given their awakening pills to Lin Xian. This was the last one, but the effect was minimal. This should be the last one. Fortunately, with my spiritual energy and condition, I should be able to make it. Why didn't Lin Xian create a law to heal his current injuries? No. He had to save his spirit power to release a powerful force to break through the heavenly lightning. If he didn't have any spirit power, his injuries might be lighter. But what? What would he do after that? Oh my god. 98 heavenly lightning. This is the limit. He actually attracted 98 heavenly lightning. Actually, it's normal. Kirans and dragons basically all have a minimum of 98 heavenly lightning. Although there are very few who can attract 98 heavenly lightning, there are still some. I can only say that he's indeed very powerful and talented. After all, he looks like he's going to break through to Heavenly Dao at such a young age. This one should be fine, right? It should be fine, the others also said uncertainly. The 98th heavenly lightning fell. Create a law, double strength, double speed, double defense, double spirit. All attributes burst from me. Second level of the Supreme Saint Mantra, Phoenix. 7th heaven. This should be Lin Xian's full power. Boom. Everyone's hearts clenched as they watched Lin Xian's small figure be instantly swallowed by the powerful lightning. Bang. Lin Xian smashed into the ground, flipping back and forth before coming to a stop. Then, Lin Xian crawled to his feet covered in blood. Phew. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Don't look at Lin Xian's current sorry state. Even if he was in a sorry state, it would be fine. Even if he lost an arm or a leg, it would be fine. As long as he wasn't killed by the heavenly lightning, he would be fine. It was over. That's great. Ling Ying and the others also let out a long sigh of relief. Why haven't the thunderclouds dispersed? Suddenly, they realized something. Logically speaking, the thunderclouds should have dispersed by now. Above the void, unimaginable thunderbolts gathered once again, and a terrifying vortex appeared in the void. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. The 99th bolt? Heavenly lightning? How could this be? Everyone's eyes widened. Something had happened. The 99th bolt of heavenly lightning was rumored to be the result of Heavenly Dao's destruction. Chapter 1740. When the 99th bolt of lightning appeared, it might have attracted the attention of all the powerful cultivators who were paying attention to this area. Perhaps there were some powerful cultivators in some unknown place who had taken notice of the heavenly punishment lightning, but they didn't think much of it. In this world, there were people advancing every day. What was so strange about that? However, when they saw this unimaginable bolt of lightning condensing in the sky, as if it was going to destroy the world, they were all dumbfounded. It wasn't that the power of this lightning could destroy the world, but at first glance, this kind of power and visual impact was something that they had never seen before. Is this the 99th bolt of heavenly punishment lightning? Many powerful cultivators from the various demon clans were secretly shocked when they saw this strange phenomenon. I didn't expect that an existence of this level would appear in our mainland. Does that mean that when he fully matures, he really has a chance to reach the realm above the heavenly Dao? This isn't a good thing. It's not a good thing. Yes, in a sense, it's not a good thing. The mainland is all about balance. Whether it's between the human clan and the demon clan, between the human clan and the demon clan, between the human clan and the demon clan, everything is balanced. If one day there's an absolutely powerful person who the entire mainland can't fight against, then this balance will be broken. That's all for later. It's said that these 99th bolts of heavenly punishment lightning are fatal. Let's see if he can survive first. Various powerful cultivators from various clans looked at the sky and discussed. What the hell? Lin Xian climbed up from the ground, completely dumbfounded. Brother, are you kidding me? All of his preparations and plans were used up after the 98th bolt. He thought that it was just right. Why did the 99th bolt suddenly appear? Did they want him to die? What do we do? What do we do? Ling Ying and the others had all lost their sense of propriety. Lin Xian was already out of spirit energy, and his injuries were very serious. What else could he do? Linglong Shui and the others also lost their composure. There was no other way. They couldn't think of a way. They believed that although 98 Dao paths was terrifying, Lin Xian and their help should not be a problem. At least, the chances were still very high, so they did not panic too much. However, no one expected that there would be a 99th Dao path. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, taking advantage of the limited time the lightning had to gather to recover his injuries and spiritual energy. Don't come over. Lin Xian sensed that they were coming over and hurriedly scolded them. They paused there. The thunder of heavenly punishment targeted individuals. Even if they wanted to help, the most they could do was provide Lin Xian with external help. It was absolutely impossible for them to help Lin Xian block the thunder of heavenly punishment. It was useless. They just wanted to go over and treat Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I'll use my domain and laws on you. Wang Xintong bit her lips. Her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. That won't do. You'll die. Murong Yu said to Wang Xintong. For example, when Huang Shi and Yiren Bing gave Lin Xian a buff, they gave him something to use. As Wang Xintong said, when she released her laws and domain to strengthen Lin Xian, it was equivalent to when the heavenly lightning struck. She would definitely bear the heavenly lightning together with Lin Xian. And if she removed her domain and law, the buff would be gone. However, she would not be struck by the heavenly lightning. The most they could do was to go over and treat Lin Xian's injuries with all their might. Don't come over. Step back. Lin Xian yelled again. The power of this heavenly lightning was unimaginable. Lin Xian did not know how big it was, but this scene was too much for him to bear. Moreover, when the heavenly lightning struck, its range would be huge. The range was only one of the factors. When it struck, its power would be the most terrifying. Lin Xian was the target of the heavenly lightning. Yes, Lin Xian was here, but if others were here, it would be too late for them to escape. Perhaps when the time came, the so-called power of space would disappear under such a terrifying heavenly lightning. Lin Xian could not let them come over. But Lin Xian took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Isn't it just one more? I'm fine. Lin Xian then took out a spiritual item of heaven and earth. It was a spiritual item of heaven and earth that was burning with flames. Then, Lin Xian directly swallowed it. Arg, when Lin Xian swallowed it, the flames burned on his body. Lin Xian's roar could be heard. Lin Xian. The girls stood there, their eyes red. They could only watch as Lin Xian was in such a dangerous situation, but they could not do anything. They did not even have the ability to fight with him. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Not to mention them. Even Linglong Shui and the others did not have the ability to do so. Big sister, can he succeed? Linglong Shui tugged at the corner of Linglong Shui's clothes. Linglong Shui ruffled her hair. He's different from others. Others might not succeed, but he will. She was only comforting them, comforting others and herself. But in their hearts, they knew very well what kind of heavenly lightning this was. The winds and clouds in the sky changed. The void seemed to have turned into a giant whirlpool. But at this moment, look at the sky. In the distance, an expert pointed at the sky in shock. Hiss! They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their pupils suddenly shrank. What happened? At this moment, they saw a pair of eyes appear in the sky. This pair of eyes was incomparably huge, incomparably deep, and incomparably terrifying. What is this? Those heavenly venerables and great void realm experts trembled in fear when they saw this scene. A chill ran down their backs. Not to mention them, even the heavenly Tao looked up and felt a chill run down his spine. This is the eye of the heavenly Tao. Is this the eye of the heavenly Tao? I'm afraid. I'm afraid it really is. This is the heavenly Tao spying on him? It should be. It should be the heavenly Tao spying on this person. It's spying on the person who attracted his 99 heavenly lightning. This is too terrifying. Is this really the heavenly Tao? Feng Ling looked up. She felt that they were so small under this pair of eyes. Nothing must happen. Nothing must happen. What exactly was the heavenly Tao? No one could give an accurate answer. Some said that the heavenly Tao was a rule. Some said that the heavenly Tao was a god. Some said that the heavenly Tao was a real person, an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao realm, an existence that could shatter the void, was the creator of a world. There was no way to be sure, but at least for now, this pair of eye of the heavenly Tao could confirm that the heavenly Tao definitely existed. Chapter 1741. Something big had happened. In the beginning, some people were still holding on to the legend that the 99th bolt of lightning was fatal. They thought it was just a legend, just like the existence of the heavenly Tao was also a legend. Everyone knew what it was, but no one had ever seen it for themselves. And now, the appearance of the eye of the heavenly Tao, which made everyone tremble in fear from the bottom of their hearts, was especially fucking ridiculous. Linglong Shui and the others were thinking quickly, trying to think of a way to help Lin Xian, but they couldn't think of anything. They could only pray. The heavenly tribulation lightning was a very special existence. No matter how weak it was, it could kill a powerhouse. For example, the heavenly tribulation lightning, with the power of a mysterious heaven realm cultivator, could kill a heavenly venerable. Didn't that mean that no matter how strong the heavenly tribulation lightning was, it might not be fatal? They could only comfort themselves like this. In the sky, the eye of the heavenly Tao disappeared. The lightning was condensing. Did Lin Xian have any ideas? He really didn't have any ideas. Sister Miss, why don't you help me this time? In Lin Xian's mind, he quickly communicated with the system lady from the Adonis system. Ding! This is a very important trial for the host. The system won't help. Lin Xian? In other words, the system had the ability to protect him. Hey, I'm in such a bad state. If you don't help me, I'll die. Ding. It's okay. If the host dies, the system can find a new host. Lin Xian? The hell? Don't mess around. I'm serious. Ding. I'm not messing around. Lin Xian was about to give up. Damn it. Okay. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He hoped that he would be fine. Luckily, the last bolt of lightning still needed time to condense. Although Lin Xian hadn't recovered to 70% or 80%, he could still recover to 30% or 40%. The main thing was spiritual power. Lin Xian had all kinds of methods to recover spiritual power. With spiritual power, his injuries would be lighter. The rest was up to him. Buzz, 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 dot above the void. The thunderbolt had clearly reached its final stage of condensation. The winds and clouds in the entire world were changing. It was abnormally terrifying. The vast surrounding space had been completely destroyed. Everyone quickly dispersed to a faraway place. Do you think he can block it? I don't think so. Putting everything else aside, that pair of eyes just now scared me to death. They're not on the same level at all. If an existence on that level wants to kill a cultivator who's ascended to the heavenly Tao, it'll only take a flick of a finger. That's right. Not to mention him. Even the heavenly Tao realm experts beside him are useless. Under the heavenly Tao, all life is equal. They're all ants. Just as the thunder was about to hit the ground, a beam of white light lit up the place where the thunder was coming from and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, and many people's attention also fell on him. Ling Longshue's first reaction was that someone was going to attack Lin Xian, but after sensing it, she didn't feel any hostility. Whoosh! Lin Xian raised his hand, and the white light flying over was a bead, a pure white bead. At this moment, Lin Xian held it in his hand. This is? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian held the bead in his hand and sensed its power. This power is somewhat familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar. It's Xueqilan? Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Right? That's right. This is Xueqilan's power. Whoosh! The bead in Lin Xian's hand trembled and then rushed into the sky. The void above Lin Xian's head rotated and erupted with white light. No one knew what kind of effect it would have, but they knew that Lin Xian's entire body had been restored to its peak condition. This was something Ling Long Shui and the others couldn't do. After all, they weren't focused on healing. Moreover, Lin Xian's realm wasn't low either. If Lin Xian's realm was lower, they could easily restore Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that he was almost in his peak state, and he had great confidence. Before, he wasn't confident because his state was too poor. His spiritual force was empty, and his injuries were very serious. This led to Lin Xian's upper limit being very low, but now, at least he was restored. At least he had some confidence when facing the heavenly lightning. Moreover, the bead above his head was still erupting with power, as if it could help Lin Xian resist the heavenly lightning. That power is helping Lin Xian, Ling Longyue said. Yes, and it's a very powerful power. Does he know such a powerful existence? But what is this power? What is this bead? They didn't know it. Boom! The heavenly lightning came crashing down. Lin Xian smirked. Come, let me see how powerful the so-called 99th heavenly lightning is. Actually, Lin Xian dared to say this even without the bead. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lin Xian's state was full. He went all out. The law of creation, all attributes exploded. Strength, speed, defense, and spirit doubled. The second level of the Supreme Saint Mantra tripled all attributes. Phoenix, 7 heavens. Come on, let me test your strength. Ah! Lin Xian roared furiously as the white bead above his head met the devastating lightning bolt head-on. The girls subconsciously closed their eyes. Only Ling Long Shui and the others were still watching. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided and then landed on the ground. The ground seemed to have an earthquake, and then an unimaginably powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, destroying everything. Even the girls who were quite far away were affected. With this sound, the dust settled, and the thunderclouds disappeared. No one knew whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. Everything quieted down. Lin Xian, is he okay? Wang Xintong opened her eyes, looked at the vast area in front of her, and bit her lip. Don't worry, he's okay. He'll be fine. Ling Ying comforted her, but he was also comforting himself. No one knew what was going on with him. After the collision, they couldn't see what happened. It seemed that Lin Xian had fallen from the sky and crashed down. You should be fine. Wu Yunhua was a big-hearted person. Then she said, generally speaking, if you're destroyed by heavenly lightning, you'll be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian crashed down, so he should be seriously injured at most. Whoosh! Ling Long Shui and the others rushed into the dust, looking for Lin Xian. Then Ling Ying and the others rushed in as well. Lin Xian was lying in a deep pit. Sister Ling Long, is Lin Xian okay? Wang Xintong stood outside the pit and asked worriedly. Ling Long Shui checked. He's seriously injured, but he's fine. At that moment, they were all relieved. Chapter 1742. Lin Xian was seriously injured, but that was not important. It was not a big problem. To them, as long as they did not die, there was not much of a problem. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be cured in theory, unless it was something they could not do anything about. But the key was that the power of the law of creation was effective in curing injuries. 3 days later, Lin Xian was still lying on the bed. Is he okay? Next to her, A group of girls stood there and looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Ling Longshui nodded. Yes, he's fine. We just have to wait for him to wake up. It'll only happen in 2 days. You don't have to worry. Phew. They took a deep breath. That's good, that's good. Sister Ling Long, is that really the heavenly axiom looking after Lin Xian? Will Lin Xian be in danger in the future? Will the heavenly axiom want to eliminate Lin Xian? Wang Xintong asked worriedly. Ling Long Shui shook her head. No one knows what it is. It might even be a phenomenon. Don't worry too much. Okay. Then we'll leave first. Then, Ling Long Shui and the others left. At that time, Bing also left first. After all, there were 2 babies at home, and she had to take care of them. Now that Lin Xian was fine, they left with peace of mind. Phew, a few girls were sitting there. Now that Lin Xian is a heavenly axiom, we have to hurry up and improve. Well, who's closer to the heavenly axiom now? Xiao Xinyu asked. I'm still 1/5 away. Wu Yunhua said. I'm about 1/5 away. Moron Yu also said. Xiao Xinyu said. In the future, if possible, let's try to let Moron Yu and Wu Yunhua improve first. It's only a matter of time before everyone reaches the heavenly axiom. However, our following battles cannot be delayed. With one more heavenly axiom, we will have a qualitative change. Yes, this is also the best way. Let's wait for Lin Xian to wake up. Speaking of which, will he still be weak when he wakes up? I don't think so. He seems to be in good condition now. The injuries he sustained when he fainted have basically recovered. The only thing left is for his body to adapt. By the way, who was helping Lin Xian that night? Linging unwrapped a lollipop and leaned against the wall. I didn't see it. I only saw a white light shooting over there. I really don't know who did it. Han Chushua said softly. I'm afraid it's an existence even stronger than Sister Ling Long and the others. We'll ask Lin Xian when the time comes. Zhuge Feng said. Ask me what? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian opened his eyes and sat up. Arg, he stretched with all his might. Crackle. That's right, all the bones in his body were cracking, but Lin Xian was feeling extremely good right now. It was too fucking comfortable. Lin Xian, you're awake. Wang Xintong said happily. How long did I sleep for? Only 3 days. Phew. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's only 3 days. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Holy shit. Lin Xian suddenly sensed something. What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned. Oh my god, is this the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian felt his body become lighter. His perception and everything about him had reached a level he had never felt before. Awesome. It was really awesome. Was this the heavenly Tao? It was no wonder it was so difficult for him to fight a 1-star heavenly Tao realm when he was at the Great Void Realm. Only when he reached the heavenly Tao realm did Lin Xian understand. Oh my god, the gap was really huge. It was really a difference of 1 level. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. He had a feeling that he could destroy a Great Void Realm 10-star with a casual flick of his finger. He really did not understand how he could fight a heavenly Tao realm. The gap was just too huge. Hey, don't be so smug. Windling rolled her eyes. Fuck. Smug. Who asked you to be smug? How displeasing. I'm not being smug. I'm just telling you that the gap between the heavenly Tao realm and the Great Void Realm is not trivial. It's just too huge. I don't even know how I defeated that heavenly Tao realm back then. Lin Xian said. How much stronger? Wu Yuhan asked. I don't know. I can't be certain either, but the qualitative change is just too great. Lin Xian. Then we should work hard to advance to the heavenly Tao realm. How are you now? Very good. Let's go. Sign me up. I'll take you flying. 2 months later, they had reached their 79th consecutive victory. And today, it was their 80th consecutive victory battle. They were fighting rather slowly. The main reason was that Lin Xian was just too awesome. He alone could take everyone flying. However, Lin Xian needed to hold back the opposing heavenly Tao alone. The remaining Great Void Realm 10th Order Great Void Realm beasts were left to Ling Ying and company. This was because they were not participating in the death arena purely for the rewards. In the past 2 months, none of them had advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. It was not that easy to advance to the heavenly Tao realm. Instead, Murong Yu and Wu Yunua were close. In the past 2 months, they had already killed several heavenly Tao realm Fey beasts. Lin Xian had beaten them to the brink of death before they delivered the finishing blow. But even so, they had yet to advance. The heavenly Tao was not that easy. As for the Storm Battle Team, they were already famous in the surrounding cities of the Fey God Empire. Some people were not gamblers. Some even came to watch the Storm Battle Team's battles. And the Storm Battle Team was also known as one of the cruelest battle teams. Why? Because from the beginning to the end, not a single one of their opponents had survived. Like many other cruel battle teams, there were times when a few of them survived. Of course, that was because they could not kill the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao could only live. As for Lin Xian and company, if they encountered a Heavenly Tao realm, they would definitely die. As a result, their ferocious reputation spread out. In fact, they were not that ferocious. Their methods of killing were very simple. Some battle teams' experts were cruel when they killed. Today is the Storm Battle Team's 80th consecutive victory. Their opponents will also be opponents with 80th consecutive victories. There will be a qualitative change in quality. And this Storm Battle Team only has one Heavenly Tao. It's still very difficult. That's right. Yesterday, they had a hard time winning against the Apocalypse Battle Team. This time, the difficulty has doubled or even multiplied. There's still something to watch. Let's see who their opponents are. Speaking of which, this Storm Battle Team's captain is the person who attracted the 99 lightning bolts 2 months ago, right? That's right. It's him. It's no wonder his combat strength is outstanding. But his realm is still there. Let's see who their opponents are. Among the crowd, there were a few rather special figures. Without a doubt, they were attracted by Lin Xian. Chapter 1743. A few elders walked into the audience stands from an inconspicuous corner and sat down. Their silence was a stark contrast to the commotion around them. "Have you found out who they are?" asked an elder. "Yes, they're humans. They're not demons. They're Lin Xian." "Oh, he is Lin Xian?" "That's right, it's Lin Xian. The others are also some of the more famous geniuses of the human race, but they aren't the best. This can be seen from their current realms." The white-haired elder tapped his right hand rhythmically. "They are here for training, right?" Another elder nodded. "Yes, those top geniuses will come to the Fey God Empire for training. However, they're participating in the death arena in such a high-profile manner. They're the first group. Ordinary humans have to keep a low profile when they come to the Fey God Empire. Insolent. However, I like such insolent people. Lin Xian and company are nothing. They can't stir up any waves. Grand Elder, this Lin Xian has already advanced to the Heavenly Tao realm. More than 30 Heavenly Tao experts have died at their hands. They are not to be underestimated." The white-haired elder snorted coldly. "He is only at the Heavenly Tao realm at 1 star. His potential is very high, but he is only at 1 star. After the battle, invite him to join our Fey God Temple. If he doesn't agree, kill him. That won't be easy. We cannot take action in Fey Wind City unless they leave Fey Wind City. Otherwise, it would be disrespecting the Blood Cheelin clan. After all, these rules were set by the Blood Cheelin clan." "Yes, then find an opportunity to take action." "Yes, understood." On the other side, a man and woman walked in. "Do you know why I brought you here?" The middle-aged man said lightly. Behind him was a woman in a white dress and a veil. "No, there's a very powerful young fellow here. He can face a Heavenly Tao realm at 1 star. Against a Heavenly Tao realm at 1 star, he can eliminate them in an extremely short period of time. They don't even have a chance to escape," said the man. "That's right. It's just a small matter," the woman said indifferently. "It's a small matter, but 2 months ago, he was the one who attracted the eye of the Heavenly Tao and 99 bolts of heavenly punishment." The man pointed at Lin Xian, a member of Lin Xian's team. "You still don't care?" The woman looked up at Lin Xian. "We need to pay attention to that. If he can survive, He will be your greatest opponent in the future, and it will be very short because he is a human. The fact that Lin Xian was a human could not be kept a secret. First of all, they had revealed their true faces to the world, and Lin Xian's appearance was rather familiar to the Yao clan. After all, many of the Yao clan's plans had been ruined by Lin Xian, and the Myriad Demon Alliance hated Lin Xian. Secondly, they weren't worried about this in the first place, but because they had become famous, more people knew about them, and there were more real big shots. In the eyes of the real big shots, how could they hide the fact that they were humans? However, this didn't matter too much. Although the Yao race and the human race were extremely hostile, there were still special circumstances. For example, in the human race, some Yao race could live openly. Even if they knew that you were a Yao race, they could still live openly because they might be friends. It was the same for the Yao race. If they knew that you were a human, they would kill you if there were no restrictions. However, they wouldn't do so under other circumstances. Moreover, only a few big shots knew that Lin Xian and the others were humans. The others still didn't know. So what? The woman said indifferently. Then I'll tell you something else. More than a year ago, 2 years ago, he went to Mount Tianyao. The woman frowned slightly. I don't know what he did, but I'm sure that his sword and his power came from the Sea of Will at the foot of Mount Tianyao. He's also the only human who went to Mount Tianyao and obtained some kind of power there in all these years. In addition, with the 99 bolts of thunder of heavenly punishment, you should be able to guess what happened. What do you need me to do? Either destroy him or treat him as your greatest opponent. Maybe not now, but definitely in the future. After saying that, the man walked away. The woman stayed behind and stood there in deep thought. Everyone, at this time the host flew out. Welcome to the Death Corner Arena's duel. Then, without further ado, let's take a look at the information of the next 2 teams. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Shwa. Then, the Storm team appeared. Whoosh! In an instant, thunderous applause and deafening cheers rang out. That's right. Our first team is the biggest Dark Horse team this time, the Storm team. Another round of cheers. The Storm team has only been established for 4 months, and they have already achieved 79 consecutive victories. Next up is their battle for 80 consecutive victories. They are the fastest team to achieve 79 consecutive victories. Similarly, they are the weakest team to achieve 79 consecutive victories. However, they are not weak. I believe all of you know that in terms of realm, they have already broken another record. Let's look forward to their performance this time. Then the big screen flashed. Next up is the expert from the Storm team. They are the Dominating Heavens team. Whoosh! The first second was shock. The second was another round of cheers. It's actually the Dominating Heavens team. TSK. This is going to be a good match. Yeah. The Dominating Heavens team is one of the strongest teams that has the potential to achieve 100 consecutive victories, especially their lineup. Let's not talk about their lineup. The Dominating Heavens team has 5 Heavens Path members, 1 3-star, 2 2-stars, and 2 1-stars. With this quality, it's only a matter of time before they achieve 90 consecutive victories. As for the Storm team, they have 1 Heavens Path member. That's right. Although the captain of the Storm team is very strong, the Dominating Heavens team is not bad either. Especially their captain, Batian, who is from the Titan Giant Ape race. His bloodline is infinitely close to that of the Phoenix, Dragon, and other bloodlines. He is a 3-star while the captain of the Storm team is only a 1-star. The difference is too big. He has never fought a 3-star opponent before. This is going to be a good match. Next, let's place our bets. Lin Xian and the rest stood there. 80 consecutive victories. Our opponents for this match are probably at least 3 Heaven's Path members. Lin Xian, no problem. Leave the Heaven's Path to me. As usual, you guys settle the rest. Chapter 1744. Lin Xian knew that this battle wouldn't be simple. However, after reaching the heavenly Tao realm and experiencing so many battles, he had a certain level of understanding of his own strength. Although the heavenly Tao was different from the Great Void Realm, the difference in each star was ridiculously huge. The augmentation that Wang, Xintong, and Zhugafeng gave him was almost negligible unless they also advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. However, Lin Xian's strength was there for all to see. His domain was there for all to see. His realm lowered his domain, and a domain that lowered his opponent's cultivation by 3 stars could still lower his opponent's cultivation by 3 stars. However, when Lin Xian reached the heavenly Tao realm, although his spiritual energy had greatly increased, it wasn't that easy for him to lower his cultivation by 3 stars. It was possible, but the expenditure was too great. Therefore, Lin Xian was more willing to use his newly obtained domain to raise his domain realm and raise his cultivation by 1 star. The bets outside reached a ridiculously high payout rate. Lin Xian's Storm Battle Team had a payout of 130. Ever since they faced the Heavenly Tao Blood Fiend Battle Team as Great Void Realm cultivators, their payout rate had never been high. And this time, from their payout rate, it could be seen that the people outside didn't think highly of Lin Xian's Storm Battle Team. Even in such a situation, there was no other way. 1 Heavenly Tao and 5 Heavenly Tao were on completely different levels. Furthermore, the opponent had a 3-star Titan Ape. The people outside were already giving Lin Xian's team a lot of face by not raising their payout rate to a few thousand to 1. Our opponent might be stronger than we imagined. The payout rate is 130. Han Chuxue took a glance and said, "Oh my, we have already won so many times in a row. How can the payout rate be so high? What level is our opponent at?" Feng Ling was also secretly alarmed. Definitely not bad. The difficulty might not be as high as when we met the Blood Fiend Battle Team. We have to be careful. Okay, all right. Outside, the few elders sat there. The gap between these 2 teams is ridiculously huge. I'm afraid they will fall in this match. The elder from the Demon God Temple said. The white-haired old man nodded. Humph. Not to mention the Titan Giant Ape and the others. Even if it was some ordinary Heavenly Tao, he wouldn't have this ability. The human race is a race with weak battle strength. How can it be compared to our demon race? Not to mention a demon with such a high bloodline. But he's killed a lot of, the white-haired old man said disdainfully. That's just because he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Space can prevent those heavenly axioms from escaping. Most importantly, he has the key factor that can kill the heavenly axioms. Dark fire can break through the powerful defense of the heavenly axioms and cause substantial damage. But so what? Everything comes down to the fact that his opponent wasn't strong enough. Now, his opponent can easily shatter his spatial energy and has an even stronger body and strength. Who does he think he is? He thought that Lin Xian was good, and he thought highly of Lin Xian were 2 completely different things. In his eyes, he completely looked down on Lin Xian. He only said that he thought Lin Xian was a strong cultivator, and that was it. If you asked him to compare Lin Xian to a strong cultivator of the Demon Clan, he would completely look down on him. So what if Lin Xian killed the heavenly axiom? What kind of monsters did he kill? They were all very powerful in the eyes of those people, but in his eyes, they were nothing more than low-level demon beasts. For example, the Titan Giant Ape that Lin Xian was about to meet this time was someone he thought highly of. This was the demon race's bloodline that belonged to the T2 to T1 ranks. His bloodline was T1, and the dragon's bloodlines were T0. The other demon race bloodlines were T3. So what if they could advance to the heavenly axiom? The Titan Giant Ape's bloodline couldn't be said to be invincible, but it was indeed very strong. In addition, his realm was 2 stars higher than Lin Xian's. That's true, and they have 4 other heavenly axioms. The gap is too big. The 9th Demon God Temple and I are not interested in Lin Xian as a person. He's just a heavenly axiom 1 star. What we are interested in is his special status in the human race. Therefore, if we can get his support, it will be very important for our subsequent plans and operations. The benefits will be great, but if he doesn't agree, then there's no need to keep him. Understood. In another corner, the woman in the white dress and veil sat down. To her, a battle with this gap was very challenging. If he could win, then she would really treat him as a worthy opponent. This should be her limit in the past, right? At this moment, the host outside shouted, "Let's welcome the first team of the day, the Storm Team. Let's go." Then Lin Xian and the rest walked out amidst cheers. Today, one more person will advance to the heavenly axiom. It should be about time. Lin Xian said amidst the cheers. If we win, it should be about time. If we win, little Yu, you advance first. You have more abilities, so advancing first will bring more benefits to the team. Morong Yu nodded. Next, let's welcome the Tyrant Team. Then, 10 people walked up. Tyrant Team, this is awkward. We have met the team with the strongest winning streak in our investigation. Ling Ying said, there should be a heavenly axiom 3-star among them, right? Wu Yuhan asked. Han Chuxue replied, Their captain is a heavenly axiom 3-star Titan ape. Among them, there are a total of 5 heavenly axioms. Lin Xian frowned. The pressure was huge. At most, he could defeat 2 heavenly axioms. What was the main problem? It wasn't the heavenly axioms that were difficult to defeat, but some special and powerful abilities. To put it simply, it was similar to their domains or nomological abilities. For example, if someone directly lowered all of his stats, it would be very uncomfortable unless Lin Xian could escape from it. Murong Yu knew that Lin Xian was under immense pressure, and she was the only one among the 9 who had the strength to challenge a heavenly axiom at the cosmic void. The others were very strong, but the gap was too great. It was obvious from Lin Xian from before. Therefore, I can deal with a heavenly axiom 1-star. Murong Yu said to Lin Xian. Are you sure? Murong Yu nodded. Yes, I can only help you hold him back. That's enough. With 1 less heavenly axiom's interference, the pressure on Lin Xian would be greatly reduced. As for Lin Xian, he had no doubts about Murong Yu. She still had many powerful moves that she had yet to use. She had yet to use her 1,000 sealing ice eyes. It was the same for everyone else. Han Chuxue and I will hold back a heavenly axiom, said Feng Ling. All right. Lin Xian nodded. I'll try my best to finish off the other 3 as quickly as possible. The rest of you, quickly finish off the other Great Void Stage 10. If I'm not done, help me. Got it. Then they walked towards each other. Chapter 1745. Lin Xian looked at the 10 people in front of him. All of them were men. They did not belong to the same race. The one leading them was probably 5 meters tall. His muscles were bulging. The Titan ape race was definitely a strength-type existence. He was not someone the Earth Warbear could compare with. They were 2 completely different levels of existence. This supremacy has long wanted to spar with you. I've finally met you today. Then let us spar, Taizhan said as he stared intently at Lin Xian. His tone was filled with disdain. Yes, in his eyes, Lin Xian was indeed not bad, but at the same time, he did not treat him as a match. At the Heavenly Dao realm, with a gap of 2 stars, and his confidence in himself, he did not believe that Lin Xian was his match. Most importantly, he had seen Lin Xian in many of Lin Xian's battles. He knew what Lin Xian's abilities were, so he was confident. He wasn't afraid of the fire of darkness. He wasn't afraid of the powerful space either. This was because his realm was 2 stars higher than his. In addition, he was an extremely powerful strength-type existence. Therefore, Lin Xian's space had no effect on him. That spatial seal was something he could easily shatter with a punch. Take the spatial blast, for example. With his defensive capabilities, this power could be easily blocked. The gap was just too great. The only thing that gave him a headache was Lin Xian's speed and the flexibility of spatial leaping. However, he wasn't worried because he had an ability that could catch up to Lin Xian. Then forget it, Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, are you afraid? No. You misunderstand. I'm saying that I want to beat all of you. Lin Xian pointed at the 3 bright heavenly Dao, including Taizhan. They were taken aback. Ha! Then they laughed. What a joke. Ha ha ha. Taizhan roared with laughter. Then, let's see what you're capable of. Let's go. Then, they entered the battle map. Let's do as I said before. Little you must be very careful when you face the heavenly Tao. You don't have to think about defeating them. You just need to stall for time. Wait for me to deal with those 3 heavenly Tao. Understood. Then they stepped inside. This map was a volcanic region. The temperature was very high, and the ground was full of cracks. The cracks were filled with magma, and there were even 2 volcanoes in the distance that were emitting black smoke. The whole environment was very depressing and bare. However, although it was barren, there were many places for you to hide. There were all kinds of rocks and small hills. Lin Xian's group of 10 appeared here. In his line of sight, there was no enemy position because the place was too big. I'm going to look for those 3 heavenly Tao. All of you, be careful. All right, if I can see the other great void stage cultivators, I'll kill them instantly and save you guys the trouble of wasting your energy. The 9 of you will deal with 2 heavenly Tao cultivators. Morong looked at Lin Xian and said, "Won't you consume a lot of spiritual power?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "I'm a heavenly Tao. How much spiritual power can a heavenly Tao consume to deal with a few great void stage 10 stars?" Understood. Whoosh. Lin Xian then rushed forward. On the other side, Taizhan said to his teammates, "Leave that Lin Xian to me. You guys can deal with the rest as you wish." Got it. It's just 9 great void stage 10 stars. A man smiled disdainfully. "Captain, there's no need for the 9 of us to deal with 9 great void stage 10 stars. If it really doesn't work, why don't we send 2 heavenly Tao cultivators to deal with that Lin Xian with you?" Taizhan sneered and said, "That's not necessary. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" At this moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of them. Oh, they looked at Lin Xian. "Kid, aren't you a little too arrogant? You dare to come alone?" Taizhan sneered and looked at Lin Xian. "I'm here to deal with some people." Snap! Lin Xian then snapped his fingers and released the law of destruction. When Lin Xian was at the Great Void Stage 10 stars, the effect of the law of destruction was negligible. But now, Lin Xian was at the Heavenly Tao realm. The effect of the law of destruction on the Great Void Stage 10 stars was explosive. Lin Xian hadn't used it in the previous battles because he wanted to continue preserving his strength. Now it could be exposed. Furthermore, if it was exposed, others might not know what it was. Puffed! As Lin Xian snapped his fingers, the 5 Great Void Stage 10 stars spat out a mouthful of blood in unison. Then, they fell straight to the ground and stopped breathing. They were considered lucky because they didn't die in pain at all. What? Upon seeing this scene, the pupils of the 5 heavenly Tao cultivators suddenly constricted. What was this? How did 5 Great Void Stage 10 stars die without anyone noticing? How'd they die? It's true that you can easily crush a Great Void Stage 10 star at the Heavenly Tao realm, but you need to at least take action, right? You need to use a martial technique, right? All sorts of powers, right? It's not like you used spatial explosion. How did you disappear without a trace? This was too fucking ridiculous. How is it? Dead. Taizhan's pupils constricted. They died just like that. When the people outside saw this scene, their pupils constricted. What is this? He hasn't revealed his full strength in all the previous battles? Heavens, that's very normal. It's really normal to hold back, but he actually silently killed 5 Great Void Stage 10 stars. How'd he do it? What sort of ability is this? Isn't it too powerful? Since it's effective against the Great Void Stage, is it also effective against the Heavenly Tao realm? Or should it at least have a tiny effect? A tiny effect should be there. It's too powerful. See, Grand Elder, what's this? The few people from the Ninth Fei Temple were secretly alarmed when they saw this scene. The Ninth Fei Temple had been wiped out. It could be considered wiped out. Previously, they had tried to mess with Yi Rinbing, but they had been jointly resolved by Lin Xian. However, there were still many remnants. They had probably taken over. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what it is either. Perhaps we can only understand what it is after experiencing it for ourselves. Could it be a spirit artifact? Then, we have to be careful. There's no need to be careful. Let's see if his strength is useful against heavenly Tao realm existences. If it's useless, why should we be careful? That makes sense. On the other side, the veiled woman pondered slightly when she saw this scene. Many people knew of the destruction laws, but many did not. Many people would not think in this direction, but she knew that many humans had produced people who possessed the creation and destruction laws over the years. Therefore, upon seeing this scene, she thought of the destruction laws. Chapter 1746. The law of destruction possessed such a silent power. It was very fitting. Furthermore, she did not see any spirit artifacts. This person's abilities had once again made her wary. This was definitely not all of his strength and abilities. The more abilities he had, the more powerful his abilities were. She believed that he was more qualified to be her opponent. Kill him or make him her opponent. She needed a choice. Why did she need a choice? This was because she believed that this person, including her master, was very likely the successor chosen by that person from MT Heavenly Demon. It could be understood as a successor. As for that person from MT Heavenly Demon, she held a pivotal position among the Fae, including her faction. Her master's position and faction were also pivotal. The two factions had a grudge that spanned more than 10,000 years. This grudge had been passed down generation after generation without stopping. However, it could be said that it had been many years since the two factions had engaged in an open battle. Now, some of their benefits came from the successor they each chose, the successor who would inherit their personal identity. This successor could be a demon or a human. As for Lin Xian's departure from MT Heavenly Demon, most importantly, someone had helped him that night when Lin Xian advanced to the Heavenly Tao realm. And it was unknown who that person was, but her strength had reached an exaggerated level. It was very likely her. That was why they had their suspicions and noticed Lin Xian. On the battlefield, Taijian was enraged. "You are courting death." Roar. He roared angrily like a bolt from the blue. This angry roar caused the two surrounding volcanoes to erupt. It was obvious how exaggerated it was. Spatial seal. Lin Xian had sealed himself and the three Heavenly Tao experts, including Taijian. As for Taijian, he felt as though his dignity had been trampled on. He, a Heavenly Tao Realm 3-star, was infuriated and wanted to kill Qin Yun. Instead of running, Qin Yun sealed space and sealed himself in it. Wasn't there something wrong with that? Apart from that, he had even sealed his two Heavenly Tao Realm 2-star teammates. Boom! He charged over and smashed down at Lin Xian's location with a punch. In the blink of an eye, the sky collapsed and the sea roared. And on the other side, Murong Yu and company rushed over and pulled the two 1-star Heavenly Tao Realm experts to a distant battlefield. They were once again divided into two battlefields. This was the best way for Lin Xian to protect them. It was true that everyone could erupt with greater battle prowess when they were together, but they were at the virtuous realm. It was very dangerous for the virtuous realm to face the Heavenly Tao. Even if each of them was not weak, the Heavenly Tao was the Heavenly Tao. Even Lin Xian found it difficult to fight against an existence at the virtuous realm's 10 stars. The Heavenly Tao had a chance to kill them. So, even the Heavenly Tao had the chance to kill them, let alone 2-star or even 3-star. Even if they wanted to, Lin Xian wouldn't dare to let 2 stars and 3 stars join the chaotic battle. It was too fucking scary. One move might even kill someone. At the 1-star Heavenly Tao realm, Lin Xian believed that it wouldn't be a problem for 9 people to fight too. What? Were they separated? Is there any meaning to this? This is purely increasing the pressure on both battlefields. A 1-star Heavenly Tao realm expert is facing 2 2-stars and 1 3-star. The pressure in this battle is ridiculously high. And on the other side, 9 Virtuous Realm 10 stars are facing 2 Heavenly Tao Realm experts. The pressure is also immense. That's right. Tell me, with the 10 of them facing 5 people, the pressure should be less, right? No, it's Lin Xian. He's protecting his teammates. Although the pressure on them is immense, if his Virtuous Realm teammates face Heavenly Tao Realm experts at the Virtuous Realm, it will be extremely dangerous. they can easily insta-kill them. Yes, that makes sense. Then why does he continue teaming up with them? Although they aren't weak, he also rose from the virtuous realm 10 stars. They're probably on the verge of advancing to the heavenly Tao realm. After the dust settled, Lin Xian removed the spatial seal and stood there unscathed. You actually want to use your own strength to fight me and my 2 heavenly Tao realm teammates? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Taijuan stared intently at Lin Xian. No. It's not that I'm overestimating myself. It's just that none of you are worthy of my high regard. Lin Xian laughed. Is that so? Taijuan had unimaginable strength lingering around him. This kind of power, this kind of aura, should be the strongest that Lin Xian had ever seen, bar none. After all, he was a Titan ape, one of the strongest races in the world. Even Lin Xian could forget about competing with him in strength. However, Lin Xian had no plans on competing with him in strength. Boom! His punch struck Lin Xian's spatial seal barrier. Boom! Lin Xian's barrier shattered immediately. Lin Xian was still somewhat alarmed. The strength was just too great. Typically speaking, Lin Xian was at the 1-star heavenly Tao realm. With his strength, he could face a 3-star heavenly Tao realm expert. This was because his spatial dimension was extremely powerful and pure. Even a 3-star heavenly Tao realm expert could forget about shattering his spatial seal. The Titan giant ape was blasted into smithereens just like that. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian no longer had any thoughts of competing with him. Do you think those 9 teammates of yours will be of any use? Do you think your strength is sufficient? Do you think I have no means of dealing with you? 100-fold gravity. Plop! Lin Xian suddenly knelt to the ground. The gravity around him instantly increased by 100-fold, leaving Lin Xian unable to react in time. Ha ha ha! Taijuan roared with laughter. So, how are you going to fight me? In his eyes, Lin Xian was just an ant right now. He couldn't even run fast, so how is he to fight him? Lin Xian smiled. Is this the source of your confidence? Then, Lin Xian slowly stood up. Then, do you know that spatial seal can perfectly restrain your increase in gravity? Spatial isolation. Lin Xian's eyes focused. Shua! A burst of space force erupted. Simply put, the increase in gravity was an area or the area around a person. No matter where one ran, as long as one was within this range, the gravity would increase. However, Lin Xian's spatial seal was directly isolated. He allowed the gravity to be outside, and no matter where he went, the area around him would be normal. Taijuan frowned. Attack. Yes. So, then, the 3 heavenly Tao charged at Lin Xian. Realm Upgrade Domain, activate. Chapter 1747. Lin Xian's realm had been forcefully raised from 1 star to 2 stars. And when Lin Xian's realm reached the 2-star heavenly Tao realm, his strength instantly soared. What was the benefit of having his strength soar? It was that some of the powers Lin Xian used against heavenly Tao 2nd stage experts at the same realm would expend less spirit energy. Lin Xian was at the 1 star of the heavenly Tao realm. Releasing a realm-lowering domain against a heavenly Tao realm 2-star or 3-star was completely different from Lin Xian's. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian's domain could reduce their realm by 3 stars, but Lin Xian would definitely not easily reduce their realm by 3 stars at the heavenly Tao realm. This was because the expenditure was too great. If he failed to end the battle, Lin Xian would be doomed. However, there was nothing wrong with lowering their realm by 1 star. Lin Xian then expended large amounts of spirit energy to lower the realms of the 3 heavenly Tao experts, including Taijuan, by 1 star. At the same time, he raised his realm by 1 star. Taijuan was reduced to 2 stars while the others were reduced to 1 star. As for Lin Xian, he was at 2 stars. Upon sensing his cultivation level plummet, Taijuan's pupils constricted. Why did his realm suddenly drop by 1 star? This drop of 1 star was extremely exaggerated. As for Lin Xian, he was now on par with the strongest realm. What was there to be afraid of? Strength doubled, speed doubled, defense doubled, and psyche doubled. Lin Xian directly activated the strength exchange from the system. Then, Lin Xian swallowed a pill to restore his spiritual energy. Second level of the Paramount Sage Cultivation Technique. The first level of the Paramount Sage Cultivation Technique doubled all his stats, and the second level tripled them, together with Lin Xian's own laws of creation, as well as the system's doubling. Lin Xian's stats had increased by more than 6 or even 8 times at 2 stars. Tell me, how terrifying was his combat strength? Shua. With holy sword in hand, Lin Xian charged at an expert who had been reduced to 1 star by Lin Xian. Upon sensing the unimaginable strength, the expert's pupils constricted. However, he still charged forward to meet him. He did not believe that this person was much stronger than him. Everything was fake. Shua. When Lin Xian's sword sliced off his arm, he knew he was wrong. Hua. The people who were watching the show revealed looks of shock. What? How'd he raise his stats by so much in such a short period of time? That's nearly 10 times, right? His cultivation at the Heavenly Tao Realm is that the Heavenly Tao Realm increase of all stars have been enhanced by nearly 10 times. It's too terrifying. This was too terrifying. Was this his true strength? Is this the strength that he has been hiding all this time? The woman Fun's furrowed brows knitted together. Lin Xian's was it increases his strength as well. She obviously knew that this was not a one-stage enhancement. He had used multiple enhancements to achieve this level. However, it must be known that in the martial arts world, there were very few martial arts that could simply double one's attributes. If one could double one's attributes, then it would already be considered very powerful. If one could triple one's attributes, then it was really almost impossible to exist, much less 5 times. Although she knew that, she also knew that it was extremely draining. Furthermore, such an enhancement was definitely not simple. Therefore, from the looks of it, he was indeed that person's successor. The few elders from the 9th Fei Temple watched Lin Xian's battle with knitted brows. Grand Elder, he's much stronger than we imagined. He's only 1 star at the Heavenly Tao Realm, but he suddenly raised his strength to the level of 3 stars. This is unbelievable. 1 star raised his strength by 2 stars. Furthermore, he lowered his opponent's strength. This addition and subtraction is a little exaggerated. The Grand Elder knitted his brows tightly. In fact, he could be considered to have heaved a sigh of relief. If he had not watched today's battle, he might have been in trouble if he killed the punk. Thankfully, he had watched the battle. That also meant that a 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior would definitely not be able to kill him. A 4-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior had a chance, but to ensure it, a 5-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior was needed. As for Lin Xian's overall strength, it was roughly at the 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm. To be honest, the 1-star gap in the Heavenly Tao Realm was just too great. If he wasn't Lin Xian, it would be very difficult for him to cross realms to defeat his opponent. To put it simply, Lin Xian raised his cultivation level by 1 star to the 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm. Following that, Lin Xian created laws, doubling his strength. The addition of the Supreme Sage Heart Sutra boosted his stats by nearly 10 times. Even under such circumstances, he only had the strength of a 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm expert despite having his stats increased by 10 times at the 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm. He might even be at the bottom of the 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm experts. This was the difference of 1 star at the Heavenly Tao Realm. If he was at the Great Void Realm, Lin Xian would have soared to the heavens with his 10-fold increase. And on the other side, Ling Ying and company retreated in defeat. The gap in the Heavenly Tao Realm is just too great. Feng Ling shouted. Don't be distracted. Protect everyone. Morong Yu shouted. Got it. Wu Yuhan. Wu Yunao. Slow down a little. I'll provide support. Zhuge Feng said. So, then, the 2 of them returned. Morong Yu frowned slightly. It's useless. Domain, heart erosion. Suddenly, everyone felt an excruciating pain in their hearts. With their hearts in pain, they did not dare make any large movements. Morong Yu landed on the ground. Leave him to me. Hold it back. Following that, Murong Yu's sky blue eyes shimmered with determination. Domain Judgment. Schwa. Following that, Murong Yu forcefully pulled the expert who had released the heart erosion domain into her domain. She only had one goal. That was to make this person's domain ineffective against everyone outside. This domain was very painful. If the heart hurt, it would be fatal. Furthermore, it was a heavenly Tao domain. They had no way of escaping it. If they continued fighting under such circumstances, they would die. Therefore, Murong Yu had to forcefully pull him into her domain. You are courting death. The man who was pulled into the domain stared at Murong Yu. Whether he lives or dies is still undetermined. Thousand-ceiling ice eyes. Her eyes flowed with coldness as the entire domain was instantly sealed in ice. She did not wish for the outside world to see her thousand-ceiling ice eyes for the time being, because it was a lethal weapon. With Lin Xian's help, her thousand-ceiling ice eyes had already reached the 7th level. There were a total of 9 levels, and her 7th level had already broken the record of thousand-ceiling ice eyes. The highest record in history was the 7th level of thousand-ceiling ice eyes. That was a 10,000-year-old monster, and she was only in her 20s. She had the chance to touch the most terrifying 9th level of thousand-ceiling ice eyes. The freezing of thousand-ceiling ice eyes and the freezing of the ice attribute were two completely different concepts. Perhaps they looked similar, but in reality, they were not the same. It could be seen that even Heavenly Tao's body was frozen when facing Murong Yu's thousand-ceiling ice eyes. But that was it. But most importantly, the thousand-ceiling ice eyes were freezing his blood and meridians. Chapter 1748. There was no need to doubt Murong Yu's strength. Her thousand-ceiling ice eyes was effective against heavenly Tao realm existences, but it was impossible to use her thousand-ceiling ice eyes to resolve a battle. The heavenly Tao realm 1 star had been sealed in ice. That was what it looked like, but all he needed to do was release his powerful heavenly Tao realm strength to escape the ice seal. However, he could sense the coldness in his body. It was a bone-chilling coldness that came from his body. He wanted to move. He could move, but he was a little slow. And why did Murong Yu have the confidence to pull a heavenly Tao realm into her domain? This was because her domain was very powerful to begin with. Domain, tenfold judgment. Murong Yu's domain power was activated. Her tenfold judgment domain was an extremely powerful domain. After the domain was activated, she could forcefully pull a person into her domain. There was a chance of instant death, a chance of serious injuries, a chance of a permanent drop in realm, and a chance of being unharmed. These chances were not fixed. They were related to both parties' realms. The stronger Murong Yu was, the higher the chance of instant death. The greater the gap between her and her opponent, the lower the chances. It was even possible that instant death would not be triggered. However, she was at the Great Void Realm 10 star while her opponent was at the Heavenly Tao Realm 1 star. The gap was rather huge, but despite the huge gap, there was still a chance, albeit a very small one, of instant death. Even if it did not trigger instant death, a permanent drop in realm or serious injuries were enough. Although the chances of him being safe and sound were also quite high, but after all, there were 3 situations where he would be in trouble and 1 situation where he would be fine. 3 to 1, even if there was a huge difference in their cultivation levels, no matter what, even if the 3 of them combined together had a probability of triggering any one of them, there should be at least a 30% chance, right? Even if there was nothing going on, her main objective was to stall for time. Schwa, a powerful force, was condensing. When Murong Yu sensed this power, he knew that he'd successfully triggered it. She was unsure if it was death, serious injuries, or a drop in realm, but she was certain that she had definitely triggered one of them. It was unlikely to be death. This was because for a Great Void Realm 10 star to trigger an instant death buff against a Heavenly Tao Realm 1 star, the chances were probably less than 1%. Poof! The shadow of a sacred sword descended, and the expert immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. What he triggered was a serious injury. Murongyu let out a long sigh of relief. This time, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Murongyu's spiritual power was almost depleted. Shwa, the domain disappeared, and they appeared outside. Whoosh. All of a sudden, the entire place was in an uproar. Almost everyone couldn't help but stand up. What? Am I blind? Am I seeing things? The Heavenly Tao was injured, and it looks like he's seriously injured. What kind of monsters are in this team? The Heavenly Tao outside had been suppressed by 8 great Void Stage cultivators the entire time and had even been injured. The Heavenly Tao that had been pulled into the domain had been severely injured by a great Void Stage 10-star cultivator? I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. On the other side, Lin Xian had successfully severely injured 2 of the monsters that he had reduced to 1 star of the Heavenly Law. Lin Xian possessed formidable combat prowess to begin with, and he had the ability to fight opponents of a higher level than him. Now, with his formidable strength, he had temporarily surpassed the 2 of them in terms of cultivation level. Tell me, wouldn't he severely injure them? The only thing now was that Lin Xian's spiritual power consumption was a bit exaggerated because he kept his realm increasing and his opponent's realm decreasing. He had to end the battle now. That Taijian felt very uncomfortable. He thought that he could restrain Lin Xian's gravitational force, but it was now perfectly restrained by him. Moreover, he didn't have the advantage of realm anymore. His advantage now was strength, formidable strength. However, Lin Xian simply didn't want to compete with him in strength. Do you only know how to run? Taijian roared angrily at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed and said, "Then catch me if you have the guts." Next to him, the 2 Heavenly Tao climbed up. Destruction Law. Pwah. Just as the 2 of them got up, they spewed out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. There was no other way about it. They were only at the 1-star Heavenly Tao realm, while Lin Xian was at the 2-star Heavenly Tao realm. The Destruction Law could easily deal with them, and they couldn't even release their Demon God True Bodies. And now, Lin Xian was most worried about Taijian's Demon God True Body. There was a huge price to pay after releasing the Demon God True Body, but if he didn't use it when he was about to die or lose, it would be abnormal. As for the other 2 Heavenly Tao, they had already lost the chance to release their Demon God True Body. Taijian gritted his teeth. Demon God, True Body, roar. A beam of light shimmered as his figure gradually turned illusory and corporeal. A gigantic figure appeared. Titan Ape. It was probably 40 to 50 meters tall. This aura and feeling was on a completely different level. But no matter what, no matter how strong you become, you're only at the 2-star Heavenly Tao realm. No matter how terrifying you are only at the 2-star level. But it had to be said that the Demon God True Body released by this Fey beast was truly powerful. Roar. An angry roar shook the heavens and earth. The entire ground trembled as lava spewed out of the volcano map. The ground cracked apart. This strength was unimaginable. Even if Lin Xian went all out, he was absolutely unable to compete with him in strength. Taijian roared angrily as he opened his arms. All the sand and lava around the map soared into the sky. Swish. Following that, an unimaginable strength surged towards Lin Xian. What's the use? Lin Xian was momentarily helpless against him. But what was the use? If this move hit Lin Xian would probably be in trouble. However, he couldn't hit him. Spatial separation. Then, Lin Xian separated an independent space at his location. It looked like he was still there, but he was already in another space. The terrifying strength seemed to pass through Lin Xian as it bombarded the surroundings. This was another sublimation of space after Lin Xian reached the Heavenly Tao realm. Beneath the Heavenly Tao, there was no way to use such spatial powers. As the dust settled, Lin Xian's figure had vanished. Where did Lin Xian go? Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Xian flashed to Ling Ying and company's battlefield. Whoa, The 9 of them nearly destroyed the Heavenly Tao. Destruction laws. Hua. The 2 Heavenly Tao 1 stars were heavily injured once again. Are you alright? They looked at Lin Xian. I'm fine. I'll settle it quickly. With that said, Lin Xian vanished again. Chapter 1749. On the other side, Taijian learned of his team member's situation. All right. His massive body stood there. Since I can't hit you, I'll kill your team member. He was enraged to the extreme. He would rather fight an opponent a star higher than him. Really, he did not wish to fight an opponent that was like a loach. All right. Since he couldn't hit him, he refused to believe that he wouldn't take action after killing his team member. As for the audience outside, they were all dumbfounded. They could not figure out why the battlefield had suddenly turned into such a state. It was originally a 10 versus 10 situation, but suddenly 5 Great Void Realm experts died. Then, the other 4 Heavenly Tao Realm experts were heavily injured. They could not even understand why. Why? How were these Heavenly Tao experts so heavily injured? Although some of them saw it with their own eyes, they found it difficult to understand how it was done. It was very strong, but how could it be done to such an extent? It was understandable if one person could do it, but how did the others do it? Whoosh! Ling Ying and company arrived at Lin Xian's battlefield. They were secretly alarmed when they saw the gigantic monster. Oh my god, how are they to fight it? Good. You've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Roar! The gigantic monster roared and charged at them. If there's only one left, Zhuge Feng, replenish my spiritual energy. Lin Xian ordered. Roger that. Then, an array formation condensed beneath Lin Xian. Lin Xian's spiritual energy rapidly recovered. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian activated his Realm Reduction Domain with all his strength. The gigantic monster's realm was reduced to the 1-star Heavenly Tao realm. So, Lin Xian charged forward with his holy sword in hand. Fire of darkness, myriad lightning heavenly prison. Accompanied by immense strength, Lin Xian stabbed at him. Taijian's fist, that was several times bigger than Lin Xian's, came hurtling at Lin Xian. But at the instant the two forces collided, there was no visual impact. The gigantic monster's fist did not shatter Lin Xian. Instead, Lin Xian's strength completely blocked it. Chi. Then, Lin Xian pierced through his body with his sword. Law of destruction. Boom. 5 minutes later, the battle ended. Whoosh. Everyone in the hall stood up once again. They were shocked. Team Tyrants had lost. A single Heavenly Law battle team defeated 5 Heavenly Law battle teams. Lin Xian stood there panting. To be honest, they were a tough bunch to beat. If he didn't have so many tricks up his sleeve, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win. If this was a human at the 3 stars Heavenly Tao realm, Lin Xian wouldn't be that difficult to deal with. However, this was a top demon at the 3 stars Heavenly Tao realm. He was difficult to deal with to begin with, and he had even released his demon god true body. It was really hard to fight. Lin Xian had a rough understanding of his own strength. When one's realm reached the Heavenly Tao realm, it was no longer possible to defeat an opponent that was 6 or 7 stars higher. Little Yu, go and deal with them. Prepare to advance to the Heavenly Tao. All right. Morong Yu then walked over. After slaying all the Heavenly Tao experts, Morong Yu could advance to the Heavenly Tao realm, and they were already prepared to advance to the Heavenly Tao realm. With Lin Xian's example as an example, they began their preparations. Linglong Shui and company also helped with the preparations. Outside, a phenomenon appeared. I'm going to advance. Morong Yu said. All right, we'll be right there. Then, they left the map and appeared in the outside world. Morong Yu immediately left. The beautiful host flew over. It's too exciting. It's simply too exciting. They have broken the Death Arena's record. With a team with only one 1-star Heavenly Tao Realm expert, they defeated a team with 5 Heavenly Tao Realm experts at the 3 stars Heavenly Tao Realm. They have completed their 80 consecutive victories. Let us remember their team's name, Storm Battle Team. Following that, the entire arena was filled with shouts. Next, Let's invite the Grand Elder of the Death Arena to give them the reward for their 80 consecutive victories. At that moment, an elder walked over. He came in front of Lin Xian and company. Congratulations on achieving 80 consecutive victories. I hope that I can see you standing in the 100th battle soon, on the battlefield against the Blood-Shielan race. This is your reward. Lin Xian and company received it. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Then they walked away. Outside, Morong Yu was advancing to the Heavenly Dao realm. In less than half a month, we should have 3 Heavenly Dao experts among us. Lin Xian said, "That's right. I never expected it to be so fast." Wen Qin said, "Then, shall we continue fighting?" Lin Xian shook his head. "No, let's not fight for the time being. It's time for us to train. Every opponent we face in the future will be extremely powerful. The risk is too great. Furthermore, such a disparity in strength will not increase our strength by much. Let's go out and raise our strength. Once we reach a very high standard as a whole, we can finish the remaining 20 battles." All right. With the 98 bolts of lightning striking down, Morong Yu successfully advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm. Heavens! Morong Yu attracted 98 bolts of lightning. This is too exaggerated. Let's go and see how she is. They rushed over. Morong Yu is also covered in blood. Lin Xian directly created a law and released it at her. How is it? Morong Yu slowly shook her head. I might need to recuperate for 2 days. No problem. Let's go. Then they left. In secret, a few people from the 9th Fei Temple walked out. Among the 10 of them, there are already 2 at the Heavenly Dao realm. It's time to find an opportunity to take action. It's impossible for them to join the Fei Temple. The Grand Elder nodded. Yes, stay in Fei Wind City for the next few days. Once they leave Fei Wind City, find an opportunity to take action. Will they leave? The Grand Elder nodded. Typically speaking, they will definitely leave Fei Wind City. Every battle after 80 consecutive victories is extremely difficult. There are even some that are stronger than Battle Team Tyrant. And all they have is an additional Heavenly Dao Realm expert. With the difficulty of today's battle, if they are smart, they will definitely choose to temporarily leave Fei Wind City to seek a breakthrough before returning. That's right. That's definitely the case. And the moment they leave Fei Wind City, it will be the time for us to take action. 3 days later, Morong Yu had completely recovered. After advancing to the Heavenly Dao realm, Morong Yu's entire bearing and aura had sublimated. How do I cultivate the 8th level of the 1,000 Sealing Ice Eyes? The first thing Morong Yu did was to find Lin Xian to ask this question. Yes, it just so happens that we can raise your 1,000 Sealing Ice Eyes to the 8th level. It should be convenient. Lin Xian said. Chapter 1750. Lin Xian knew a lot about the 1,000 Eyes pupils. Of course, the main reason he knew about it was because the medical skill given to him by the system included it. However, Lin Xian only knew about the 8th level. Lin Xian really didn't know how to cultivate the 9th level, which was the last level of the 1,000 Eyes pupils. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the 1,000 Eyes pupils was. Lin Xian's medical skill was all kinds of knowledge. He knew about all kinds of physiques, poisons, and medical skills. Anyway, from the beginning until now, he had never encountered anything that the system didn't know about. The 9th level of the 1,000 Eyes pupils was the first. Lin Xian said, I know how to cultivate the 8th level of the 1,000 Eyes pupils, but I don't know about the 9th level. It doesn't matter. If I can cultivate to the 8th level, that's enough. As for the 9th level, according to the records, no one in history has ever reached it. I don't know how to reach the 9th level. Anyway, I have a lot of time. I'll slowly figure it out. It's best if I can reach it. Morong Yu said. Lin Xian nodded. 1,000 Eyes pupils? What's that? Wang Xintong asked curiously. Lin Xian said, yes, it's a kind of divine eye. It's similar to a special physique. It's more like a special ability. The 1,000 Eyes pupils has a special ability of the ice attribute. It's very powerful. It's a kind of power that comes from the inside out. It has a terrifying range of power that can fight beyond one's level. Murong nodded. In simple terms, it's similar to the ice attribute. However, it's more useful and more direct. It can freeze blood and meridians. That's really strong. Murong nodded. The 1,000 ice pupils should belong to the top of the world's eye-type power. There might be other eyes that could be compared to it, but the 1,000 ice pupils must be among the top. How to reach the 8th level of the 1,000 ice pupils? Murong asked. Soul, Lin Xian said. Soul? Absorbing other people's souls? Murong asked with a frown. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's right. A large part of the usage of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils is linked to one's spirit and soul force. If your soul force isn't enough, the 1,000 sealing ice pupils won't be able to enter the next stage. The method of acquiring souls is very limited, and the 1,000 sealing ice pupils just so happen to have the ability to absorb souls. Can the demon clan do the same? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. That's why I said that we can use this opportunity to improve your 1,000 sealing ice eyes. If we join a force and start a war with another force, those who die will become nourishment for your 1,000 sealing ice eyes. Even if we didn't kill them, their souls will be absorbed by your 1,000 sealing ice eyes. With this opportunity, we can save a lot of effort. One had to know that without such an opportunity, how long would it take for them to kill and absorb the souls of their enemies? Even if he encountered a group of demonic beasts, so what if he killed them all? If there was a battlefield with hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts fighting, the number of casualties would be much higher than slowly killing them. Do we need a lot? Murong asked. A lot. It has to do with the strength of the soul. Of course, the higher the realm of the warrior or demonic beast, the more it will be replenished. A conservative estimate is 1,000,000. SSS. Everyone drew a cold gasp. That many? Ling Ying's tiny mouth gaped. They were prepared, but they never expected it to be that many. Heavens! 1,000,000? Zhuge Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Isn't that too exaggerated? Lin Xian shook his head. It's not exaggerated. According to what I know, if the 1,000 sealing ice eyes reaches the 8th level, or even little Yuyu's realm, she only needs to be at the Great Void Realm 10 stars to easily defeat any heavenly Dao Realm 1 star. And 1,000,000 is just a conservative estimate. There might be a lot of mystic heaven, domains, laws, heavenly venerables, and even Great Void Realm demonic beast souls. If they're all ordinary souls, it might be tens of millions. They sucked in a breath of cold air again. Doesn't that mean that the people who cultivated the 1,000 sealing ice eyes in the past, if they harbored evil intentions, they might even massacre city after city? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. After all, it's not realistic to kill so many demons in a short period of time, said Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunhua and said, both of you have the fog of darkness. According to your realm, if the fog of darkness were to be dispersed directly, with the help of the fog of darkness's life-draining powers, it might not take much time as long as the battlefield is large enough. I think it's best we don't expose the fog of darkness. Wu Yunhua said. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. We can't expose it, not yet. Let's expose it after we reach the heavenly Dao realm. It's best if we can hide it now. Although the people who destroyed the Wu family were dead, the fog of darkness was a powerful force of the 12 Fiend Celestials. If others learned of it, it was inevitable that other powerful existences would vie for it. For their safety, it was best not to expose the fog of darkness. Then where do we go now? Asked Xiao Xinyue. Little Xintong, how's the investigation? Wang Xintong said, about 3,000 kilometers away in the Demon God Empire, there are two very powerful factions that are locked in battle. If we join one of the factions, it should be possible. There were many benefits to participating in such a large-scale battle between factions. First, they would gain experience. Everyone would gain experience. Furthermore, it would be in such a chaotic battle. In the future, when humans and demons fought, such chaotic battles were unavoidable. It was also a way to accumulate experience ahead of time. Second, they could obtain experience points through large-scale killing of fey beasts, allowing them to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm. Third, the more intense the battle was, the more people died, and the more souls they would obtain. Murong used Thousand Sealing Ice Eyes would also reach the 8th level faster. 3 birds with 1 stone. All right, everyone, make your preparations. We'll set off tonight. Why'd it have to be at night? During this period of time, they had killed all their opponents in the death arena. These opponents' clansmen and powerful existences were probably thinking of ways to kill Lin Xian and company for revenge. It was likely that someone could lock onto them when they released their spatial dimension. After all, these people knew that Lin Xian and company had spatial dimensions. Although Lin Xian was a phoenix in the eyes of many, it did not matter if they gave it a try. Understood. Night fell. Lin Xian and company packed everything. Everyone, be prepared to be locked onto and attacked after I release my spatial dimension. Lin Xian said. Got it. Shua. Lin Xian then released his heavenly Tao realm spatial jump. Chapter 1751. It was indeed the case. When Lin Xian used his heavenly Tao realm spatial leap, many factions in the city instantly sensed it. As for the 9th Fey God Temple's Grand Elder and the others, they sensed it as well. Are you thinking of using spatial forces to escape? The Grand Elder sneered. 3rd Elder. Another Elder nodded. We've locked onto him. Are you sure you want to take action? Of course. I didn't stay here for the past few days for nothing. This Lin Xian is an enemy of our Fey God Temple and the Myriad Fey Alliance. The Myriad Fey Alliance has even issued a bounty for Lin Xian's head. Once we kill him, we can head to the Myriad Fey Alliance to receive our rewards. Great Elder, should we spare the lives of those girls? I'm quite fond of them. The other old man licked his lips. If you aren't afraid of death, leave them alive. After all, they aren't that important compared to Lin Xian. Let's go. Swish. Then, their figures vanished from their spots. Lin Xian and company appeared in a desolate land of unknown origin. No, it wasn't really a desolate land. They were surrounded by forests. After all, this was the Fey Beast Domain. Although there were many factions in the Fey God Empire, including Fey sects and Fey cities, there was still a huge gap between them and humans. Even for humans, there were many places that had yet to be explored. Rainforests, deserts, and even more so for the Fey. These were all considered desolate lands. The moment Lin Xian and the others landed on the ground, an even more powerful spatial energy sealed off their surroundings. Lin Xian and company's pupils constricted. No good. To be honest, this was something Lin Xian never expected. Lin Xian imagined that they would encounter very powerful people after coming out. They might even encounter spatial experts. Although there were very few Fey experts who could use spatial artifacts, they still had powerful spatial artifacts. The strength of this spatial dimension was something that all of them were top experts. They could sense that this was the strongest spatial dimension they had ever felt in their lives. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to crack this space without reaching the heavenly Tao realm at 5 stars, right? Wu Yunhua frowned. Damn it. Lin Xian clenched his fists. These people were really shameless. They were just waiting for him. Was it necessary? However, according to what Lin Xian knew, the strongest force behind them should be the Titan Giant Ape. But did the Titan Giant Ape have such a spatial spirit artifact? But there was nothing they could do about it. Even if they sneaked out quietly, there were probably countless experts in the entire Monster Wind City watching them in secret. How could they possibly sneak out? Even if they did, they would definitely be discovered. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh rang out, and then 5 figures appeared in the space. Shua, Lin Xian, and the rest immediately took out their spirit artifacts, and a powerful energy began to swirl around them. Oomph. Do you still want to resist? With just you guys? A human trash whose highest realm is the 1-star heavenly Tao realm. The first elder's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian frowned. Lin Xian knew that it was impossible to keep the fact that he was a human a secret for too long, but only those who knew Lin Xian would know. Therefore, they knew him. You know me? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he asked. Lin Xian, I know you. He was actually able to call out his name. Therefore, he was Demon God Temple or Myriad Demon Alliance. Lin Xian asked. To be honest, this was something Lin Xian never expected. They were from either the Demon God Temple or of the Myriad Demon Alliance. While Lin Xian was away, the overall strength of the Demon God Temple had been replenished. Many top experts of the Demon Clan had joined the Demon God Temple. Even more powerful experts of the Myriad Demon Alliance had joined the Demon God Temple. The Ninth Demon God Temple. The Ninth Demon God Temple. Lin Xian frowned. Wasn't it nearly wiped out by me? Ha ha ha. That bunch of good-for-nothings have long been eliminated. I've now taken over the Ninth Demon God Temple and have become an even stronger demon god to lead you. The first elder sneered. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed and said, You speak as though you are the lord of the Ninth Demon God Temple. You're probably just an employee. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the first elder's eyes narrowed. You are still being stubborn even at death's door. Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit swept across the five of them. It was fucking ridiculous. 5 people, 5 Heavenly Dao Realm, 5 stars. Heavenly Dao Realm, 5 stars. Could it be any more ridiculous? To deal with them, 5 Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars had been mobilized. Only Yirun Bing, Linglong Shui, and Huang Shi could fight such Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars. Their realms might not be at the Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars, but their combat strength and bloodlines were powerful. As for Lin Xian, he believed that he had no chance. Even though he had improved greatly against 5, he might be able to give it a try if it was just one Heavenly Dao Realm 5 star. But 5? He really couldn't do it. Are you in great despair? There's no need for you to think of a solution. In front of absolute strength, any solution is useless. The first elder slowly raised his hand as a powerful force surged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian and company instantly released their strength to withstand the strike. Bang! Could they withstand it? They couldn't. At the instant the strength erupted, they were sent flying. But thankfully, they weren't seriously injured. Lin Xian's only solution was to break through the spatial barrier and escape. Even if he escaped, they could still pursue him through space, but that was the only way to survive. However, the spatial barrier's strength was just too powerful. Lin Xian would probably find it difficult. Do it. Kill this Lin Xian first. Make sure he's dead. The first elder said. Roger. Whoosh, they rushed over. Realm increased domain, realm decreased domain, open. In an instant, Lin Xian's spiritual force was almost drained. However, the moment they rushed over, just as Lin Xian and the others were about to fight to the death, a beam of white light suddenly broke through the darkness of the night. It pierced through the barrier and blocked in front of Lin Xian and the others. Ah! 4 screams sounded, and then the 4 Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars were sent flying. One of them even tried to get up from the ground, but couldn't get up anymore. Who is it? The first elder's pupils constricted. Lin Xian is standing there. White light, it's Shui Qilin. Shui Qilin came to save him again. It must be Shui Qilin. The white light dissipated. Standing in front of Lin Xian and company was a noble woman wearing a white dress and a veil, with a perfect temperament and a perfect figure. 3 breaths of time. Scram. Her cold voice sounded like it came from the void. Gulp. The first elder ran away, not daring to say a word. Everyone was dumbfounded. This? Chapter 1752. Lin Xian, Murong Yu, and the others were all stunned in place. To be honest, this is the most desperate predicament that Lin Xian has ever encountered. It is also because of this that Lin Xian will probably keep a low profile in the future, because he knows that if he is targeted by such a powerhouse, then there is really no way around it. There is no chance of survival. And the forces of the monster race are really strong, stronger than Lin Xian imagined. He really can't underestimate them. In the past, Lin Xian believed that the forces of the monster race, the Myriad Monster Alliance, and the Monster God Temple were like this. After all, he has come into contact with them, and he felt that it was really like this. But as Lin Xian advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm, he discovered that it really isn't that simple. When he reached the Heavenly Dao realm, another veil of the world was taken off. It's too wonderful and too dangerous. He is still not strong enough. Heavens! Instead, after advancing to the Heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian felt that his strength was not enough. It can't be helped. After Lin Xian advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm, he began to come into contact with a level that he couldn't even imagine in the virtuous virtual realm. And tonight, if not for Xue Qilin, Lin Xian knew that something would have happened to them. The woman looked sideways at Lin Xian and company, and then walked away. "Hey," Lin Xian called out to her. "Who the hell are you? Why do you help me again and again? I want to know why. Or can we sit down and talk for a while?" Mission reward. Open the Ultimate System shopping mall. Mission punishment. Machine explosion. Mission time limit. 3 months. The current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian, oh my. How long has it been since this silly system triggered a new mission? It was triggered just like that? Then why wasn't it triggered when I saw her before? Is it because she came in the form of a little Xue Qilin before, so it wasn't triggered? Lin Xian saw the system's reward. The Ultimate System shopping mall. Did this mean that the Adonis system was about to reach its end? That might not be the case. The system store was the last reward, but it did not mean that it was the last reward. Lin Xian really misunderstood. She is not Xue Qilin. But why would Lin Xian misunderstand? First, in his mind, although Xue Qilin is small, but Lin Xian has always thought that she is a beauty. Now, although Lin Xian didn't know what this girl looked like, Lin Xian was sure that she was definitely a beauty. Since the mission had been triggered, there was nothing wrong with it. Another reason is that Lin Xian saw her white power. This light, isn't the light of Xue Qilin's power also white? Besides, apart from Xue Qilin, who else would Lin Xian save her? Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Was there something wrong with this person? Saving him again and again? She didn't. Why did she save Lin Xian? She simply thought that he would become a strong opponent in the future. She didn't want Lin Xian to die. Whoosh! Then she disappeared. Lin Xian stood there. Why didn't she say a word to me? Why? Even if she didn't explain anything, they could at least talk. To be honest, Lin Xian was very grateful to Xue Qilin. If it wasn't for her several times, Lin Xian might have really died. Most importantly, she seemed to have been secretly protecting him. But why? Lin Xian wanted to know. Even if he didn't know, Lin Xian still wanted to be friends with her. Bah! She really wasn't that kind of person. Although the mission had been triggered, but Lin Xian might be more grateful to her. Lin Xian, who is she? Linging came over and asked. Lin Xian sighed. She's a friend of mine. It's just that we've never spoken a word. Lin Xian. Ah. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they were all taken aback. They hadn't come out of their emotions just now, and they were stunned. They were friends, but they hadn't spoken a word. But she saved him? How strange. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said, It's just that, when we were training at Tianhua Academy, didn't we encounter a demonic beast? Ling Ying, fuck. Thinking of this, she panicked. At that time, Lin Xian saved everyone. Later, she went to check on Lin Xian's situation. Lin Xian lost his mind and raped her. It was that time. How could she forget? She saved me at that time. Then Lin Xian said, in fact, without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. Then she's really your benefactor. But why doesn't she talk to you? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know either. I only feel that she has been secretly protecting me. Even a 99th bolt of heavenly lightning that helped me advance to the Heavenly Dao realm was done by her. If not for her, I would have been doomed. Who is she? Xue Qilin. Xue Qilin? I've never heard of her. Lin Xian said, She does exist, but she's very rare. But she's very strong. Alas, I don't know why she's like this. Lin Xian sighed. You want to find her, but you don't know where to find her. Lin Xian really misunderstood. Shui Qilan has indeed been protecting Lin Xian, or helped Lin Xian many times. But this isn't Shui Qilan. Just like that, the big mistake was made. In short, she's a good friend. She's a good friend. Unfortunately, I didn't even have a chance to say thank you to her. Lin Xian sighed. It's okay. There will always be a chance. Han Chushua said softly. Lin Xian nodded. I know. Maybe it's because I'm too weak. Then what realm is she in? Windling said, to casually injure a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star, she's probably at least a Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star. Doesn't that mean that she's almost at the peak of the continent? But why? An existence almost at the peak of the continent, she saved Lin Xian. Then there must be a reason for her to save Lin Xian. They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. How would I know? To be honest, when I met her for the first time, she inexplicably helped me. I wonder if I saved her in my previous life. That's impossible. She may have lived for tens of thousands of years. Even 100 lifetimes isn't enough for you. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Okay, let's go. Otherwise, more people will come later. Okay. Lin Xian erupted with the power of a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star. There were still some people who wanted to kill Lin Xian, so they stopped. Now that a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star person came to kill them, how could they survive? They definitely couldn't. Therefore, they didn't come. Then, Lin Xian and company went to their destination, a place that might be very powerful but very chaotic. Chapter 1753. A day later, they arrived at their destination. When Lin Xian and the others appeared nearby, they could see how chaotic this place was. Many of the places they passed by were filled with traces of battle. There were deep pits everywhere, and some places even had flames that had not completely dissipated. Wang Xintong said, the fiercest fight here is between the Monarch Heavenly Python clan and the Azure Poison Python clan. Which one should we join? When they arrived here, very few people knew about them. It was a new place for them. After all, the general network of the Devil race was not developed, and this place was nearly 2,000 kilometers away from Devilwind City. Both are fine. We are not looking for a particular force to win anyway. It's fine as long as they can fight. The bigger the scale, the better. Lin Xian said, the Devil God Empire was a particularly large force. There was no emperor in the empire. There were a total of 18 Devil God forces. The Azure Poisonous Python and the Emperor Sky Python were two of them. Each of them controlled the area between several cities in the Devil God Empire. Those were all under their jurisdiction and territory. In addition, there were many Devil race sects in the Devil God Empire. They were similar to sections. Some of these sects were not weaker than the 18 Devil God forces. Some were even stronger than them. It was just that these Devil race sects only controlled their own territory. They did not compete with other Devil race forces for control of the major cities. As for who was the strongest in the Devil God Empire, in fact, there was no strongest. It was relatively balanced here. A colossus like the Blood-Kirin clan was also in the Devil God Empire. However, they only controlled their own territory. They did not have the intention of conquering the entire Devil God Empire. The entire Devil God Empire was not under the jurisdiction of the Myriad Devil Alliance. Perhaps many forces had joined the Myriad Devil Alliance. Perhaps the Devil race of the Devil God Empire would contribute a lot to the war between the humans and the Devil race. However, the Devil God Empire and the Myriad Devil Alliance were on two different sides. The main reason was that the Myriad Devil Alliance did not have the ability to rule the Devil God Empire. Otherwise, why would they want to? The overall situation of the Fey God Empire was a bit like an ancient situation, or rather, it was like a fantasy world. There were cities, clans, and sections. However, it was normal for there to be constant battles. Not to mention these 18 forces, there were also many battles between the major sects in the Demon God Empire. Which power does this city belong to? Lin Xian asked as he looked ahead. I should be investigating the territory of the Azure Venomous Python. Then let's see how we can join them. Lin Xian. It's definitely easy to join them. If someone comes to fight for them, they'll be laughing. Linging mumbled as he chewed on his lollipop. Then let's go in. There were quite a lot of people in this city. Now that they were in the demon god empire, they didn't feel out of place at all. Even if someone told them that they were from the human race, they wouldn't suspect anything. They basically had everything that a city should have. When Lin Xian and the rest walked in, they instantly attracted the attention of all the passers-by. There was no choice. Murong Yu and the rest were 8 beautiful girls. If one of them walked on the street, it would attract attention. 8 of them. Who could stand it? Young master, look. A blue-haired man looked over. When he saw Murong Yu and the rest, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then he directly pushed the woman in his arms away. Seems like they came from somewhere else. The blue-haired man tidied his clothes. Young master, do you want to go over and chat them up? Liao smiled and said, of course. These kinds of girls are hard to come by, not to mention so many of them. But there are 2 men with them. So what? Don't tell me these 8 beautiful girls are the 2 men's women? Even if they are, I'll kill them all. Then won't they all belong to me? Liao twisted his neck. But what if their identities are not simple? Yes, we have to pay attention to this. Bang! At this moment, a man directly flew out and smashed the road in front of him, creating a huge pit. This demon clan is really more shameless than some hooligans. Asking for a beating. Feng Ling clapped her hands. Keep a low profile. Zhuge Feng said. Keep a low profile? I won't. Feng Ling was not happy. Swoosh! A sword flew out. Lin Xian directly let the sword pierce through the man's head. Then Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the sword disappeared. He breathed his last. Keep a low profile? Why do we have to keep a low profile? Lin Xian smiled and said, I say, aren't we going to join them? Is there anything wrong with that? Zhuge Feng said, compared to joining them, what's more important is to start a battle between the Azure Venomous Python and the Emperor Sky Python. It doesn't matter whether we join them or not. I think when the battle starts, no one will notice us even if we casually enter the battlefield, right? That's true. We don't have to join any force. When they fight, we can just go in and kill them. Lin Xian nodded. So we have to make them fight. Little Shintong, didn't you say that a trusted force of the Azure Venomous Python clan lives in Duling City? Wang Shintong nodded. Yes, she's the same type of relative as my 8th aunt and 7th aunt. What if we were sent by the Emperor Sky Python to kill them? Lin Xian smiled. You're too evil. Han Chushua said. Lin Xian said with a smile, this is called strategy. Let's go. Someone should come to catch us. Killing people in the city was a violation of the rules. Someone would definitely come to arrest them. Their next plan was to walk those people around the city like dogs and pretend that they had shaken them off. They would then find an opportunity to make a move on the trusted aid of the Azure Venomous Python clan. It would be best if they could kill some key figures and accidentally reveal that they were from the Emperor Sky Python clan. That would be enough. If that was not enough, wasn't there another city and another city after that? Instead of joining them and waiting for the 2 forces to fight, it was better to force them to fight. Moreover, they had to be high profile and let the demon race know who they were and what they were here for. In this way, even if the Azure Venomous Python clan had some concerns, it was time for them to take action. Chapter 1754. With Lin Xian's friendly help, the relationship between the Azure Venomous Python clan and the Emperor Heavenly Python clan improved again. The communication between the 2 clans also became more frequent. However, what the hell? Weren't the 2 clans fighting fiercely before? Why are they being so restrained recently? So many of the Azure Venomous Python's men have been killed, and it was revealed that the Emperor Heavenly Python was the culprit. Even if they have communicated with each other before, with their previous conflicts, they should still fight. Why is the Azure Venomous Python only sending a group of envoys to seek an explanation? Could it be that they already suspect that someone is trying to sow discord between them? Zhuge Feng said, I think that even if they are suspicious, they still have to fight. After all, The hatred between them is already so deep. There's really no need to send a group of envoys over. Why don't we quietly eliminate their group of envoys and then pretend to be the Azure Venomous Python's group of envoys? This way, we can completely control the conflict between them. Feng Ling said, I think it's feasible. We've already come this far. In for a penny, in for a pound. If we do this, they will probably start fighting tomorrow. Linging also nodded and said. Moronu pondered and said, I think it's still worth discussing. What do you mean? Lin Xian looked over. According to the information we've gathered, the two clans are not so peaceful. Under normal circumstances, they would have already fought. However, the Azure Venomous Python clan, who has the upper hand, is not. I think there might be a conspiracy behind this. A conspiracy against us. Moronu said, it's just a feeling. It might be against us, or it might be against others. I think we should wait and see. I also think it's best to wait and see. There must be something fishy about this. Xiao Xinyue said, all right, then we'll wait and see. Just as he had expected. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others didn't make a move. The Azure Venom Python had communicated with the Monarch Sky Python on this matter. It was originally believed that it would only send ordinary experts, but in fact, the emissary group sent was made up of Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star experts. They took advantage of this matter to find an opportunity to come into close contact with the Monarch Sky Python. They immediately attacked, leaving the Monarch Sky Python at a loss as to what to do. Ha ha ha! Among the Azure Venomous Python's forces, an old man with a flushed face laughed heartily. He held a wine cup in his hand, and there were over 100 top experts sitting around him. It seemed like they were organizing a celebratory feast. A group of beautiful women were singing and dancing there. Ha ha! Cheers, everyone! The old man shouted with a smile. Ha ha! Great Elder, this is a brilliant plan. I reckon the Emperor Sky Python is already gnashing its teeth in anger. This time we only sent out 12 people, but we killed several of their Heavenly Dao. The loss of the Heavenly Dao is no less than a battle with hundreds of thousands of people. They must be furious now, huh? Those people did not seem to be unhappy that some of their relatives had been slaughtered. They were indeed not too angry that their relatives had been slaughtered because they were of the same race. They might have some relations, but as long as they were not too close, they did not mind. Instead, they were very excited. Normally speaking, there would be a lot of casualties when both sides sent out hundreds of thousands of people to battle each other. However, it was almost impossible for Heavenly Dao Realm experts to fall. Furthermore, they had gone with the flow and killed several Heavenly Dao experts because of this matter. This was no less than the loss of hundreds of thousands of people in a battle. Of course, they were excited. Furthermore, if this matter were spread, they would appear as if they were seeking revenge in the eyes of the world. It would not affect their reputation and image. Oof. The Monarch Heavenly Python clan is underestimating me. Come, let's drink. But Great Elder, this sovereign will have to say something that is out of place. Another old man said, what do you think is the motive of the people who targeted and assassinated the trusted aides of our Azure Venomous Python race in the various cities? That's right. They are clearly not from the Emperor Sky Python race. Clearly impossible? That might not be the case. The Great Elder said, oh, let me ask you all, why are they provoking us like this? They exchanged looks. It's naturally not to weaken our Azure Venomous Python race's strength. After all, they only killed the average clansman. An old man said, that's right. Why do they deliberately expose their identities? They want to let the world know how disgusting the Emperor Heavenly Python clan is to us. If not, what's the point of assassinating such weak clansmen? The Great Elder said, but why didn't they admit that they were the ones who did it? Logically speaking, after succeeding so many times, they would definitely show off in front of us. However, they refuted that they were the ones who did it. That's right. This doesn't match their style of doing things. Our two races have been at war for so many years. They would probably be showing off to death. The Great Elder slammed the table angrily. Everyone fell silent. A victory is a victory. Why are there so many whys? Don't tell me you think this is a conspiracy of the Emperor Sky Python race. Don't tell me you think they are willing to exchange the lives of several heavens path for the success of some conspiracy? They were all speechless. Many things seem bizarre, but in fact, they're often very simple explanations. After drinking this wine, all of you gather all the major forces, sects, clans, and families under your command at the Plenilun Plain. After this incident, I think the Emperor Sky Python race is going to make a move. Yes, obviously, after being slapped in the face like this, coupled with their own hatred, it would be inexcusable if they did not make a move. Early the next morning, Lin Xian and the others came out of the room and saw people from all over the city gathering at the same place. It seems like the battle has started, Lin Xian said with uncertainty. Let's go and take a look. Then they followed after him. Everyone in the city had gathered at the open space in front of a huge sect. Lin Xian and the others raised their heads to look at the huge sect. This kind of sect could not be seen in the human race because there were no sects in the human race. They only had academies. A sect was a place that people yearned for. Moreover, one could even be nurtured here. The Azure Sect. Lin Xian glanced at it. Could this be the Azure Venomous Python sect? It should be. Chapter 1755. Countless people had gathered together from all directions, from all over the place. All of them were in human form. So many people. There should be more than 100,000 of them. Lin Xian and the rest stood behind. There should be. It seems like the war is about to start. It's finally about to start. They had wasted 2 days here. Of course, if they didn't do this, they might not have fought for a few months. This was a matter of luck because both sides couldn't do anything to each other. What's the point of fighting? Perhaps one side would suddenly have a whim and launch an attack. Although large-scale battles weren't common, small-scale battles between the two clans would still happen every day. There might be more than 10 battles. Then, the 10 of them walked over and joined the crowd. No one knew who they were. With so many people, they couldn't attract too much attention. From now on, they were one of them. They could also become a member of any side. Everyone, the Emperor Sky Python has once again gathered an army in the Plenilun Plain. This time, it will be a rare large-scale battle between our two forces. Next, I want you to use 6 hours to gather all of your forces in the Plenilun Plain. I want to see 1,000,000 people in 6 hours. The old man shouted. Yes, they responded one after another. Good. Those who are free now, go to the Plenilun Plain and prepare for battle. Understood. Lin Xian and the rest looked at each other. The battle was finally about to start. Let's go too. Okay. Then they gathered in the Plenilun Plain. It was very spacious, but it definitely wasn't that simple. In such a big place, a large-scale battle was indeed very exciting. The few girls were also slightly disguised by Lin Xian with the law of creation. They looked ordinary except for their temperament. More and more people gathered here. They could see that far, far away, dust filled the sky. Clearly, there were countless experts gathered there. In the beginning, it was only humans. Later, many demonic beasts came. Even the demonic beasts that hadn't transformed yet came. After all, these demonic beasts were also a part of their powerful combat strength. Wow, we're taking off now. Lin Xian smirked. Just the Azure Venomous Python alone has gathered close to 1,000,000 demonic beast experts and demonic beasts. The Emperor Sky Python is probably the same. With close to 2,000,000 demonic beasts fighting a few more battles, little you will be able to advance in rank. Moronu nodded. She was also a little happy, because if this didn't happen, she wouldn't have been able to reach the 8th level of her 1,000 ice pupils if she was still in the human race. Lin Xian then said, You can fight however you want. Little Ling Ling, follow little Yu. Aside from fighting, she needs to spend energy to absorb souls. You have the space, so you can protect her. Wind Chimes glanced at Lin Xian. You're so disgusting. Although she was used to Lin Xian calling her little Yu, little Chu Xue, and little Ying, she couldn't stand it when he suddenly called her little Ling Ling. Then, Wind chimes mumbled, "Got it." "Yeah." As for the others, form a team of 2 at the very least. Watch over them the entire time. It's best if those with life preservation means are with one who isn't. If anything happens, escape immediately. Reorganize yourself before entering. Got it. Time slowly passed as the Emperor Sky Python race walked over in a dark mass. Above the void, there were hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of experts standing there. They nearly blotted out the sky. Schwa. On the other side, countless experts from the Azure Venomous Python faction also leaped into the void. Ha ha! The Azure Venomous Python's Grand Elder roared with laughter. Lin Xian could not see the Grand Elder's cultivation level clearly. Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight could see warriors 5 stars higher than him. For Lin Xian to not be able to see it clearly meant that the Grand Elder's cultivation level was at least Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. Oh my goodness. But then again, this was the Grand Elder, one of the 18 demon god factions in the entire Fiend God Empire. There was nothing wrong with him being at Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. But what Lin Xian didn't know was that this was the first time the Azure Venomous Python and Emperor Sky Python factions had sent such a formidable existence to participate in the battle. This was the first time both sides had Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars experts. I say, old Tianing, this old man really doesn't get it. Why do you have the guts to attack first? Ha ha! The Azure Venomous Python Grand Elder roared with laughter, his tone full of ridicule. Ha! Defeated opponent, this old man doesn't get it either. Why do you dare to stand in front of this old man again? Is it because of your shamelessness? Defeated opponent? I say, old Tianing, you're really shameless. Back then, it took 2 people to beat this old man, but this old man has already lost to you? Ha ha ha! The Grand Elder roared with laughter again. Oof! What nonsense are you spouting? Won't we find out soon enough if you're really defeated by this old man? Schwa! Lightning suddenly flashed in the air. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed as well. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Whoosh! The 2 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars charged into the air and began to fight. In fact, for Lin Xian and company, participating in such a war had another benefit. It was that they could encounter very powerful existences. Heavenly Tao Realm 5 stars, 6 stars, or even 7 stars. For example, there were now 2 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. Then they would have a rough idea of the strength of martial artists at this level. As the 2 peak existences began to fight, the battle below soon began as well. Charge for this sovereign. Kill them all. Charge. Once we kill them, the entire Monarch Sky Python's faction will have the opportunity to become our faction. Kill. In the blink of an eye, 2 million people charged towards each other, and the entire place fell into complete chaos. Lin Xian said to the people beside him, "Group up in pairs. Don't show any mercy. There aren't many people here who will pay special attention to us. Kill as many as you can. Xiao Yu, Han, use your fog of darkness if you want to, but it's best if you don't get discovered." Roger that. Whoosh! Then, the 10 of them joined the battle. The 10 of them weren't too eye-catching in the midst of an army of 2 million. But to be honest, Lin Xian and Murong Yu were rather eye-catching. After all, even with an army of 2 million, the number of Heavenly Tao Realm experts on both sides was limited. How could there be more than 1,000 Heavenly Tao Realm experts in total? Regardless, as long as they were at the Heavenly Tao Realm, they would be eye-catching. As for Murong Yu, she killed ruthlessly. Chapter 1756. Murong Yu's 1,000-ceiling ice eyes was perfectly suited for such a battlefield, just like Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunua's Dark Mist. It had a huge range and super destructive power, and Murong Yu had also released the power of her 1,000-ceiling ice eyes. Most importantly, in such a chaotic battlefield, as long as she didn't release her 1,000-ceiling ice eyes too horrifying, it wouldn't attract too much attention. As everyone was fighting passionately, all kinds of wind, fire, and lightning crackled. There was no lack of powerful forces, so Murong Yu's release didn't attract too much attention. Many people didn't even know who released it. What was the most satisfying thing? For Lin Xian and the rest, they didn't have to think about only attacking the Monarch Heavenly Python clan. They could also attack the Azure Venom Pythons. After all, they would attack whoever they could. They were here to train and level up, not to help any side. Time slowly passed. Such a large-scale chaotic battle would probably take a very long time. Lin Xian had just finished off a great virtual realm 10-star. As for Lin Xian, he did not focus on the Heavenly Dao realm. This was because killing a Heavenly Dao realm expert required a lot of effort. Furthermore, it would attract attention. Therefore, Lin Xian's basic goal was to reach the upper levels of the Great Void Realm. Lin Xian had killed a few Monarch Heavenly Python factions, great virtual realm experts. A few Monarch Heavenly Python faction experts appeared behind him. After all, Lin Xian had killed quite a number of people, so they hadn't noticed him. Then Lin Xian killed a few Azure Venom Pythons beside him with a flip of his hand. Those experts who were about to attack Lin Xian were stunned. Huh? What was the meaning of this? After killing the Monarch Heavenly Python factions experts, he killed the Azure Venom Python factions experts? No, was there a third faction? That was strange. Should he make a move? Thinking about it, they decided not to. Let's see how the situation goes. A day and night passed. Lin Xian and company rested countless times and killed countless people. Both sides simultaneously entered a period of rest and reorganization. Both sides took a step back and settled down to rest and recuperate far away from each other. Lin Xian and the others sat together. How is it? Lin Xian asked. They were also covered in blood, but most of it was the enemy's blood. Very efficient, Xiao Xinyue said. While they increased their experience, Murong Yu increased her 1,000-ceiling ice pupils. Their efficiency was simply unparalleled. Just like that, they stayed on the battlefield for a month. It had been half a year since they left the human race. In the past month, Wu Yunhua had also advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm. Out of the 10 people, 3 of them had advanced to the Heavenly Dao, and it had already been close to half a year. Murong Yu's 1,000 ice pupils was already on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. That night, they gathered in a city. Should we continue to kill? Ling Ying asked while eating a lollipop. What do you guys think? Lin Xian asked. This was because their main goal in coming here was to advance to the Heavenly Dao realm. Now, 3 of them had already advanced, leaving 7 people behind. If they were to forcefully continue fighting on the battlefield, it was impossible for all of them to advance in half a year. Most importantly, these factions had already fought enough over the past month. It was likely that they would enter a period of truce. Over the past month, we have been constantly moving between the various factions, constantly participating in the battles between the various factions, grinding monsters, and raising our strength. However, I feel that such methods are already rather limited. This is because whether they fight or not does not depend on us. And if we were to forcefully think of a way to make them fight, it won't be easy. Murong Yu's 1,000-ceiling ice pupils is about to advance, so our goal is nearly achieved. Zhuge Ling nodded. Zhuge Feng nodded. I think it's time for another one. Lin Xian, you're the captain. What do you think? But what else is there? Lin Xian thought for a moment. Why don't we split up? Wu Yunhua said. Huh, there's still half a year. Let's split up into 5 groups. 5 months later, we will gather at Fei Wind City and fight in the death arena. After a month, we will return to the human race. Lin Xian stroked his chin. But that's too dangerous. That's why it's called training. After all, those people before us did not form a team. Zhuge Feng said, I agree with that, but everyone has to know that our situation is much more dangerous than those people. They then looked at Lin Xian. They were waiting for Lin Xian to make a decision. I think that makes sense. Lin Xian. They stood up. Then that's it? Lin Xian nodded. All right, that's it. You have to be careful. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. All right. Lin Xian looked outside. Then, let's set off while it's still dark. Where to? In such a big place, where can't we go? No matter what kind of place it is, there will always be strong and weak. What's more, Virtue's virtual realm 10 stars is not weak. Okay, that's it then. 5 months later, we'll meet in Fei Wind City. Lin Xian needs to respect their decision. What's more, Lin Xian himself knows that everyone has been fighting here for a long time this month. Where they can continue to fight, where they can gain experience, everything is unknown. If there are no forces nearby to fight, they can only watch helplessly and waste time. It's better for everyone to split up and seek their own experience. Okay, late at night, the 10 of them went in 10 directions. They don't know where everyone is going, but they feel that there are always places to go and things to encounter. After Lin Xian left the city, he also headed in a certain direction. Lin Xian doesn't know where this direction leads, but it is the direction that the woman called Mu Qinshuang left that night. In Lin Xian's eyes, she is Shueqilan. Maybe they will meet, maybe they won't. Like them, Lin Xian doesn't know where to go and what to encounter. But this may be the right path. The idea they suddenly put forward was implemented in just a few minutes, and they split up. Perhaps in the eyes of each of them, this was the right path. Because, although they are a team, but sometimes they rely on Lin Xian alone or a few people. Everyone is indispensable, but everyone has to improve themselves. Therefore, they all agreed to this idea without prior consultation. 3 days later, Lin Xian came to a city he doesn't know where it is. But Lin Xian knows that this place should be thousands of kilometers away from Azure Venom Python's forces. Because in the past 3 days, Lin Xian used spatial force a lot. Anyway, he doesn't know where to go, so he has to go a bit further. But Lin Xian feels that this city is different from others. Chapter 1757. Why did Lin Xian feel that this city was different from other cities? The reason was that Lin Xian scanned them and saw that they were all at the Heavenly Tao Realm. These Heavenly Tao Realm existences appeared to be from a city. Most of them were at the 1-star Heavenly Tao Realm, and a few were at the 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm. However, Lin Xian had never seen such a number before. Of course, other than those at the Heavenly Tao Realm, there were many at the Great Void Realm and above. Basically, the Great Void Realm was at the lowest realm. They looked like they came from many places, but they seemed to be gathered here for a particular reason. Lin Xian was a Heavenly Tao after all. He went over without a word. Everyone, for this Fey God Forbidden Grounds trial, I wish for us to be united. This is because there will be countless experts competing with us. And once they are united while we are not, we will be at a complete disadvantage from the beginning. Said an elder. Yes, I think Supremacy Nanshan's words make sense. At the very least, we have to stick together when we can travel together. Other than the Fey God Forbidden Grounds being terrifying, we do have to be wary of others plotting against us. Yes, everyone nodded. The Fey God Forbidden Grounds happens once every 100 years. It's not a long time, but it's not a short time either. We have to seize every opportunity. If we can obtain a creation, then even if we are at the Heavenly Tao Realm, our realms will soar. Even if our realms don't soar, we will be able to obtain a top spirit artifact from ancient times. That's something these spirit artifacts can't compare with. Yes, let's cooperate. Lin Xian pondered behind them. Oh my, he seemed to have encountered something rather impressive for some baffling reason. Sigh, if he had known, everyone would have come together. However, the massive Fey race probably had no lack of such powerful beings. Now, what Lin Xian wanted to know was what kind of place the Fey God Forbidden Ground was. The Fey God was very powerful, so the words Forbidden Ground were very impressive. Lin Xian then secretly took out his cell phone and gave Ling Long Shui a call. Xiao Ling Long, what's the matter? Asked Ling Long Shui. She thought that something had happened to Lin Xian again. I met some people here talking about some demon god Forbidden Grounds. What kind of place is this demon god Forbidden Grounds? Ling Long Shui said, it's a rather important place for the Fey race. The Fey god Forbidden Ground has existed for tens of thousands of years. Legend has it that there are countless Fey race Fey gods from ancient times. They are all existences at the heavenly Tao realms, 7 stars and above. However, all of them have perished. They left their heritage and life's work in the Fey God Forbidden Ground. Future generations can enter the Fey God Forbidden Ground and, under unimaginable dangers, have a chance of obtaining top heritage or treasures from ancient times. Isn't this similar to the ruins? More or less, but the ruins belong to one person. There might be hundreds or even thousands of people here. Those people in the Demon God Forbidden Grounds might also be looking for someone they think is suitable. Ling Long Shui said, "Have you been there before?" Lin Xian asked, "Yes, once in 100 years. There are still many opportunities. I've been there 3 times, and only once did I obtain a spiritual artifact." "You didn't obtain anything?" Ling Long Shui shook her head. "It's rather difficult and very dangerous. Back then, I was at the Great Void Realm. I've been there 3 times, and according to what I know, in the past 1,000 years, few people have obtained the true heritage there. However, those who obtained it became extremely powerful. Then can I go?" "Yes. You are at the Heavenly Tao Realm, and you have spatial attributes. You can give it a try. Even the heritage of the Fey race is equally useful to you humans, except for some things that can only be released by Fey powers. However, you are a human, so I can't be certain if they are willing to give their heritage to a human." Ling Long Shui said, "That's fine. Give it a try. You have to give it a try if you encounter it. Remember to be careful. It's extremely terrifying inside. Even heavenly Tao realm existences are like ants in there. They are easily annihilated. Every time you enter, you will encounter something different. There's even an absolute door of death. Death is certain after entering." As Lin Xian had the eye of cave spirit, he wanted to give it a try. "Got it." Then Lin Xian hung up. "Go." With the eye of cave spirit there, it was definitely very useful in such a place. If he did not go, Lin Xian would look down on himself. The group of experts added up to more than 1,000 people. It was unknown what they were discussing, but as they chatted, they seemed to reach an agreement. "Everyone, it's about time. We should set off." "All right, let's set off together." Then, the crowd rushed in a particular direction. Lin Xian followed behind the crowd in a low-key manner. More than an hour later, they arrived at a place that was like a paradise. There were green mountains and clear waters, waterfalls, and rivers. It was truly beautiful, especially when paired with the blue sky and white clouds. It made one feel refreshed. By the time they arrived, there were more than 10,000 people gathered here. Lin Xian swept his gaze. Whoa, there were so many people. It was a lot more lively than Lin Xian imagined. No, there's so many people every time. But how many years has it been since someone obtained the heritage inside? It's quite impressive. Lin Xian did not think that he would definitely obtain the heritage. His thoughts were simple. He did not have a single decent spiritual weapon on him. Of course, other than his sword. However, there were too many types of spiritual weapons with various effects. They were especially powerful, especially those spiritual weapons from ancient times. They were definitely even more powerful. Lin Xian felt that with his eye of cave spirit, he should be able to obtain a spiritual weapon, right? Lin Xian took a look. There were so many people. It was obvious that there were many factions. Some factions would send a large number of experts to protect someone, so that he or she could obtain the treasure or heritage in the demon god forbidden ground. Obviously, this was a very powerful place. However, due to its difficulty and danger, many people were discouraged from entering. However, everyone knew in their hearts how precious the treasures inside were. How powerful were the treasures inside? Lin Xian took a look. Most of them were young people. And in the beginning, Lin Xian believed that the weakest was of the Great Void Realm. But in fact, there were many domain realm cultivators here. Lin Xian knew that these people were probably here to seek opportunities. Their bloodlines were insufficient, resulting in most of them having no hope of advancing to the Heavenly Tao Realm. There were even some who had no hope of advancing to the Great Void Realm their entire lives. In this world where strength reigned supreme, they also imagined that they could obtain opportunities in such a dangerous place, allowing them to advance to a higher realm. Even if it was dangerous, who could be certain about opportunities? Chapter 1758. MT Tianyao. A woman arrived at this place. Master, she bowed respectfully. Make a trip to the Fey God Forbidden Grounds. There is no one, only a voice. And if Lin Xian were here, he would definitely recognize her. This was because Linglong Shui had brought Lin Xian here to seek the experts' help in divining Lin Ya's situation. That's right, it was this mountain. And this mountain was none other than MT Tianyao. What does the Fey God Forbidden Grounds need me to do? The voice did not have any emotions, only respect. Find a human youth named Lin Xian. I want you to persuade him to come to MT Tianyao and become my disciple. Yes. Wait, I don't want you to specifically seek him out. The woman knitted her brows. Master, do you mean for me to inadvertently approach him and get him to come to MT Tianyao? Yes. Yes. Then, she vanished from her spot. Although she did not know why her master would do such a thing, it was normal. If her master wanted him to be her disciple, all she needed to do was tell him directly. No one would reject it. She was a little perplexed as to why her master would do something so superfluous, but she definitely had her reasons. And why would she do something so superfluous? This was because she had calculated that if she were to directly get him to come to MT Tianyao to accept him as a disciple, the chances of Lin Xian rejecting her was 80%. However, if she were to get her disciple to inadvertently bring Lin Xian here, and through certain means, the chances of success were 80%. Therefore, she chose the method with the highest chance of success. And why did she want to take in Lin Xian as her disciple? In fact, she had long noticed Lin Xian. She had even inferred that Lin Xian would come to her with Linglong Shui. Of course, most importantly, the time had come. Lin Xian had also advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. Outside the Fey God Forbidden Grounds, more and more people arrived. Lin Xian had actually sent a message to Ling Ying and the others about this matter. Their unified response was that they weren't coming. For a martial artist, the so-called opportunity was a very illusory thing. How should he put it? So what if he encountered a fortuitous encounter? It was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. This was a place that Lin Xian had encountered. Although it could be said that they had encountered this place, they still wanted to go there themselves. Moreover, they might be able to obtain some good things from this place, but the chances were too low. They would rather not come. Lin Xian would definitely respect their wishes. 5 months was neither a long time nor a short time. There was indeed a chance to encounter a fortuitous encounter, especially in a place like the demon race. In 5 months, it was basically impossible for one to obtain any fortuitous encounter in the human race. However, it was not necessarily the case in the demon race. This was because the two territories had two different views of the world. One was a place that had already been developed, and the other was a place that no one had been to for many years. Moreover, there were many dangerous places among the demon race, but at the same time, they were recognized as places with great opportunities. Where can't he go? Mu Qianshuang had also come to this place. That's right, her opponent was MT Heavenly Demon. Her master and that person from MT Heavenly Demon had been rivals for many years. They had their own destinies, and once they completed their destinies, they would allow their disciples to complete their destinies. The so-called destinies were actually a competition between their disciples. Who won and who lost? She came purely because Lin Xian was coming. It was not that she cared about Lin Xian, but her master had said that this Lin Xian was very likely to be her future rival. There were two paths she could take. She could either kill him or become his rival. Do you understand the feeling of loneliness? In the entire demon race, she was not the strongest, but in her generation, she did not have many opponents, much less a match for a human. She had always wanted to compete with the experts of the human race. This was because it was always said that the human race might not have a high starting point, but they had the highest potential. Furthermore, it was said that he was a full attribute. To be honest, she took this opponent seriously. For the human race, the demon god Forbidden Ground might not be so humane. She felt that this Lin Xian might die here, so she came to take a look. By the way, she also wanted to see if she could get some opportunities in the demon god Forbidden Ground. However, she had specially changed her clothes. That night, Lin Xian pulled her aside and said, "Thank you for saving him many times." Mu Qinshuang did not understand. Lin Xian glanced around with nothing to do. There were too many experts. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Mu Qinshuang. "It's her." Seeing Mu Qinshuang, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Indeed, Lin Xian could not recognize her at a glance. But Lin Xian had the system. With a glance, the system knew that she was a mission target who had triggered a mission. Touched. This Xue Qilin, she had been secretly protecting him. When he was going to the demon god Forbidden Ground, she mixed in with the crowd and secretly protected him. To be honest, Lin Xian wanted to know why she wanted to protect him and why she found him at that time. Lin Xian could not figure it out. He wanted to know. There were many things he wanted to tell her, ask her, and say thank you to her. Then Lin Xian walked over. Mu Qinshuang frowned slightly, because she saw Lin Xian walking towards her from the corner of her eye. She had a hunch that this Lin Xian was looking for her. That's strange. Can he recognize me? Not to mention how dark it was that night. She was still wearing a veil. Now, she was wearing a veil and had changed her clothes. She stood there in a very ordinary manner. Why was he still able to lock onto her in such a large crowd? Without the system, Lin Xian really could not recognize her. Even if she stood in front of Lin Xian now, Lin Xian would not recognize her. "Hi." Lin Xian walked to her side. For a moment, Lin Xian, a veteran in the field of love, did not know what to say. Mu Qinshuang frowned and then turned to walk away. "Hey, don't go." Lin Xian hurriedly chased after her. "Why are you following me?" Mu Qinshuang said coldly. "I want to say thank you. Also, I have a lot of things to ask you." "No need. Saving you was just a coincidence. I just happened to see your fight in the Death Corner fighting ring, and felt that it was a pity that you were assassinated like this." Mu Qinshuang answered faintly. "I'm not talking about this time. I'm talking about several times in the past, and when I advanced to the heavenly Tao." Mu Qinshuang frowned slightly. "Is he crazy? You've got the wrong person. No, I don't believe that in the demon race, there would be someone who would inexplicably save someone they don't know for no reason. It's just out of love. I don't believe it, especially for a girl like you. There must be a reason. It's fine if you don't want to admit it, but I know anyway." Lin Xian looked at her and said, "The further one went, the more likely they would have to obtain the most powerful treasures." Many people hesitated for a moment before going in. However, everyone knew that this place was very dangerous. In addition, when some people came in, they would enter the same passage. For example, they entered through this passage last time. This time, they would also enter through this passage. Then they would find that the things they encountered were completely different. Zhao Hao was a bit surprised. He was a bit surprised to see that the people in this place weren't the same as the ones in the previous passage. Therefore, everyone didn't understand why it was like this. What was the meaning of giving them 12 different tunnels? Lin Xian looked at Mu Qinshuang. After all, he was a shameless person. Lin Xian smiled and moved closer to her. "Beautiful sister, can I call you that?" Lin Xian was very willing to call her sister. First, she must be older than him. Second, she must be stronger than him. Third, she saved him. There was nothing wrong with that. Mu Qinshuang frowned. To be honest, she was a little regretful that she saved him. If she knew this would happen, she would have just let him die. Anyway, that person from the Heavenly Demon Mountain was her greatest opponent. She didn't know why her master said that she wasn't the person chosen by the Heavenly Demon Mountain. She felt that she was very powerful. She had fought with her several times, and there were wins and losses. Was it because this Lin Xian was a human? What was different about the human race? It was all about potential. Mu Qinshuang didn't answer. "Since you didn't answer, it means that you agreed." Lin Xian said with a smile. "Which one are you going?" "I'll go with you." Mu Qinshuang didn't speak and directly walked into the tunnel in front of her. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and directly followed her. Schwadat, with a flash of light, they appeared in a new place. What is this? Lin Xian glanced around. How should he put it? In front of them was a thundercloud area. It seemed that they could only go forward. Under the thundercloud, Lin Xian felt that they would be bombarded by terrible thunder. Many people might die. Because this was the thunder of heavenly punishment, it was very scary and dangerous. He didn't know how many people would fall under the thunder. They didn't go forward because, to be honest, everything here was unfamiliar. They didn't know how strong it was, how scary it was, and how many unknowns there were. So, unless they were very confident, they still hoped to wait until everyone came together before going forward. Who was at the front, the people behind would have a rough idea. Lin Xian used his eye of spiritual insight to investigate. Oh, under the thundercloud, there was an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. It was obviously extremely dangerous. There was nothing special about the other places, but Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight saw that there was a small amount of spiritual energy surging in front of them. There was nothing in other directions, only a small amount in front of them. So Lin Xian felt that there should be some clues. More and more people came. Soon, there were 20 to 30,000 people entering the tunnel. Mu Qianshuang didn't stop and directly walk forward. Many of them also formed cliques as they moved forward. Everyone saw the thunder and knew that it was obvious that they had to go forward, so they didn't have much doubt. Hey, hey, hey! Lin Xian ran to Mu Qianshuang's side. While walking with her, he said, "There might be some situation over there. Why don't we go and take a look?" Lin Xian pointed in a direction. Mu Qianshuang frowned. "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure, but there are some clues over there." In Mu Qianshuang's eyes, if this Lin Xian was chosen by the senior of the Heavenly Demon Mountain, then he was definitely not simple. Although his cultivation seemed low, he might have some unknown ability. In this kind of place, any decision could turn the world upside down. Chapter 1760. The fundamental reason why Mu Qianshuang believes in Lin Xian is that this person isn't simple. She didn't think that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to do what she couldn't do. Putting aside his battle prowess, she wasn't sure about his other special abilities. Therefore, she decided to give it a try and follow him. "I thought you wouldn't come with me." Lin Xian smiled and looked at Mu Qianshuang. Sure enough, she's still worried about me. If there's an easier and safer way, why not? Mu Qianshuang said. After all, the demon god Forbidden Ground is indeed dangerous, and the further you go, the more dangerous it gets. So, if you can maintain a good state, then you can definitely keep going. Even for her, it's still dangerous in such a place. And there's even a risk of death. She doesn't dare to joke about this. It just so happens that I can take advantage of this matter with Lin Xian to gain some understanding of him. If it's true, then I really have to look at him in a new light. I appreciate your idea. Lin Xian and Mu Qianshuang walked in that direction and were seen by some people. However, no one thought of following them. Although they can go there, but they think that it's a waste of time to walk there. It's better to follow the group through the thundercloud zone. If they leave the group, then it's really dangerous. Soon, Lin Xian and Mu Qianshuang came to a small passage, a valley-like place surrounded by barriers. They can only pass through this valley. But for Mu Qianshuang, why does she feel that this valley is more dangerous? But she can't be sure. It seems to be here. Where are we going? Mu Qianshuang asked faintly. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. What the heck? Why did I follow him here all of a sudden? But forget it. It doesn't matter. But the spiritual force of heaven and earth under the thundercloud is ridiculously strong, and there doesn't seem to be much spiritual force of heaven and earth here. So, I feel that maybe this is just a shortcut. After saying that, Lin Xian walked over. Sigh, why isn't this Xue Qilin willing to talk to me? It would be nice to chat more. How do I contact you in the future? Can you give me a way to contact them? Or rather, where can I find you in the future? You don't have to follow me secretly. I'll protect myself, but I'm really grateful for your secret protection. Mu Qianshuang. No, she had only casually made a move once. How many times did this person have to say that? Shut up. All right, I'll shut up. Lin Xian then silently lit a cigarette. A large hall appeared in front of them. Mu Qianshuang frowned. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a dangerous place. Logically speaking, they had just entered a hall where there might be many treasures. This should be a very dangerous place. Like I said, there must be something here. The master of this demon god forbidden ground set up these checkpoints so that we could see the thundercloud zone as soon as we entered. Even though we knew it was dangerous, we knew that we had to pass through it. Little did we know that there would be something good right at the start. Lin Xian said. After saying that, Lin Xian walked to the door and was about to push it open. Don't go in if you don't want to die. Mu Qianshuang reminded Lin Xian. Obviously, this place was dangerous. It was purposely luring people in and then killing them inside. It's okay, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Xian had the eye of insight. After he entered, he could see clearly where the danger was and where the traps were. So if there was danger, Lin Xian would be able to leave safely. But what if there was no danger? Or could he avoid the danger? Doesn't that mean he could take away the treasures inside? Who wouldn't want a free treasure? This was the demon race's territory in ancient times. Even if this was just the entrance and the treasures inside might not be that high, it shouldn't be too bad. Then Lin Xian pushed the door open. Mu Qianshuang stood there and watched Lin Xian walk in. Then she shook her head. He was courting death. She couldn't do anything about it. She definitely wouldn't be so cheap to save him. Lin Xian walked in. The hall wasn't that big, and there weren't many things inside. Lin Xian glanced around. Anyway, there were a lot of good things. Moreover, with the eye of insight, Lin Xian didn't find any traps or dangers. In other words, there really wasn't any danger in here. Then wouldn't this hall be emptied? Damn, I'm rich. Lin Xian then happily stuffed all kinds of things inside the hall into his interspatial ring. Mu Qianshuang was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Was this person really stupid, or was he pretending to be crazy? He really didn't care about anything and desperately stuffed all the treasures in the hall into his interspatial ring. Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, even if you were greedy, you could just take one or two things and run out. But this guy, he actually stuffed everything? If you don't die, who will? He clearly knew what kind of place this was. He clearly knew that there were so many dangers. Yet he still did this? She had overestimated this person. No matter what, this Lin Xian was just a human brat in his 20s. In her eyes, he was indeed a brat. What would a 20-something brat know? What was so special about his state of mind? That's right. After all, he was a 20-year-old human. If he wanted to die, then she, Mu Qianshuang, wouldn't care. But time slowly passed. Lin Xian was frantically moving things inside, but nothing unexpected happened. Mu Qianshuang stood outside. She didn't leave. She wanted to take a look, but she felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Nothing unexpected happened. He was almost done moving everything. After a while, Lin Xian lit a cigarette and happily walked out of the hall. Hey! Lin Xian smiled and waved at Mu Qianshuang. Mu Qianshuang. Know this? Did he just walk out of there safely? It can't be. Hello. Lin Xian waved his hand in front of her. Mu Qianshuang came back to her senses. Are you okay? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. What's wrong? Nothing. She shook her head. Strange. It was really strange. How could he be fine? Could it be that there were no dangers or traps inside? No, she didn't believe it. Are the things you put in the interspatial ring still there? She asked. Walala. Then a small mountain of various things was placed in front of them. Mu Qianshuang didn't believe it. She reached out and casually took a crystal to feel it. It was real. Not only was there no danger, but the things inside were also real. She started to doubt her life. Was this Lin Xian lucky or on the 5th floor? Chapter 1761. Logically speaking, Mu Qianshuang was really helpless. Was she thinking too much, or was it too one-sided? Was this Lin Xian thinking too deeply, or was it too simple? Really, there was such a thing. Mu Qianshuang nodded and continued to walk forward. That's weird. Lin Xian put the things into his spatial ring and chased after her. In front, they passed through the passage and then looked to the left. They had already passed through the thundercloud area. Then they followed the path and walked to the other end of the thundercloud area. Mu Qian was slightly stunned. Others had risked their lives to pass through the thundercloud area. Now, it seemed that no one had passed through. They did not do anything and even encountered a hall full of treasures. There was no danger and they walked all the way here. It was a bit ridiculous. Lin Xian, how is it? Am I right? We did not encounter any danger along the way. There is no need to pass through the thundercloud area, and we are already here. At this time, a figure walked out from the thundercloud behind them. He looked extremely miserable. This old man is finally out. The old man's hair stood on end, and his whole body was char black. He should not be seriously injured, but he was definitely not in a good condition. He then looked at Lin Xian and Mu Qian. The two of them looked completely fine, but they actually came out before him. Not simple. Then he sat down cross-legged and recuperated. One by one, they came out. Each of them looked very miserable. The first thing they did was the same. They sat down cross-legged and meditated. After all, they did not know how much danger there would be. They had to at least ensure that their condition was normal. Let's wait for them. Lin Xian saw that Mu Qian was about to walk forward and quickly said, "No need. There is no need. I know you're very powerful. But if we wait for them to walk forward together, at least they can wade through the muddy water first. There's no need to put the danger on yourself. Don't you think so? I know you're very powerful and very proud. But we can't be so stubborn." Mu Qian, she was unable to refute. Sit. Do you want to eat? Let's have some hot pot." Lin Xian then released his law of creation. The hot pot was cooked there, and all kinds of ingredients, bowls, chopsticks, and condiments were prepared. Lin Xian then put his favorite beef in to cook. Mu Qian, she ignored him. Who? Lin Xian blew on the beef, dipped in the sauce, and swallowed it in one gulp. Satisfaction. He was fucking satisfied. Have some. I know you're from the demon clan and might not be used to it, but maybe you can get used to it? Lin Xian looked at Mu Qian. No need. She closed her eyes and began to meditate. After more than 10 seconds, she felt hot air on her face. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Xian holding a piece of beef with chopsticks and placing it in front of her mouth. Open your mouth. Mu Qian frowned. What are you doing? She had to open her mouth to speak. After opening her mouth, Lin Xian stuffed the beef directly into her mouth from under the veil. I'm feeding you something to eat. Seriously. Mu Qian frowned. However, she had to admit that she had never tasted anything like this before. It was a very strange taste. But in the next second, she suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. These chopsticks were his own. If he used his own chopsticks to feed her, wouldn't that be bang? Mu Qian stood up, her face cold. What's the matter? Lin Xian looked at her innocently. Mu Qian. This was fucking ridiculous. Her face was originally filled with anger, but she suddenly couldn't vent her anger. He didn't seem to be doing it on purpose, right? He actually wanted to give her something good to eat, but he didn't pay attention to this? He didn't seem to have any evil intentions. It's nothing, Mu Qian coldly said. Then she sat down, but turned her back to Lin Xian. Hey, let's eat together. Lin Xian moved the hot pot in front of her and handed her a pair of chopsticks and a small bowl. Mu Qian opened her beautiful eyes. She silently took the bowl and chopsticks. That's more like it. Lin Xian smiled. The people behind felt that this was too ridiculous. They were here to recuperate, but these two people were here to eat? Not being human? Fuck. How is it? Delicious, right? What is this called? Mu Qian asked. She actually couldn't remember when was the last time she ate. Of course, she was referring to eating formally. Usually, she would just drink tea because at her realm, she didn't need to eat anymore. But to be honest, she didn't remember eating this kind of food. This is called hot pot. It's a very popular food in our human race. A group of friends would sit around the table. If they want to eat something, they would put the ingredients in and cook it. After a while, they would add some seasoning. It's very comfortable, especially when the weather is cold. It's very warm. Lin Xian said. Mu Qian nodded. Time slowly passed. Those people slowly recovered and stood up one by one. Everyone, we don't know how many dangers lie ahead. In my opinion, no matter what, Let's not have any conflicts or intrigue against each other. Let's go back first and see how far we can go. We've failed so many times before. This time, I think we should be able to go further together. That's right, Zhang Wuji said with a smile. An old man said, "In honored Tian Yu's words are reasonable." This old man agrees. For example, if you encounter a secondary hall or a main hall where treasures are stored, and there are some treasures inside, first come, first serve. This old man doesn't want to see people kill people because of jealousy. This old man will say this: if I see someone like that, then the first person this old man will kill will be him. This time, our goal is to go further. Understood. I agree. Many people nodded. And it's good that you agree. Lin Xian sneered. Well said. I don't know what they will do when the time comes and the treasures they want are taken by others. Mu Qian Shuang elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up. This meal was very comfortable for her. Let's go, she said, and then walked forward. The rest of the crowd also followed him one after another. Not long after, all of them arrived at a plain, but they were blocked by a large sea of purple flowers in front of them. The experience of a strong cultivator was that once there was something that attracted people's attention, there must be a mystery behind it. It must not be simple. Just like now, a purple sea of flowers appeared on a plain. This sea of flowers is definitely not simple. It's definitely dangerous. They must be very careful. Chapter 1762. The huge sea of purple flowers in front of them blocked everyone's path. Lin Xian took a look behind him. At the beginning, the number of people who came in was about 30,000. Now, Lin Xian took a look behind him. It seems that 1/3 of them are missing. In other words, Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang didn't experience the thundercloud zone, and there might be 10,000 people who died? Fuck. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but now that he thought about it, he felt that it was a bit exaggerated. They just came in, and 1/3 of the people are missing? Fuck. Isn't the death rate a bit too high? And here, when everyone saw the sea of flowers, their subconscious thought was to fly over it, but they found out that it was forbidden to fly. Forbidden to fly means that they can't fly. Moreover, they can't use their space attribute. That means that they can only walk on this sea of flowers. Therefore, they were more convinced that this huge sea of flowers is very dangerous. Lin Xian spiritual, I can only see that this sea of flowers isn't simple, but he's not sure about the specifics. However, Lin Xian recognized this flower. Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Let's go back a bit. This Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower is the real deal. Whoever stays at the back will have a higher chance of surviving. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian, recognizing the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower, made Mu Qian Shuang a bit surprised. He's only in his 20s, and he actually knows this Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower? Mu Qian Shuang dares to say that among the 20,000 people present, there are many who have lived for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years old. But the number of people who recognize the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower should not be more than 10, because this thing was really something that had been extinct for many years, and it was very rare to find in the records. Mu Qian Shuang didn't refute Lin Xian's words. Indeed, whoever stays at the back will have a lower death rate. Why? It seemed that this sea of purple extinction spirit flowers was nothing, but when you walked past them, each flower would instantly become bigger and then trigger a powerful vine. Once you were touched by the vine, you would directly lose the qualification to use spiritual power. It was similar to a forbidden spell. At the same time, you would be paralyzed and slowly unable to break free. You would die here forever and become the nourishment of the purple extinction spirit flowers. Therefore, there was a high chance that those who walked in the front would be affected, while those who walked at the back would be in less danger because the people in front had already activated the vines. These vines had already bound some people, so the danger would be greatly reduced. As expected, not many people recognized him. Even if someone recognized this, they wouldn't say it out loud. It would not take long for them to break free, so there was no danger. Only when they were tied up did they realize that they could not use their spiritual energy when tied up. However, what they said is indeed true. We cannot attack the amethyst extinction spirit flower. Otherwise, not only will the amethyst extinction spirit flower be fine, it will even absorb a powerful force and become stronger. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Mu Qian did not say a word because what Lin Xian said was indeed true. More and more people rushed over, but Lin Xian and company had yet to go over. When most of the people rushed over, Lin Xian and Mu Qian jumped over. It was very easy because they were stepping on the bodies of those who were tied up. Out of the 20,000 people who passed, about 15,000 people passed. The elimination rate reached 25%. To be honest, it was still very exaggerated. In just a short period of time, about 15,000 people had died at these two tiny checkpoints. It might seem like nothing, but what if the 15,000 people were mostly heavenly venerables or great void realm experts? There might even be quite a number of heavenly Tao realm experts. Wasn't that terrifying? Everyone turned their heads to look at the purple flower forest that was no longer beautiful. It was filled with thorns and vines. Many people were tied up there. In the beginning, they could still struggle a little, but now their arms were hanging limply. It was a terrifying batch. Chapter 1763. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. I thought this was just a normal situation of trapping someone. I didn't expect that once someone is trapped, they will never be able to get out. Gulp. Tian Dao is trapped and can't get out. This is too scary. Is this the god-beast forbidden ground? No, I've been here before. It wasn't this cruel. I can only say that we might have entered a more dangerous place. Yes, these 12 entrances should have different dangers and difficulties. We might have entered the most dangerous place. But danger and opportunity coexist. Does this mean that we are the ones who are most likely to encounter the most powerful treasure? Not necessarily. What if this is the death gate? Impossible. If it's the death gate, there's no need to give us so many trials and kill us bit by bit. If it's the death gate, there's no need to do so. So this should be the life gate too. Then, everyone, let's move forward. Everyone walked forward. Hey, if something happens to me, will you save me? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and asked Mu Qian. No, tisk women. They don't mean what they say. You've saved me so many times. Now you say you won't. I don't believe you. Lin Xian shook his head. Mu Qian frowned. Saved him so many times? I think you've misunderstood something. Mu Qian said as she walked forward. Huh? What do you mean? What did he misunderstand? I've only saved you once. Don't. Did I do something wrong? If you tell me, I won't say it. Lin Xian mumbled. Indeed, you've only saved me once. I think you got the wrong person. Mu Qian said calmly. Lin Xian looked at her. Really? That was the first time we met. That's what I'm talking about. You got the wrong person. Lin Xian frowned. Did he really get the wrong person? Then why did you save me? Like I said, it's just that I can't stand the way those people do things. I'm a human, and the demons kill humans. Why did you save me for no reason? This doesn't make sense. Mu Qian was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Xian and continued walking forward. Lin Xian scratched his head. It seemed like he had really mistaken her for someone else. So why? Lin Xian couldn't understand it all. There must be a reason. Hey, wait for me. Lin Xian chased after him. Then release your power and let's see. Lin Xian. Mu Qian ignored Lin Xian. If you don't release it, then I'll recognize you. You're lying to me. Mu Qian's tender body erupted with an aura. It's the aura of a monster, but it doesn't seem to be Xue Qilin's aura. Lin Xian couldn't remember clearly. That night, it was mainly because she saved him, coupled with the fact that she released this kind of white light, and that she was a beautiful girl. Lin Xian was absolutely certain that she was Xue Qilin, but now she refuted. Lin Xian wasn't sure if she said it deliberately or if it was really a mistake. Lin Xian wasn't sure about this power either. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Xian asked. Shut up. Mu Qianshuang was annoyed to death by Lin Xian. I won't. Why did you save me? Mu Qianshuang. She walked forward, ignoring Lin Xian. Wait for me. Lin Xian chased after her. Then what race are you from? Lin Xian asked. Can't you shut up? Look, you annoyed me, yet you didn't kill me. You even saved me. How can you make me believe that you don't know me? Did you save me because you took a fancy to me? Although the odds are quite high, but... Shut up. Lin Xian immediately shut up. You don't look that old, so why is your cultivation base so high? I know someone about the same age as you. Her cultivation base isn't as high as yours, but her bloodline is very strong. No matter what, she should be about the same age as you. Why is that? Lin Xian couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, as a monster, Linglong Shui should be very powerful at her age. But this Mu Qianshuang, she should be about the same age as Linglong Shui. As a human, this gap in cultivation base can be explained. But as a monster, it's a bit outrageous. After all, Linglong Shui's bloodline is top-notch. Can you shut up? Mu Qianshuang was really annoyed. She was not a talkative person to begin with, and this Lin Xian was like a housefly that kept buzzing in her ear. She was really annoyed. She had already explained it several times. Okay, I'll shut up. Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette. In front of them, the road in front of them came to an end, but a portal appeared. Obviously, it was to let them enter this portal. As for what was inside this portal, it was unknown. They didn't hesitate. No matter what was inside, they had to go in because this was the only way. Mu Qianshuang also didn't hesitate and directly walked in. Lin Xian also followed behind her. Shwada, with a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared in a white space. Huh? Lin Xian frowned. It was very strange because the other people who entered here were all gone. In the whole space, there was only Lin Xian. Welcome to the death trial. An old man's voice came from the void. Death trial? It's here? Lin Xian frowned. Later, you will be placed in a specific area. In this area, all of you will have 12 hours. What you have to do is to kill. Kill as many as you can. After 12 hours, only 3,000 people will be left alive. Lin Xian frowned. Death trial? What if I kill less people? In the void, the voice came. The more people you kill, the more likely you'll be to walk out of here alive. Killing people is your bargaining chip. Schwad, then, a watch appeared on Lin Xian's wrist. A screen was displayed on the watch. In the fixed map, all of your positions will be located at all times. The locator cannot be removed or damaged. If you have such thoughts, you will die without a doubt. After entering, please try your best to survive and kill as many people as possible. I wish you the best of luck, and may you be able to go further and survive. Schwada in the next instant. Lin Xian disappeared from where he stood. When Lin Xian appeared again, he was already on a very real, snowy ground. So, the remaining 15,000 people will be placed here to fight. In the end, only 3,000 people will be able to walk out alive. Also, I have been located. In other words, everyone knows my position. It's impossible to hide. Chapter 1764. Lin Xian knitted his brows tightly. It was very dangerous, so dangerous that it was a little exaggerated. 15,000 people. Not all of them were experts, but most of them were. And Lin Xian's cultivation realm wasn't high. He wasn't too afraid of a one-on-one as long as he didn't encounter someone with an extremely high cultivation realm. However, Lin Xian knew that although there weren't any Heavenly Dao Realm experts with 80 or 90 stars, there were still Heavenly Dao Realm experts with 7 stars. If Lin Xian was unlucky and was targeted by a Heavenly Dao Realm expert with 7 stars, he would be in trouble. And now, Lin Xian raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist. Fuck. This snowy land was a place with no hiding spots. It wasn't like a forest where there were countless trees to hide in. But here, it was completely barren. At a glance, who knew how far one could see? Thankfully, the snowy land's map wasn't very flat. There were undulating snowy hills and even snowy mountains everywhere. There were also huge, snowy mountains that were so tall that one couldn't see the top of them at a glance. If there was a need to hide in a situation where one could know everyone's location, there were actually some possibilities. First, even if one knew the location, they wouldn't know who it was. They would only sneak over to take a look and see if they could beat them. However, with a wide field of vision, there was no place to hide. They would be able to spot you at a glance. And for many other people, it wasn't too much of a problem since they were all the same. However, it was different for Lin Xian. The reason was very simple. Lin Xian looked very young at a glance. Furthermore, they could directly see through Lin Xian's cultivation realm. He was at the one-star Heavenly Dao realm. In a place where there were Heavenly Dao realm experts everywhere, they would definitely take action the moment they saw a one-star Heavenly Dao realm expert. Furthermore, Lin Xian glanced at the goatskin scroll in his hand. On it were the detailed rules of the death trial. It didn't mention what benefits one would obtain by killing more people. In short, it meant that the more people one killed, the better the benefits one would obtain in the future. There was another crucial piece of information. That was, other than the number of kills, there was also a quality requirement. To put it simply, killing a Great Void Realm expert was completely different from killing a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Lin Xian could understand this, but it wasn't so good for Lin Xian. Why? This was because Lin Xian looked young. Although he had a Heavenly Dao 1-star cultivation level, with such a rule, a Heavenly Dao 1-star would become the target of Heavenly Dao Realm experts. This was because they would feel that killing 10 Great Void Realm experts was inferior to killing a Heavenly Dao 1-star. Furthermore, killing a Heavenly Dao 1-star might be difficult for a Heavenly Dao 2-star or 3-star Heavenly Dao Realm expert, but there were even Heavenly Dao 7-stars here. Killing a Heavenly Dao 1-star Heavenly Dao 4-star or 5-star Heavenly Dao 6-star 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 Heavenly Dao 6-star. Therefore, if one had the intention to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star, it meant that one was basically at the 3rd-star Heavenly Dao Realm or higher. Therefore, on the whole, Lin Xian was safe as a 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm expert. But on a smaller scale, he was the most dangerous. Lin Xian scanned his surroundings. His field of vision wasn't considered wide from his position, but in such a tiny spot, in such a tiny region, Lin Xian saw 5 people. This also meant that the snowy region wasn't huge. It was definitely not huge. Of course, those people saw Lin Xian as well, including the others. They had just finished reading the rules. Since they knew the rules, then now, it was time for them to make their choice. Some people did not even have the extravagant hope of killing people in the death trial. Even if they had the strength and encountered someone, they did not have the extravagant hope of killing someone. Their goal was to survive. That was all. Although they knew that the future would be very dangerous, at the very least, they had to survive, right? To some people, this was purely the time to hunt. They had absolute strength, and at the same time, they did not need to worry about being killed by others. This was because with so many choices, no one would think of killing them, even if they were very strong. The gains did not make up for the losses. As for them, what they pursued was a higher reward, allowing them to go further. This was because they knew that the place they had come to was the most dangerous one, but at the same time, it was also the place with the most treasures and the strongest. The further they went, the higher the chances of them obtaining top treasures, although their realms were already close to the pinnacle of this continent. However, this Fey God Forbidden Ground was a place where numerous Fey gods had perished in ancient times. Back then, there were Heavenly Dao Realm, 10-star Heavenly Dao Realm existences everywhere. Even at their realm, they could only dream of obtaining treasures or cultivation techniques from such existences. Perhaps they might have been stuck for centuries or even millennia before breaking through. And the other group of people, which was Lin Xian's group, had the capital to kill, but at the same time, they were in danger of being killed. As though they had a tacit understanding, the few of them cast their gazes on Lin Xian at the same time. "Punk, prepare to die." An elder bellowed angrily before an unimaginable might blasted out from his body. Apart from this area, fights had already broken out in other places. Heavenly Dao Realm, 2-star. Lin Xian's eyes focused. "Since you have a death wish, don't blame me." Shua. Following that, Lin Xian's 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm cultivation level blasted out. However, although Lin Xian's cultivation level was only at the 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm, Lin Xian's overall stats were not simple. He was definitely not an ordinary 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm. And what Lin Xian wanted to do was finish off this Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm in a short period of time. The other people's cultivation levels were all at the 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm. When they sensed the strength released by the duo, they stood there hesitating and did not take action. In the beginning, they believed that Lin Xian was a great Void Realm expert that could be crushed to death, but they never expected him to be at the Heavenly Dao Realm. However, they did not leave. Firstly, they did not know where to go. Secondly, they were fantasizing that if the two of them were to fight to the death, wouldn't they be able to take advantage of the situation? Even if they could not heavily injure the other party, they could even find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Then, the few of them would definitely have a tacit understanding to not attack each other. Spatial Seal. Lin Xian immediately released Spatial Seal. This was because he had the means to instantly kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star. Although in the death arena, Lin Xian seemed to be able to hold his own against 2-star opponents. That was because Lin Xian had held back. But now, in this place, Lin Xian did not need to hold back. All he needed was for this person to not escape. Chapter 1765. The Elder's powerful strength had been casually blocked by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a series of augmentations from the system. At the same time, Lin Xian also had the Door of God's Awakening, which doubled all his stats. What? Seeing Lin Xian easily block his strength, the Elder frowned suddenly. Although the possibility of a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star being able to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star wasn't very high, it was definitely a one-sided battle. But why was a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star able to easily withstand his 2-star strength? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Then, welcome death. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian's strength erupted, forcefully lowering the Elder's realm to the 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm. Realm Enhancement Domain. Shua. At the same time, Lin Xian's cultivation level rose to the 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm. Strength doubled. Lin Xian was already able to crush the Elder, but now, with Lin Xian's strength doubled from the foundation of a 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm, this Elder, Absolute Zero. Shua. Lin Xian did not use any other strength. Instead, he used an ice elemental martial technique, Absolute Zero, under the suppression of absolute strength. Although the Elder released a powerful strength, he was still frozen to the spot. It was difficult for Heavenly Dao Realm existences to die, because if they wanted to escape, there was basically no way to stop them. Furthermore, their physique was extremely strong, making them very difficult to kill. Therefore, it was nearly impossible to kill an opponent with a difference of 1 or 2 stars. However, Lin Xian's strength had definitely reached such a level under the present circumstances. At the same time, Lin Xian definitely had the ability to prevent his opponent from escaping. With the Ice Elemental and Spatial Elemental, how were they to escape? Phoenix's 9 Firmaments. Phoenix's 9 Firmaments was likely Lin Xian's strongest move. There was no other. This was the martial skill that Huang Shi had given him. This was a martial skill of the Phoenix bloodline. Even if others obtained it, they would not be able to cultivate it. The reason why Lin Xian could cultivate it was because he had sex with Huang Shi. Phoenix 9 Heavens. You can understand it as this martial skill has a total of 9 moves. Each move is stronger than the previous one. The strongest move is the 9th move, Phoenix 9 Heavens. How exaggerated was it exactly? Lin Xian's cultivation level was at the 1-star Heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, Lin Xian's spiritual energy was dozens of times higher than warriors at his realm. However, Lin Xian's release of the Phoenix 9 firmaments drained a third of his spiritual energy. In other words, for this 9 heavens of the Phoenix, Lin Xian could only release this martial skill 3 times without releasing anything else. One could imagine just how powerful it was. It was so terrifying that even someone at the Heavenly Tao realm would not be able to release the Phoenix's 9 firmaments. If not for Lin Xian's immense spiritual energies, he would not have been able to release the 9th move at the 1-star Heavenly Tao realm. This was ridiculous. Screech, a phoenix cry, sounded as 9 phoenix phantoms soared into the sky. At the same time, they brought with them 9 terrifying pillars of fire that shot into the sky. Boom! The 9 phoenixes directly devoured the elder who had yet to escape the ice seal. SS. The few of them drew a cold gasp. This was a power that could be released at the 1-star Heavenly Tao realm. Phoenix. That's a phoenix. He's from the phoenix lineage? Thankfully, we did not take action. To think that he's from the phoenix lineage. How terrifying. Is this the absolute suppression of bloodlines? Gulp. They could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. It was indeed terrifying. But the horror was yet to come. When the snowstorm dissipated, the elder had already been reduced to a corpse. At the same time, the number Heavenly Tao, 1 appeared on Lin Xian's watch. The pupils of the few people constricted immediately. He's dead? He's dead just like that? How is that possible? How can a 1-star Heavenly Tao realm warrior be instantly killed by a 1-star Heavenly Tao realm warrior? This is impossible. Gulp, let's leave quickly. They originally wanted to reap the benefits from the tussle between the snipe and the clam, but from the looks of it, that was not possible. They had to run. This was an expert. Run? Lin Xian's eyes focused. Since we've encountered each other, it must be fate. Then don't run. Lin Xian then released a spatial seal. In a short period of time, Lin Xian had easily killed 5 Heavenly Tao realm warriors. He was likely the most efficient person. Although Lin Xian's strength was not strong, his abilities were powerful. He did not play any fancy tricks and directly killed. Then, Lin Xian looked ahead and pondered slightly. Under the premise of a massacre, I have to ensure my own safety. How should I do that? Lin Xian pondered slightly. Right, array formation. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Formations were actually a very powerful thing, but there weren't many people in the continent who knew about top-level formations. The main reason was that many array formations have been lost to time. Just like many pill formulas, pills were also very impressive. Unfortunately, many powerful pills have been lost to time. However, Lin Xian knew them. The Heaven-Earth Holy Art not only gave him powerful medical skills, but also gave him a deep understanding of heaven and earth spiritual items. At the same time, array formations were one of them. It was just that Lin Xian rarely had the chance to use array formations. Most importantly, powerful array formations required time to condense and large amounts of spiritual energy. True strength was not something Lin Xian could use before he reached the Heavenly Tao realm. And now, Lin Xian could give it a try. And the place should be here. Then, Lin Xian did not waste a moment as he set up an array formation. Even if the array formation was not completed, it would not be a problem as long as it was not above the 4-star Heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian could fight a 4-star Heavenly Tao realm opponent, but if the opponent realized that they could not finish off Lin Xian in a short period of time, they would likely not continue fighting. This was because it was not a life-and-death battle. There was no need for them to waste their energy on a difficult opponent. And from Lin Xian's point of view, existences at the Heavenly Tao realm at 4 stars and above would, according to their positioning, head to places with more people. They would then casually slay them. This way, their efficiency would be high. And since there weren't many people in the vicinity, the chances of them coming over were low. Indeed, an hour later, Lin Xian had completed several array formations. During this period, he constantly replenished his spiritual energy. In this hour, 10 people came. The strongest was a 3-star heavenly Dao realm expert. He fought with Lin Xian for a while before leaving. This was because he realized that he could not defeat Lin Xian in a short period of time. As for Lin Xian, he had the ability to kill him, but Lin Xian did not do so. This was because it would expend large amounts of spiritual energy. Lin Xian did not set up these array formations just to protect his life. If Lin Xian wanted to kill more people, it was absolutely impossible with his cultivation level. However, the array formations had a chance of doing so. Once it was completed, even if a heavenly Dao realm 7-star came, even if they could not kill them, they would definitely be trapped for a short period of time. If it was completed, the rest would depend on how Lin Xian lured those people over. Chapter 1766. Lin Xian's array formation was basically set up. It was rather dangerous because Lin Xian was greatly drained. Even though he was at the 1-star heavenly Dao realm, the array formation he set up probably drained the spiritual energy of dozens of 1-star heavenly Dao realm cultivators. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of pills. Furthermore, Lin Xian had obtained quite a number of relatively useful pills and even heaven and earth spiritual items in the hall. Lin Xian relied on these to quickly recover his spiritual energy. As for things like spiritual energy recovery medicine, they were nearly useless to those at the heavenly Dao realm. At that realm, to recover one's spiritual energy faster, one needed pills of a rather high grade. Unfortunately, there were very few pill formulas available. However, Lin Xian had countless formulas. Then, all I need to do is wait for someone to arrive. Lin Xian stood there to recover his spiritual energy. Soon, a person rushed over and saw Lin Xian standing there. Such a young punk. He sneered when he saw Lin Xian. Then, without any hesitation, he charged over with immense strength. Heavenly Dao Realm, 2 stars. Lin Xian's ability to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star was very simple. But if he could use an even simpler method, why would he need to use his own strength? Punk dot. The figure charged over and threw a punch at Lin Xian. From his point of view, he had hit Lin Xian, but Lin Xian's figure was reduced to nothingness. Oh, he knitted his brows tightly. Array formation. His pupils constricted. This punk had actually set up an array formation. As for what kind of array formation it was, he was unsure. What kind of useful array formation can you set up? He sneered. Is that so? Sorry, your luck isn't very good. The array formation you are in is called the Yin-Yang Twin Dragon Array. I wonder if you have heard of it. With that said, Lin Xian lit a cigarette in delight. What? Yin-Yang Twin Dragon Array? His pupils shrank. He had heard of this array before. It was a powerful array created by a branch of the dragons. But how did he know how to use it? Grown, within the array formation, the Yin and Yang dragons appeared. The terrifying thing about this formation was that there were a total of 2 dragons. If one person was inside, there would be 2 dragons. If 2 people were inside, there would be 4 dragons, and so on. The people trapped in this formation had to kill the Yin-Yang dragons at the same time to break the formation. This was the only way to break the formation. For stronger existences, it was easy to break the formation. After all, their strength was enough to instantly kill 2 of them. However, it was absolutely impossible for those with similar cultivation levels to do so. For example, the 2 Yin-Yang dragon phantoms were condensed from an array formation, and their strength had reached 2 stars of the heavenly Dao realm. How could he break it? He could only be exhausted to death. Furthermore, they couldn't be killed at the same time. Even if you killed one, it would appear again in an instant. Moreover, there was more than one formation here. Lin Xian was waiting for more people to arrive. Heaven and Earth Illusion Formation, open. Shua, an array formation that enveloped the surroundings, was activated. This array formation did not have any offensive capabilities, but but it prevented people outside from seeing the situation inside. There was no way they could sense it. For example, the experts inside the Yin Dragon Array were engaged in a slaughter, but to the people outside, they could neither see nor sense it. How can I lure more people over? Lin Xian pondered slightly. Got it. Following that, Lin Xian injected spiritual energy into his voice and took a deep breath. You're all idiots. Your mothers were all killed by me. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of trash. Trash. You're all idiots. What's the point of you living? Why don't all of you die? Why don't all of you accompany your beloved mothers? Lin Xian's cursing voice traveled far and wide. After all, Lin Xian's heavenly Tao realm powers were injected into his voice. It was unimaginable how far it could travel. Lin Xian didn't believe that these people would be able to hold themselves back once his voice was heard. As expected, not to mention those experts who were still looking for prey, even those who were in the middle of fighting had stopped. Fuck. This old man has never seen such a savage person. He's courting death. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that he wants to challenge so many of us by himself? To provoke us in such a way, he's courting death. This old man wants to see who dares to be so arrogant here. Shua. From all directions, experts rushed towards Lin Xian's location. Mu Qinshuang frowned. Wasn't this voice Lin Xian's? What was he doing? Wasn't he courting death? Shua. With a swing of her sword, a heavenly Tao expert was killed. Mu Qinshuang looked towards the direction of the voice and sped off. Soon, there were no less than 300 people gathered around Lin Xian. Those who dared to come over must have some strength. The others either did not hear it, did not dare to come over, or took the opportunity to struggle at death's door or recuperate from their injuries. I really don't know what this kid is thinking. There's a path to heaven, but he doesn't want to take it. There's no door to hell. Don't talk nonsense. Let's just kill this troublesome brat. Don't fight with this old man. Let this old man kill him with his own hands. Shua. Then, everyone rushed towards Lin Xian. Hatter. Lin Xian lit a cigarette, and then about 50 people rushed over and entered the various formations in an instant. There were arrays all around Lin Xian. Even the weakest array could trap them for a short period of time. What? There are so many arrays. Some people did not come over directly because Lin Xian had done something no ordinary person would do. Therefore, they decided to wait and see. Then, they saw those people directly enter the various spirit arrays, and the power of the various spirit arrays was released. This is the Heaven and Earth Annihilation Array. 9 Yin Array. Who is this kid? How does he know so many top-notch array formations? These array formations come from different sections. How does he know all of them? There are even several powerful array formations that I don't know the names of. Something is probably going to happen to these people. Even if nothing happens, they probably won't be able to escape from the array formation anytime soon. It's no wonder this kid dares to be so arrogant. He wants to use the array formation's powers to kill more people in a short period of time, so as to obtain a higher reward. It looks like he's still too young. These array formations might be powerful, but what about those at the heavenly Tao realm or above? Even if he really uses this array formation to kill quite a number of people, what happens after that? Can he survive? Could it be that he was going to continue hiding in here? Any heavenly Tao realm 6 star would be enough to destroy everything, right? Chapter 1767. Everyone was displeased with Lin Xian, but they were also afraid. Those who did not have high cultivation realms were still afraid when they saw those people enter the array and disappear before their eyes. After all, they did not think that anyone was a fool who dared to court death. That meant that he had some confidence. Those who were only around 1 to 3 stars of the heavenly Tao realm would never be able to enter this unknown array. They were waiting to see if there were any other powerful experts who entered to test the waters. Mu Qinshuang also came over and saw the situation, but she did not see anyone enter. This Lin Xian was really awesome. He didn't play by the rules at all. She couldn't understand why he dared to do this. Yes, There were a lot of top-grade array formations here, but with the array formations he released, how many people could he block? He was really courting death. There's an illusion array around here. Is there anyone who can break this array? Let's see what's going on inside. An expert said, "Why go through so much trouble? Honorable Sir Tianchi, why don't you take action and finish off that eyesore? You're a Heavenly Tao Realm 6-star expert." Honorable Sir Tianchi stroked his beard and said lightly, "This old man can't be bothered to take action." Actually, it was not that he could not be bothered to take action, but he was also observing. This Lin Xian had cursed their mother. Who could tolerate it? No one could tolerate it. But even though his cultivation realm was high, he knew that this kid must know that there were warriors with such high cultivation realms. So why did he still dare to do it? This was the case for experts. The higher their realm, the more cowardly they were. This was because they felt that life was not easy. They had climbed out from countless battles and countless life and death situations. They enjoyed their current realm and yearned to reach a higher realm. But when they did things that were not necessary, they would still hesitate. Then this old man will break this array formation and see what this kid is up to. After a long time, the array formation was finally broken. What? When they saw the scene inside, their eyes widened. Almost all of them were dead. They died from various array formations. There was even a Heavenly Tao Realm 4-star expert who died inside. Their pupils suddenly shrank. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. This person, his attainments in array formations had completely exceeded her imagination. More than 50, and with so many Heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 10. Lin Xian muttered to himself. No, he didn't want to be in the top 10. He wanted first place. I'm afraid this brat has an ancient formation map. It must be. Everyone, let's attack together. As for who will obtain this formation map in the end, it will all depend on our abilities. In any case, this trial requires us to kill. We can use this formation map as an excuse to save us the trouble of finding others to kill. Agreed. Then, who will take the lead? An old man walked forward. Heavenly Tao Realm, 7 stars. The formation diagrams were just a way of saying that they were certain that Lin Xian had all sorts of powerful formations from the ancient times that had been lost. This was definitely a heaven-defying good thing. If they could learn it and set up a formation in their own territory, no one would dare come. Or, if he were to secretly release an array during the battle, he would definitely be able to turn the situation around. This old man will give a try. Shua. With that said, he charged forward. Mu Qinshuang stood there. With a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars taking action, his array formations were likely useless. Just as expected, the Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars had unimaginable strength as they destroyed Lin Xian's array formations in an unstoppable manner. Normal formations had to be broken, and when the disparity in power was too great, it was completely possible to destroy these formations with absolute power. Qi, upon seeing this scene, many people scoffed. He's indeed a brainless fellow. These array formations that look very powerful are like ants in front of a Heavenly Tao Realm's 7th stage. He thinks he's very smart by choosing a method that can quickly kill more people. But in fact, he's sacrificing himself. Then why did he scold everyone? Even if he didn't scold everyone, by being so ostentatious, he should have attracted the attention of even stronger experts. He will definitely die. Mu Qinshuang did not move. She had no obligation to protect this person. He had done it himself, so who was to blame? As for Lin Xian, he did not panic at all. He knew that there were Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars and Heavenly Tao Realm 6 stars present. Since Lin Xian had done so, it meant that Lin Xian already had a foolproof plan. This was because there was an array formation here. This array formation had expended most of Lin Xian's effort. The array formation might not be able to kill a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars since Lin Xian's strength and realm were limited, but there was something good inside that was enough to kill him with the array formation. Soon, the elder came to a spot about 20 meters in front of Lin Xian. However, he stopped and frowned. Experts of this level would be able to detect even the slightest abnormality in their surroundings. Shua, A black force rose into the sky, trapping the expert inside. As for the people outside, they did not think much of it. They appeared very strong, but this expert could easily destroy and penetrate it with a casual strike, right? Boom! A powerful force erupted from within, but it did not instantly destroy the array formation like before. The black energy was gradually spreading towards that expert, and that expert released a terrifying power several times, but he didn't rush out. What's going on? This array formation clearly isn't that strong. Why can't the expert charge out? Strange, it's really strange. But why couldn't the expert charge out? The reason was very simple. Poison. This poison did not have any particularly powerful lethality, but it was definitely effective on the expert. When setting up the array formation, Lin Xian had placed the poison pill in the core of the array. Lin Xian had obtained it from the Grand Hall, so Lin Xian knew what kind of poison pill it was and what its effects were. It was quite a powerful poison pill. Now, this expert's strength had been greatly weakened by the poison, causing him to be unable to break out of the already powerful array formation. Then, these people watched helplessly as the expert was unable to retreat and was engulfed by the black force. In the beginning, he was still struggling, releasing all sorts of terrifying forces, but they were all devoured by the unknown black force. Slowly, the expert's movements became smaller and smaller. His movements also became softer and softer until he was completely silent. Chapter 1768. Gulp. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of people gulping and inhaling. Gone. Was he really gone? There was silence. They watched helplessly as the elder was devoured by the darkness before being completely devoured. From the beginning, he struggled with all his might to the point of losing strength. Finally, he completely vanished as he was devoured without a sound. Is he really dead? That can't be, right? It's probably just an illusion. Let's watch and see what happens later. After all, that's a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. I don't believe that something like that can kill a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star in such a short period of time. Yes, I don't think it's that simple. Let's watch. We'll be able to tell soon. Shua. The black fog slowly dissipated. Everyone stared intently at the object in the black fog. Pada. A corpse fell from midair and landed on the ground. What? Those experts widened their eyes, and some of them even stepped back subconsciously. What had happened? The heavenly Tao Realm 7-star wasn't just a simple corpse. His body had already vanished, leaving behind only a skeleton. The skeleton fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. Clearly, this was the elder who had been trapped in the black fog. He had been devoured by the black fog in a short period of time. He struggled and fell silent before dying silently. The most ridiculous thing was that he was a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. How'd he do it? No matter how powerful the array formation was, it was only set up by a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. How could he set up such a powerful array formation? Logically speaking, the array formation shouldn't be that powerful, right? They could roughly sense it, but it was true that the heavenly Tao Realm 7-star had been devoured. He was unable to struggle out at all before perishing. It was a little terrifying. Mu Qianshuang watched this scene with knitted brows. How'd he do it? It had to be said that she had underestimated Lin Xian. He was really not that simple. To be able to condense such an array formation, there was only one word to describe him: freakish. Even a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star had died under his hands. Regardless of whether the array formation could still be used, as long as the array formation did not vanish in front of them, they did not dare take another step forward. There's still so many people. Continue coming. Lin Xian smiled and waved at them. Damn it, those people gnashed their teeth. In anger, he trembled with rage. They really couldn't stand being provoked by a kid whose cultivation was so low in their eyes. However, a heavenly Tao Realm 7-stars had died right in front of their eyes. They really did not dare take another step forward. Between their displeasure and their own lives, they would obviously choose the latter. Brat, even if you can stay here, do you think you'll be fine? This old man wants to see if you can still be so arrogant after this trial ends, and if you survive it. An old man pointed and snorted coldly. Yes, the activation of the formation needed time. Now that he was relying on this formation, no one dared to go near him. But even if he became one of the 3,000 survivors, how could he leave this place? After leaving this place, he would be a 1-star heavenly Tao realm expert. He would not have the time to condense an array formation. Without the array formations, they could easily kill him instantly. Fuck you. Lin Xian cursed at that person. You. The expert gnashed his teeth. Just you wait. The old man snorted coldly before walking away. Trash. Do any of you dare come up? If not, scram. Don't embarrass yourselves. Lin Xian shouted at the group of people. All of them gnashed their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Following that, those people left one after another. Hey! Lin Xian saw Mu Qinshuang and waved at her with a smile. Come over. No need. Mu Qinshuang shook her head. You're on your own now. With that said, Mu Qinshuang left. Lin Xian sat there as he stroked his chin. What do I do now? With the array formation in place, these people clearly did not dare enter. Killing so many people didn't seem like it was enough, right? The number of people he had killed was definitely the highest, but it was hard to tell how much time had passed. However, with a heavenly Tao realm 7-star, Lin Xian was certain that no one here had ever killed a heavenly Tao realm 7-star. It's nothing much. Let's continue staying here. After all, there are only a few hundred people who saw this scene. There are more than 10,000 people here. There will definitely be people who don't know of this and send themselves to their deaths. After all, this wasn't the outside world where everyone was killing each other. It was impossible for the news to spread like wildfire to everyone, right? It was impossible to say that when a few people fought, they had to ask first, hey, do you know that someone set up an array formation to kill a heavenly Tao realm 7-star? That was unrealistic. Yeah, let's wait. Time slowly passed. Soon, a total of 10 hours had passed. There were only 2 hours left. Lin Xian roughly glanced at the location. There were about 6,000 people left alive. That also meant that 3,000 people would die in 2 hours. And even if they didn't die, only 3,000 people would survive when the time was up. The remaining people would be killed according to the number and quality of the people killed. The ones with the lowest ranking would be killed. Therefore, in order to survive in these 2 hours, some people had to be even crazier and take more risks. As for Lin Xian, he had killed enough. He had killed more than 100 people. It was hard to say if he was first, but he was likely in the top 3. This was because the people Lin Xian killed were of very high quality. Many of them were at the heavenly Tao realm. After all, those who weren't at the heavenly Tao realm mostly hid in order to survive. They used all sorts of means to avoid the pursuit of others. And with Lin Xian here, others had taken the initiative to come. This was because they could see Lin Xian's location. And since they took the initiative to come, it meant that they came to kill. Those who came to kill were basically confident in their strength. Therefore, most of them were at the heavenly Tao realm. As such, Lin Xian might even be first. I wonder how many people Mu Qinshuang has killed. Lin Xian pondered. Mu Qinshuang was powerful. Her realm was likely at the heavenly Tao realm 7-star. To be honest, she was really powerful. Linglong Shui was only at the heavenly Tao realm 2-star. However, Linglong Shui was rather special. Apart from her powerful bloodline, she was of the spatial attribute. She spent most of her energy cultivating spatial attributes. Therefore, her heavenly Tao realm 2-star was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian looked ahead and frowned. Mu Qinshuang was being pursued by several people in the void, and she appeared to be injured. Chapter 1769. Lin Xian was rather surprised. Why was Mu Qinshuang injured? Her realm was obvious. Furthermore, Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an expert of a higher realm to target an expert of her realm. It was because the gains did not make up for the losses. Even if one fought normally for 3 days and 3 nights, it would be very difficult to slay a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star unless something unexpected happened. But now, Lin Xian took a glance, and it did seem like something unexpected had happened. Mu Qinshuang's situation was not very good. It was very likely that she had been plotted against. If not, she would not have ended up in such a state even if several top experts were attacking her. She was absolutely capable of suppressing these experts in terms of bloodline. Swish! Lin Xian then released a spatial dimension force at Mu Qinshuang. Her figure vanished into the void. Normally, Mu Qinshuang could ignore Lin Xian's spatial dimension because the difference in strength was too great. But at that instant, Mu Qinshuang sensed the spatial dimension and knew that it was released by Lin Xian. She chose to accept it. Open. Swish! Lin Xian opened up a passageway in the array formation. Then, Mu Qinshuang used Lin Xian's spatial dimension to appear beside Lin Xian. You were poisoned? Lin Xian looked at Mu Qinshuang. Indeed, it was as Lin Xian had guessed. Mu Qinshuang was very strong. Against those people, even if they were all at the heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, she would not be afraid. At the very least, she would not die. However, if she had been poisoned by a poison that could threaten a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, it would severely weaken her combat strength. She could not escape, even if she wanted to, because this place was only so big. She could not leave. Mu Qinshuang nodded. Swish! Those people landed not far away. Oomph! You still want to save her? An elder's eyes focused. Wait! Another old man stopped him. What's the matter? This place is filled with powerful array formations. A heavenly Tao realm expert was devoured in a short period of time and reduced to bones. I saw it with my own eyes. What? Upon hearing this, they revealed shocked expressions. Indeed. Then, why don't we work together and see if we can break this array formation? I don't think it's going to work. There are many top-notch formations where the more people there are, the stronger they become. I don't recommend it. Damn it. Am I going to let a heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars escape, just like that? An old man gritted his teeth. Clearly, they were also afraid. The main reason was that a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star had died, just like that. Furthermore, it had happened in such a short period of time. They were truly afraid. To the heavenly Tao realm, a power that could easily slay a heavenly Tao was something they were extremely afraid of. Don't worry, they can't come over. Lin Xian said to Mu Qinshuang, Thank you. You saved my life, and I saved yours. I'm returning the favor, Lin Xian said. Mu Qinshuang closed her eyes and sat down to recuperate. She then asked, Are you sure this spirit array can block it? If they dare to come in, I can kill them all. The experts outside were also very hesitant. However, this woman might have some faction backing her. Since we have already offended her, if we don't eliminate her here, I'm afraid. Then, if the attempt fails, wouldn't it be, I think we can give it a try. First, this spirit array has already expended a large amount of energy to devour a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. I believe it doesn't have much energy left. Even if the number of spirit array users increases in strength, there's still a limit. Second, the 5 of us are heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. If all 5 of us are wiped out by this spirit array, there's no reason for it. Third, the person who released this spirit array is only a heavenly Tao Realm 1-star warrior. That's already the limit. Although the spirit array is extremely powerful, I don't think a heavenly Tao Realm 1-star warrior can defy the heavens. Yeah, that makes sense. Then, let's make our preparations. After all, they won't be able to escape. There's still 2 hours, so there's still time. The poison in that woman's body can't be cured. She will only be poisoned even more. They were still very confident in the poison, but it was true. A poison that could put a heavenly Tao Realm 7-star in danger was definitely no ordinary poison. How did you get poisoned? Lin Xian asked. I was careless. She had indeed been careless. She originally believed that there was only one heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, but she never expected that so many of them would join forces to deal with the heavenly Tao Realm 5 and 6 stars. This gave them a high chance of killing them. As for Mu Qinshuang, she had been locked onto by them. It was mainly because they had probed her. Mu Qinshuang had been careless and was poisoned, making it impossible for her to fight them. If she continued fighting and released her spirit energy, it would rapidly accelerate the poison's eruption. Let me take a look. Give me your hand. Lin Xian knew that these people wouldn't come so easily, but they might come. The spirit array might not be able to stop them. Therefore, if Lin Xian wanted to be safe, he had to treat Mu Qinshuang. Mu Qinshuang looked at Lin Xian in surprise. I'm also a doctor. Doctors weren't considered rare, but this poison of hers, how could a wimpy kid in his 20s cure it? That was the crux of the matter. But now, she didn't have any other thoughts. She could only treat a dead horse as a living one. Hurry up. Then, Mu Qinshuang stretched out her hand. Lin Xian held her hand. See, good girl. Supreme grade. However, Lin Xian didn't have such thoughts at the moment. Tell me about your current situation. Lin Xian asked as he checked her pulse. Meridians and bones are in intense pain. Using spirit energy will accelerate the poison's flow. It's very aggressive, and the poison is flowing towards the heart. Mu Qinshuang said. Heart-gnawing poison. Lin Xian released his hand. Heart-gnawing poison. Mu Qinshuang knitted her brows tightly. She had heard of it before and knew what the poison was. However, she couldn't immediately recognize the poison when she was poisoned, but she knew what it was after knowing its name. It's a very difficult poison to cure, but it's not an incurable poison. It's just that she absolutely can't cure it here, and she's afraid that she won't be able to survive until she leaves this place. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't say that something bad would happen. She might even be able to hold on for a few weeks. However, being poisoned in the demon god forbidden ground, it's impossible for her to leave this place alive. I can cure it, Lin Xian said. Mu Qinshuang looked at Lin Xian strangely. This poison, he can cure it? Fortunately, you've only been poisoned for less than 2 hours. The poison hasn't reached the critical point yet. I can cure it for you. Lie down. Shua, Lin Xian then released a barrier, isolating the outside. No one outside could see the situation inside. Chapter 1770. Lying down, Mu Qinshuang frowned. Hey, are you still thinking that I'm going to take advantage of you? Lin Xian looked at Mu Qinshuang and asked. Mu Qinshuang hesitated for a moment and then said, Can you really detoxify the poison? Nonsense. If I can't detoxify the poison, why would I let you lie down? Hurry up, don't waste time. And Mu Qinshuang then turned around and lied down. You have to take off your skirt. Lin Xian said. Mu Qinshuang frowned. I have to do acupuncture. Your skirt is too wrinkled and it will affect my acupuncture. Moreover, the poison will be expelled later. This poison is very strong. I guess your skirt won't be able to keep it. Mu Qinshuang hesitated for a moment and then slowly took off her skirt. Of course, there were other clothes inside. Hiss! Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's really the best. What's the success rate? 100%. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian then took out a silver needle. Shua! The silver needle was released. Lin Xian then took out a pill. Eat it. Mu Qinshuang didn't have any doubts, because even if she didn't eat it, she wouldn't be able to survive. Then, Lin Xian took out a spirit treasure of heaven and earth and plucked a petal. Take it, Lin Xian then said. I'm forcibly detoxifying you. It's not an antidote, so it won't be that comfortable during this period. And Mu Qinshuang could understand Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian put his hand on Mu Qinshuang's butt. Mu Qinshuang. Ding. Touched little sisters, but Prince Charming points plus 500,000. Don't move. You still have 2 acupuncture points. I have to prick them. Mu Qinshuang frowned. I know medicine, she said coldly. Lin Xian's hand was placed there awkwardly. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly and moved his hand away. Then he gathered spiritual energy in his right hand and patted her back. Outside, the 5 experts had more or less made their decision. Gentlemen, let's begin. Yes, let's do it. Schwa. Then they erupted with extremely terrifying power and charged over. Then they were trapped by the powerful array formation. Don't hold back. Release your strongest strength. With our 5 heavenly Tao realm 7 stars cultivation levels, we will forcefully break through this array formation. All right, about 20 minutes later, the 5 heavenly Tao realm 7 stars successfully broke through the powerful array formation while panting. The 5 heavenly Tao realm 7 stars spent 20 minutes to break through. It was obvious that the array formation was indeed very impressive. This array formation is truly terrifying. If the person who released this array formation was a 3-star heavenly Tao realm warrior, it might really be dangerous. Their brows were tightly knitted, but now it doesn't matter. They have already broken through, and Lin Xian and Mu Qianshuang are right in front of them. Break! An expert bellowed angrily and released a powerful force, shattering Lin Xian's barrier. Then they saw Mu Qianshuang meditating while Lin Xian stood there smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing this scene, they sneered. A heavenly Tao realm 1-star clearly did not have a right to stop them. The remaining heavenly Tao realm 7-star woman was already poisoned, so she could not stir up any trouble. Killing her was only a matter of time. A heavenly Tao realm 1-star actually managed to hold us back for so long. Then, it's time to send you on your way. So, an expert immediately rushed towards Lin Xian. He wanted to use the fastest speed and the simplest method to deal with one of them first. After dealing with Lin Xian, they would then join forces to deal with the poisoned Mu Qianshuang. However, Mu Qianshuang opened her beautiful eyes. He did not expect Mu Qianshuang to take action because she was poisoned. Furthermore, it had been so long that she did not have much combat strength left. If she were to take action, the poison would only worsen, so he did not expect it. Furthermore, Mu Qianshuang's attacks in such a state could not cause any substantial damage unless she was tired of living and wanted to fight to the death. However, Mu Qianshuang had already recovered to her peak state. Therefore, Qi, a lightning-fast strike blocked his attack. The heavenly Tao realm 7 stars pupils constricted. His condition was not good to begin with. Lin Xian's array had drained too much of his stamina. Furthermore, the array had more or less injured them. Mu Qianshuang was now enraged. She was enraged and at her peak state. She was not to be trifled with. Sword Spirit. Mu Qianshuang locked her powerful strength onto the expert. What? The 4 experts behind her felt the strength that Mu Qianshuang had released, and their pupils constricted. No, wasn't she poisoned? How could he still erupt with such power? Furthermore, looking at her condition, it seemed like Lin Xian stood there smoking as he admired the beautiful Mu Qianshuang's performance. Of course, Lin Xian did not know what she looked like, but she was definitely extremely beautiful. She faced 5 heavenly Tao realm 7 stars alone, and even held the advantage. Holy shit, this woman is really strong. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. However, it was also because the 5 heavenly Tao realm 7 stars were not in good condition. Furthermore, Mu Qianshuang was furious, so the strength she displayed was extremely terrifying. Run! The 5 heavenly Tao realm 7 stars were not Mu Qianshuang's match. They could guarantee that they would not die, but they could not guarantee that they would not suffer serious injuries. And since Mu Qianshuang could let the 4 of them escape, she would definitely leave one behind. With the 5 of them running together, Mu Qianshuang could not split herself, but she had to kill one today. Then, she randomly chose an unlucky one and charged forward, throwing Lin Xian to the side. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. In the surroundings, there were still some people guarding this place. They saw that the array formation had been broken by those experts, and now, that woman was chasing after another expert. Then, did that mean that they can now make a move on this man? He was only at the Heavenly Tao Realm 1 star. Furthermore, he did not have the time to set up an array formation. Fuck, did I tell you to posture so much previously? Punk, let's see what you can do now. Die for me. A Heavenly Tao Realm 3 star charged at Lin Xian. And clearly, he was not in good condition because he had been fighting for a very long time. As for Lin Xian, he was already in peak condition. You are only a 3 star, yet you dare act so arrogantly in front of me? Lin Xian's eyes focused. Realm lowers domain, realm raises domain. Create laws. Second level of the Paramount Sage Heart Technique. Strength multiplied. Lin Xian immediately went all out. He did not hesitate to expend large amounts of his spiritual energy to forcefully suppress his 3-star Heavenly Tao realm to 1 star. Then instantly, Chapter 1771. Perhaps it was truly impossible for others to insta-kill them. Even if you were a 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior, it would be very difficult to kill a 1-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior. However, this was only targeted at some special people who were experts with powerful killing abilities. And Lin Xian clearly possessed such an ability. His attributes and martial techniques had such an ability. What? There were still people around. When they saw the 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior being insta-killed by Lin Xian in a few moves, they were dumbfounded. Escape was impossible. After Lin Xian released his domain, a 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior would be reduced to a 1-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior's cultivation level. With a spatial seal, he could forget about escaping for the rest of his life. Then, with spatial blast firmly hitting him, and with Lin Xian's strength, how was he to survive? Space was an extremely terrifying thing to rely on. Who said that Heavenly Tao Realm warriors were difficult to kill? To Lin Xian, as long as the disparity wasn't too great, he could kill them. But at the same time, Lin Xian's outburst drained a great deal of his spiritual energy. However, Lin Xian also knew that by easily killing a 3-star as a 1-star, he had already frightened the people who were secretly watching him. Others originally believed that Lin Xian had relied on an array formation, but now, from the looks of it, they were shocked. His strength was also that strong. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the crowd. Some of them even retreated. Trash. Lin Xian sneered. Swish. Mu Qinshuang's figure appeared beside Lin Xian as she looked at the 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior's corpse. How long had it been? How long had she been gone? He had killed a 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior? He ran. Lin Xian looked at her and asked. Killed him. Lin Xian, no, that's a Heavenly Tao Realm warrior. You killed him so quickly? Yeah. In a one-on-one situation, it was quite ridiculous for a Heavenly Tao Realm warrior to kill a Heavenly Tao Realm warrior. Most importantly, he had done it in such a short period of time. Impressive. Who was this woman? Why was he so strong? However, it was normal for the devil race to have such a strong member, just like how the human race also had such a strong member. It was just that Lin Xian hadn't encountered one yet. Otherwise, wouldn't this human be crushed by a single touch from the demon race? Thank you, Mu Qinshuang said to Lin Xian. Clearly, she was thanking Lin Xian for detoxifying her. If Lin Xian had not cured her of the poison, she would not have been able to continue her journey in the God-Beast Forbidden Ground, not to mention the danger that the 5 experts posed to her. He would definitely die here. We're even. Yes. Mu Qinshuang nodded. It's almost time. How many have you killed? Lin Xian asked. You should be the one with the most. Mu Qinshuang lightly said. I've only killed about 100 or so. It was as though 100 or so people were negligible against 15,000 people. But if one thought about it, everyone was killing. Furthermore, Lin Xian had killed so many that nearly all of them were at the Heavenly Tao Realm. It was ridiculous. Yeah, Mu Qinshuang nodded. Hey, about that, who are you? Lin Xian asked Mu Qinshuang. You don't need to know. We've been through life and death together. We could be considered friends, right? As for me, you should know, right? It's fine if we just get to know each other a little, right? There's no need. Mu Qinshuang rejected. Lin Xian faltered slightly. What was this chick hiding from him? All right, all right. Lin Xian then sat there. There's not much time left. Let's wait for it to end. Mu Qianshuang sat beside Lin Xian to recuperate. Why did she sit beside Lin Xian? Perhaps it was because she was protecting Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had easily killed a Heavenly Dao Realm 3-star. But if he were to encounter someone stronger, something would still happen to him. And after all, Lin Xian had saved her. Although they did not owe each other anything, he had saved her life. Mu Qianshuang was still very grateful to Lin Xian. The final moment quickly passed. Suddenly, more than 100 bolts of lightning struck down from every direction. Following that, everything fell silent. These 100 or so bolts of lightning should have killed more than 100 people, leaving only 3,000 people alive. These 100 or so people should have had the worst results, so they were killed. Lin Xian pondered slightly. It was rather interesting. The fate god Forbidden Ground was definitely controlled by an expert. Perhaps it was just a remnant soul, but it was definitely very powerful. A gigantic pillar of light appeared in front of him. The survivors entered the pillar of light one after another. Lin Xian and Mu Qianshuang walked in as well. After entering, Lin Xian appeared in the white space once again. He was alone again. A voice sounded out of the void. Congratulations on obtaining first place in the trial of death. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he had killed more than 100 people. Furthermore, there were many Heavenly Dao and even a Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star. His first place was well-deserved. The others might be constantly killing, but their efficiency was definitely not as high as Lin Xian's. What's the reward? Lin Xian asked. Life. Oh. Lin Xian frowned. Life? From this moment forth, you will have 72 hours of life. This is your reward for coming in first place. If you're unable to leave this place after 72 hours, you will remain here forever. Lin Xian. First place only has 72 hours? Lin Xian frowned. Second place only has 48 hours. Lin Xian. What about the lowest? 2,500 people only have 3 hours. Only 20 people have a lifespan of more than a day. Lin Xian, holy shit. Then what's the point of wasting time? Hurry up and send me out. Shua. Lin Xian then vanished. When Lin Xian appeared again, he was by the sea. And here, there were already tens of thousands of people waiting. Oh, Lin Xian frowned. It's likely that the people from the other passageways are here. From the looks of it, the people from the 12 entrances will be gathered here. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Not far away, a figure's gaze landed on Lin Xian. It was a woman in a blue dress. It was obvious at a glance that she was extraordinary. She only glanced at Lin Xian for a moment before shifting her attention away. That's right. She was the woman who came from Mount Tianyao under her master's orders to protect and find a way to bring Lin Xian to Mount Tianyao. At first, she also wanted to go to the same passageway as Lin Xian. However, when she arrived at the God-Fiend Forbidden Grounds, Lin Xian had already entered one of the passageways. She didn't know which one he had entered, so she just randomly entered one. Lin Xian activated his Eye of Cave Spirit. What were these people waiting here for? Did they not have a lifespan? That shouldn't be the case, right? Also, damn it, they had already come out from that passageway. Why didn't they encounter any halls? Logically speaking, they should be given some benefits. Chapter 1772. When Lin Xian saw Mu Qianshuang walking over, he smiled and walked over. What's your rank? Lin Xian asked. Second. That's good. Is his second 48 hours? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qianshuang nodded. I'm in first place, 72 hours. Mu Qianshuang nodded again. Her beautiful eyes looked at the other 10,000 people. Are these people the same as us? Mu Qianshuang asked. I don't know. I just came out and didn't talk to them. Yes, but they look the same. Why did he say that? This was because Lin Xian overheard some of the conversations. They were asking about the time, and 90% of them had all sorts of impatient looks on their faces. That's right, They might have gone through completely different trials and dangers compared to Lin Xian and the others. However, in the end, they received the same thing as Lin Xian and the others. They all had a fixed amount of time to survive. Everyone, it's almost time. Let's not wait anymore. Although there are still many people who haven't come, we really can't wait anymore. An expert said in despair. Yes, everyone, let's go forward together. We really can't wait anymore. Everyone, let's go together. More and more people stood up and shouted in despair. Why was it like this? Lin Xian didn't need to think to know that these people didn't have much time left to live. What was everyone doing here? They stayed here to wait for the others to follow. Everyone knew how dangerous this place was, so it was safer for everyone to move forward together. However, for those who didn't have much time left to live, if they were to wait here and waste time here, then they would definitely die. So they were anxious. There were already so many people, there was really no need to continue waiting. If these people still wanted to wait, then they really couldn't wait any longer. Even if there was a lot of danger ahead, they still had to rush forward because there wasn't much time left. Who knew how long it would take for them to leave? Yes, this old man thinks it's about time. We should continue moving forward. An old man said, yes, it's about time. There should be tens of thousands of people who haven't arrived yet. However, we already have so many people. It's enough. We can't afford to waste time. Then let's set off. Then everyone looked at the sea. Everyone, there must be a reason why airspace is forbidden in this area. Everyone, be careful. An expert said, here, you can't fly. You can only jump. As for how high you can jump and how far you can jump, it depends on your own ability. But no matter what your realm is, as long as you can't break free from this restriction, you can't fly. You can only stand on the sea and walk forward. Therefore, they concluded that the danger must be in the sea because they weren't allowed to fly, so they had to be careful. Let's go together. We can look after each other. I have the space. Since this place forbids flying, I think the space should be able to play a greater role. Lin Xian said to Mu Qianshuang. It's not that Lin Xian is pestering her, but that this woman triggered the mission. Secondly, she is quite special. She saved Lin Xian and them. At the same time, Lin Xian really wants to know why she saved him. It's strange. If she isn't Xue Qilin, then why did she save me? She didn't say anything, nor did she say anything about my identity. Lin Xian felt strange. You say, she saved a stranger for no reason? Lin Xian doesn't think that such a thing will happen. What's more, Lin Xian doesn't think that she saved him because she fell in love with him. Okay, Mu Qianshuang didn't refuse, because Lin Xian saved her. At the same time, according to Mu Qianshuang's current understanding of Lin Xian, he is capable. Although his realm isn't high, but he is capable. The woman looked at Lin Xian and Mu Qianshuang with a frown. It's her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of understanding. Why is she with this Lin Xian? Is it because she has a purpose? No, but if I walk over, won't it be too obvious? Her master had told her to come here and get close to Lin Xian. Then, no matter what method she had to use, she had to bring him to Mount Tianyao without first mentioning certain things. But now, she is with Lin Xian. How should I get close to Lin Xian? The main thing is that if she is with Lin Xian, then it will look strange if I go over. Because that woman is too smart, she will definitely see something. Moreover, her identity is very sensitive. And if she takes the initiative to wait for this Lin Xian to come over, then the probability is not high. No. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Qining decided to go over. Otherwise, she may not be able to complete the mission given to her by her master. Then Su Qining walked over. Mu Qianshuang's gaze also saw Su Qining. They know each other and are old rivals. Although they are both wearing veils, they can still recognize each other. Maybe they can recognize the smell on their bodies. Why are you here? Su Qining's target is Mu Qianshuang. It is very natural. Her purpose of greeting is to get close to Lin Xian. Mu Qianshuang frowned and looked at her. Then why are you here? Mu Qianshuang asked. Lin Xian Ding, congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward, random divine level physique. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission punishment. Buzzer disappears. The current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian. Oh my god, what kind of situation is this? Lin Xian really hasn't triggered mission for a long time. Lin Xian felt that it's about time. How many girls does he have? There are even a few that he hasn't won over yet. He hasn't really confessed yet. Lin Xian really doesn't want to go womanizing anymore. But what's going on? What's going on? Isn't it just a trip to the Demon God Empire? Why did he trigger 2 quests? Mu Qian is still okay. Lin Xian can still accept it. After all, she is a cold beauty with a temperament. Lin Xian likes this kind of beauty. But one is enough. Now another one has appeared. This Su Qining is clearly carved out from the same grind as Mu Qian. Their personalities seem to be about the same. They were both cold and icy beauties. Moreover, they must be very proud and aloof. What should he do? Triggering 2 missions at once. Lin Xian really can't take it anymore. This is too difficult. Damn, you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.